Namaste, Namaskara, good morning. I request all the esteemed delegates and speakers and invitees to please settle down in your chair. We will begin the program now. Just as we begin, I'll request the safety officer of the hotel to do the mandatory briefing on the aspects of safety. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jainath. I am the security manager of this hotel, and I welcome each and everyone to Taj Deccan. As per the safety brief is concerned, this hall is called Kohinoor Hall. This is Kohinoor Hall. This is in the lobby level. That's the ground level of this hotel, and the hall is completely secured with all the security equipments, all the firefighting equipments, and the hall is having the fire exits on both the sides, towards your right and towards your left. All the doors you can see are the fire exits, and the fire exit doors towards my left goes to the gate which goes to the parking area in front of the hotel, and towards my right side the doors goes to the main lawns of the hotel, which is backside of the hotel, and that is the safe assembly point of the hotel. Complete fire equipment or like extinguishers and the smoke detectors and sprinklers are available, and maximum staff of the hotel are completely trained with all the emergency concerns. All the security and all the staff of the hotel are completely trained for the firefightings and all the emergency handlings. We have a QRT team which is always present in the hotel at every time, 24/7. And I want to tell you that the emergency number of the hotel is 8. Emergency number of the hotel is 8. Please note it down. I want you to note it down.
Thank you, Mr. Jainath. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we are here after 5 momentous years. Indian Concrete Institute, headquarters in association with the Indian Concrete Institute of Hyderabad Center, comes together once again to host this quinennial event, which happens once in 5 years. The international event, which it exactly means by the name, Ecstasy in Concrete. On behalf of the organizers, I extend a very warm welcome to you, and to do the formal inauguration and set the ball rolling, may I request the chairman of the Indian Concrete Institute, Dr. Venkateshwar Rao, to please come over and take a seat on the dais. Dr. Venkateshwar Rao. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome it with a big, outstanding applause. Thank you. Now may I request the President of the Indian Concrete Institute, Dr. V. Ramchandra, to please grace the dais. Welcome, sir. May I request the Secretary General of the Indian Concrete Institute, Engineer Radhakrishnan, to please grace the dais. Welcome, sir. We have our immediate, or rather incoming President for the next tenure, Engineer Manoj Kavalkar ji. I request Engineer Manoj Kavalkar to please grace the dais. Welcome. And we have the chair of ACECON, the organizing chair, Dr. KVL Subramaniam, professor from IIT Hyderabad. I request Professor Subramaniam to please grace the dais. We also have the Vice President South of the Indian Concrete Institute, Dr. Nagendra. I request him to join the dignitaries on the dais. Warm welcome to you, sir. We have distinguished scholar and Professor Kaijan Shi, the President of the American Concrete Federation. I request him to please grace the dais. Asian Concrete Federation, I beg your pardon. Sorry. The globe is congregating. Thank you. And now we have the guest of honor, Dr. L.P. Singh. I request. We have the chief guest. I request you to please take a seat on the dais, sir. Thank you all. I request the distinguished dignitaries to inaugurate this eventful moment by lighting the lamp. I request all the dignitaries to please join in lighting the lamp. I also request a lady from the audience and perhaps a student member from the audience also to please join the dignitaries as a symbolic representation of all the distinguished people who are gathered here. A lady from the audience and a student from the audience. I request you to please join the dignitaries to light the lamp on the stage. Professor Shah, sir, may I request your august presence on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, let us put our hands together for a loud applause to mark this momentous inauguration of ACECON 2025. I request all the dignitaries to kindly line up on the stage. We would like to capture this very auspicious and precious moment in the world of concrete. I request all the dignitaries to please line up on the stage to capture the moments onto a photograph. Perhaps you can just move to the right. Okay, thank you. Please move to the right. I think they want it to be centrally loaded, the stage, so that the stability is enhanced further. Thank you, sirs. Thank you. I request all the dignitaries to please take your respective seats on the stage. Now may I request the chairman of the Indian Concrete Institute, Hyderabad Center, which is the host center for this international conference, to please welcome the gathering. Dr. Venkateshwar Rao. I request Dr. Anshuri, sir, kindly join the dignitaries on the dais, because you are the organizing committee vice chairman. How can we forget you? Please, sir. Over to you, Dr.
respected chief guest of the today's function, Sahadev Singh ji, and guest of honor, LP Singh ji, and other, of course, another guest of honor is there, but he could not attend this event, Dr. Pradeep Ramacharla, and Indian Concrete Institute President Ramachandra, and ACF President and President-elect Manoj Kavalkar, Secretary General of Indian Concrete Institute Radha Krishnan sir, and Vice President South Indian Concrete Institute Dr. Nagendra ji, and Technical Committee Chairman Dr. KVL Subramanian garu, and Indian Concrete Institute ACECON Organizing Committee Vice Chairman, our friend Dr. SP Anjuri garu, and distinguished guests, delegates, friends, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Indian Concrete Institute as a hosting center, Hyderabad center, and on behalf of headquarters Indian Concrete Institute as a chairman Indian Concrete Institute Hyderabad center and chairman organizing committee ACECON, I welcome you all. Andarki namaskaram, andarki subhodayam, ellarku namaskar. Friends, delegates and guests, this event, ACECON, is a flagship event of Indian Concrete Institute. Everybody knows who are the members of ICA. There are two events. One is ACECON, Asian Conference on Ecstasy in Concrete. Next, Innovative World of Concrete. In 2020, it should be done, but due to COVID, it was held in 2022 in Delhi. Next coming ACECON event. Then immediately my friend Anuchuri was sitting next to me and he raised my hand. Hey Venkat, you please accept this. Really? See, I didn't know that that time it was so easy. So now I understood how it. So really, thanks to Anuchuri garu and thanks to headquarters team and thanks to President and all. Really we enjoyed and definitely you will also enjoy these 3 days, and if anything are just missing, please excuse us and you can ask us. Definitely our people or our team will support you and our students also will support you. So about ICA Hyderabad Center, when I took as a charge it is only 300 plus, now we are reaching 500. So no doubt Secretary General sir and President sir and President engineers India, because ICA is having 15,000 plus members, the second biggest organization in India, and sir, ACF President sir, really it is an honor to us. We welcome you and you are with us today. Thank you very much, sir. I don't want to take much time about to say about ICA and all. Our Secretary General will explain what is ICA doing and all. There are other speakers also. Actually, we'll have to start this at 10 o'clock. Of course, it is running around 15 minutes late. So, thank you very much. And I once again, please wish us all the best for this successful event. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Venkateshwar Rao, for that very warm address. And to make it more warmer and greet the dignitaries on the dais, may I request Dr. Venkateshwar Rao to present a bouquet to the esteemed dignitaries. I request Dr. Venkateshwar Rao to welcome the esteemed chief guest, Engineer Sahadev Singh Ji, the Director of AP Metro. With a bouquet, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please put our hands together to welcome the distinguished chief guest, Dr. Singh Saab. Now, may I request Dr. Venkat to please welcome the guest of honor, Dr. L.P. Singh Ji, the Director General of NCCBM. A warm welcome to President Kaijan Shi, the President of the Asian Concrete Federation, sir. I request you to please hand over the bouquet and welcome him. Thank you. A very warm welcome to our very own President of the Indian Concrete Institute, Dr. V. Ramchandra. A very warm welcome to the President-elect of the Indian Concrete Institute, Engineer Manoj Kavalkarji. A warm welcome to the Vice President of the Indian Concrete Institute South, Dr. A very warm welcome to the organizing chair, the man who has really strived hard along with Dr. Venkat. A warm welcome to Dr. KVL Subramaniam, Professor from IIT Hyderabad. Warm welcome to the Secretary General of the Indian Concrete Institute, Engineer Radhakrishnan Ji. And a very warm welcome to Dr. Anchuri Garu. Thank you, Dr. Venkateshwar Rao. Ladies and gentlemen, time is not just speeding away. It's speeding away with such a velocity that we cannot fathom the kind of developments that has happened. In tune with this, Indian Concrete Institute has made and continues to make gigantic leaps and progress in the realm of the world of concrete. And to brief you about the latest, what's the achievement of ICI and the plans of ICI, and for those who have just walked in and require an introduction of ICI, may I request the Secretary General of the Indian Concrete Institute, Engineer Radhakrishnan Ji, to please provide a brief glimpse of the latest achievements and plans of the Indian Concrete Institute.
Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, eminent speakers, invited guests, and esteemed members of Indian Concrete Institute, and all other delegates who are the concrete enthusiasts who have gathered here. I am truly honored to stand before this august gathering. Today we are privileged to host visionary leaders and policymakers who are our guiding forces, industry captains shaping our future, researchers from leading research institute pushing the boundaries of knowledge, designers and consultants creating our built environment, practitioners from both private and government sectors, and the bright students, the future of our profession. All of us share a common purpose with common objective to deepen our understanding of concrete, to make a good concrete, to put the concrete to its fullest potential, to discuss and deliberate on building a sustainable built environment, to learn and share from one's experience, and to strengthen the foundation of our collective efforts. This spirit embodies what the Indian Concrete Institute stands for. This is all about Indian Concrete Institute. Let us take a moment to watch a short video that highlights the essence of ICI and its journey so far. Can we have the video, please?
Over the centuries, civilizations have prospered because mankind has taken gigantic leaps to harness technologies to create infrastructure, the backbone of all the economies. The binder at the core of infrastructure development has been concrete. Spearheading advances in concrete and concrete construction in India is the Indian Concrete Institute, one of the leading professional bodies catering to the professional needs of individuals and organizations involved with concrete. As a non-profit organization, ICI is dedicated to the cause of disseminating knowledge and addressing constant research needs in the field of concrete, as well as to promote concrete technology and quality in construction. In 1982, SCRC Chennai and Anna University jointly conducted an international seminar on modern concrete construction practices. The delegates of the seminar resolved to form an organization to spread knowledge so that developments in concrete could be shared with many Indian engineers. Thus, the Indian Concrete Institute was formed. From just around 500 members from 5 regional centers in 1982, ICI has grown today to be a strong professional body having more than 14,000 enrollments from 46 regional centers spread across the country. Of these, more than 400 are organizational members. Today, ICI is a binding force, creating synergy between all segments of people, namely practicing engineers, consultants, designers, manufacturers, research scholars, academicians, and students. ICI, through its regional centers, conducts varieties of programs like seminars, workshops, conferences, exhibitions and training program, webinars, and more, each providing the participants platforms for learning and sharing at national and international level. Each ICI event is a great opportunity to listen to and to interact with all segments of people in the concrete industry and get updated on the latest materials, technologies, and practices. ICI's program Deminar is a unique event combining demonstration and seminar. Here products are demonstrated outside and they are live streamed into the seminar hall. Thus the participants can observe the demonstration while it is being explained by the speaker. ICI events, among other things, are focused on sustainability through the use of innovative materials and techniques. The response to such programs from government bodies is overwhelming. The objectives of ICI are clearly defined. Every action of ICI focuses on a tangible output for the benefit of practitioners, end users, and society at large. On 7 September every year, Concrete Day is celebrated as an annual event at all centers in a big way to commemorate the day of formation of ICI. Working in close coordination with central and state government bodies like CPWD, PWDs, CBRI, CRRI, SCRC, IITs, municipal corporations, and more. ICI helps these bodies to adopt latest technologies and practices in infrastructure building. ICI members also participate actively in several committees of BIS focused towards advocating standardization in construction practices. ICI is participating actively in the Asian Concrete Federation, a group of professional bodies of more than 10 Asian countries. ICI has signed MOUs with many other peer concrete institutes around the world for exchange of technological information, technical documents, and to organize programs jointly. Keeping the ever-changing future in perspective, ICI reaches to budding civil engineers through its students' chapters. There are more than 300 students' chapters all over the country and the numbers are constantly increasing. Each chapter is focused on enabling industry-academia interaction aimed at bridging the gap between basic theoretical knowledge and professional practice. This imparting of requisite knowledge to budding engineers enhances their outlook and employability. ICI identifies, recognizes and awards the experts in the field of concrete for their contributions to the development of concrete technology and concrete construction. Every year, 16 such awards are presented at the time of AGM. To demystify concrete, the Technical Board of ICI brings out valuable technical documents on topics of importance for the benefit of practicing technocrats through its technical committees consisting of subject experts from different disciplines. ICI conducts need-based training programs at its technology centers as well as customer sites for the benefit of practicing engineers and students. ICI Journal is of national repute today. Very soon, a journal of international standards will be brought out in collaboration with a world-renowned publisher. Every dawn at ICI summons a new approach and new initiatives to create milestones in the journey of concrete construction in India. ICI has enabled the multifaceted and rapid development of concrete construction in a well-planned manner. It stands proud today with a distinguished reputation as a forerunner and a binding force in civil engineering industry in India. Come, join and strengthen ICI. Let us make our concrete structures sustainable, durable and best in the world.
This video is about 3 years old. Today we have 50 centers and our membership has crossed the 15,000 mark. Thus, our growth is undeterred. It is the recognition for our institute from the concrete fraternity. Our vision is further. To achieve that, our efforts are relentless, our commitments are deeper, and our ambitions are higher. Thanks to one and all.
Thank you, Engineer Radhakrishnan ji, for that very good and very brief intro about ICI. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been hearing of ACECON for quite some time. ACECON stands for the Asian Conference on Ecstasy in Concrete, and this is in fact the 6th edition of ACECON, which happens once in 5 years. It's a quinquennial event. What is the theme about for this 6th edition? Let's get to hear about this from none other than the organizing chair of ACECON, Professor KVL Subramaniam, professor at IIT Hyderabad.
Thank you. Thank you, Girish. Yeah, so while we wait for them to sort this out, first of all, a very warm welcome to all of you to Hyderabad, to ACECON 2025. There are two things that are working against us. One, you're in Hyderabad. We start a little slow, as you'd see by the hall filling up slowly, but then we come fast. So I think I'm assure you that by the time the whole thing picks up, it'll be quite a force to watch. The other thing, of course, when everything we thought was working well, Indigo decided to do its own thing, so that has really wreaked havoc on our program. So those of you who are here, despite all the hardships, thank you for being with us. We really appreciate the effort you put in to come join us in making this ACECON 2025 a grand success. One thing I'd like to do at the beginning is, on behalf of the technical committee, I want to present the technical program for ACECON 2025. This is, and that is concrete innovations is at the heart of the whole program. And we've aptly titled it as Exploring Tomorrow's Frontiers. That's what was the focus of this, of the conference program. And the focus of this conference is sustainable concrete structures and low carbon technologies, all very, very relevant in the India specific and the Asia specific context. and of course for a flagship conference of ICI, which is aptly called the Ecstasy in Concrete. These themes are apt for this particular conference. We have organized the conference in 5 thematic areas. The first one is low carbon concrete. The second one is innovations in concrete. Third one is circular economy. Fourth one is sustainable cities. And the fifth one is adaptive concrete. Of course, we've used buzzwords to describe them, but essentially these are the 5 themes that we have sought papers in. And needless to say, when we received papers, we got about 250 abstracts, of which 120 were allowed to present papers. Most of the papers were very heavily clustered on low carbon concrete and innovations in concrete. And that perhaps speaks about the status of research in India, where we seem to be focused on these 2 areas. And the other areas which deal particularly with circular economy and sustainability, sustainable cities, and adaptive concrete did not get as much attention. And I think this also is seen in the sessions that, as you see the detailed program, you would see this in the distribution of papers in the different sessions today. So like I said, we received 250 abstracts, of which 125 papers have been invited for presentation here. We have quite a galaxy of plenary speakers. So immediately after this session, we break out the inaugural plenary session. We have 11 plenary speakers in total, covering the vast breadth and depth of cement and concrete technology, concrete structures, and even repair and rehabilitation. We have 12 keynote speakers from industry and from academia. And what we've done special here is to have a special session dedicated to industry, where we have 11 invited speakers who are presenting on industry-specific topics. That is about the whole program, and of course, I'm very happy to see a large number of students who will be presenting papers. I request everyone to attend the technical sessions and perhaps give feedback to the students who are at different stages of the doctoral and master's research. So with that, I'd like to conclude my presentation. Once again, welcome to ACECON 2025. But my good friend Nemi, who's going to join a little later, he asked for ecstasy. And I had to say, well, that's something we can't supply. So if you're looking for ecstasy, in the truest of sense, perhaps you're in the wrong place, but certainly you'll be ecstatic, hopefully, at the end of the conference. So welcome once again.
Thank you, Professor KVL Subramaniam Garu, for putting together such best-in-class speakers, scholars, and professionals from the industry. I'm sure all of us are ready and looking forward to hear the erudite views of each and every scholar and speaker who is going to participate in this international conference. Ladies and gentlemen, as Engineer Radhakrishnan, the Secretary General of the Indian Concrete Institute, was introducing you about, ICI is a highly structured organization with a lot of best-in-class professionals from the realm of construction and the infrastructure sector participating in the key roles. It is headed by the President Dr. V. Ramchandra, and across the country, for organizational reasons and for better administration, the entire country administration under ICI is under 4 distinctive vice presidents: East, West, North, and South. Today we have with us the Vice President South, who will give us a brief glimpse about what is happening just not in Andhra and Telangana, but also across South India. May I request Dr. Nagendra to please provide his views on this very august event. Dr. Nagendra.
Good morning, everybody. Dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries of the dais. I take this opportunity to welcome to the southern part of India, Hyderabad, a happening place as far as construction industry is concerned, for this 6th edition of ACECON, which happens once in 5 years. We all construction industry professionals here gather here in such seminars and conferences to discuss and interact regarding the issues faced by the construction industry and also the innovations being the topic of this conference. At this juncture, the concrete industry is tackling net zero targets via sustainable practices like use of supplementary cementitious materials, fly ash and slag to reduce clinker, switching to alternate fuels like biomass and hydrogen, boosting energy efficiency through renewable energy sources such as solar and wind, and deploying CCUS, carbon capture, utilization and storage, with global roadmaps for significant cuts by 2030. Also, net zero by 2050 and to 2070. India has taken the target of 2070. By 2070, we need to become net zero. A difficult task to achieve, as everybody is talking about, but everybody has to pitch in and everyone has to contribute to this target by the government of India. As far as South ICA centers are concerned, very active centers like Hyderabad, Bangalore, Chennai, all the places conducting many programs related to concrete industry, whether it may be site visits or organizing expert lectures, having more than around 20 centers. The 50th center was also started in Kakinada, and there was one more center, Raja Mahendravaram, recently. So very vibrant Telangana and Andhra Pradesh carrying out, taking the flag of Indian Concrete Institute to the further higher levels. I take this opportunity to welcome you all for this gathering. I definitely hope that the deliberations will benefit each and everyone. I thank the organizers for conducting and also organizing in such a manner, nice manner. So once again, thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Nagendra. May I request the President-elect, Engineer Manoj Kavarkalji, to briefly address the gathering.
Good morning, namaskar, vanakkam, namaskaram, respected chief guest of the today's function, Mr. Sadev Singh, guest of honor, Dr. L.P. Singh, dignitaries on the dais, Professor C, President ACF, our visionary President of Indian Concrete Institute, Dr. Ramchandra, our dynamic Secretary General, Radhakrishnan, Dr. R. Nagendra, Vice President South, my friend Dr. Venkateshwar Rao, Architect, Engineer Anchuri, KVL sir, esteemed speakers, international and national, senior member, past president, Naik sir is there, Professor Mahesh Tandon sir, Kalgal sir, Vinay sir, stalwarts of the industry, students, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I thank our Dr. Venkateshwar Rao for accepting our request to host the ACECON at the Hyderabad. He is the Bahubali of the ICA Hyderabad Center. Thank you, Venkat sir. It gives me immense pleasure to speak before the gathering of the experts at the ACECON in the vibrant city of the Hyderabad. This distinguished gathering underscores the pivotal role of concrete in shaping a sustainable and economically viable social environment. Concrete is not just a building material. It is the fundamental of our modern civilization. Its significance in our daily lives is immense, yet it presents us with the formidable challenges. This symposium is a testament of our collective commitment to the advancing knowledge and innovation in the field of concrete. Concrete, as a fundamental building material, plays a pivotal role in shaping the infrastructure and development of the world. The symposium serves as a platform for experts, researchers, and industry leaders to shape their insights. It is a unique opportunity for all of us to collaborate, learn from each other, and collectively contribute to the progress of concrete technology. India is sufficiently developed to accept, adapt, and transfer state-of-the-art technology in concrete and related fields internationally. On behalf of Indian Concrete Institute, we are extremely thankful to the able support and participation from ACF, ASTM and RILM. First time in the history of 43 years of ICI, ASTM has joined hands with ICI for this event. The concrete provides us with an incredible opportunity to engage with international delegates from all over the world, as well as to reinforce our international partnership agreement. This relationship encourages collaboration and cooperation between our organization for the purpose of improving concrete construction practices by sharing knowledge and expertise. We share a common vision of wanting to see excellence in concrete. Honorable Shri Nitinji Gadkari, Cabinet Minister, North Government of India. He is from my native place. He has conveyed his best wishes for the program. Due to Parliament session and the local council elections, he could not make it happen to attend this program. He has also mentioned in his views that the construction and infrastructure sector plays a pivotal role in accelerating economic growth and ensuring sustainable development. He always emphasizes on the innovation, advancement, durability, sustainability, and quality in construction. I am sure with his vision, Indian Concrete Institute will be able to supplement his technical and strategic effort to the national mainstream of the sustainability initiative of the MORT. Reduction in net CO2 liberated in concrete construction is under the scanner of all over the world to make net zero or a negative concrete construction in totality. And I am sure deliberation happens from 8th to 10th of the December, next 3 days of ACECON will help decision makers, consultant, practitioner and contractor to think more from the net zero point of view. Friends, remember this conference organized mainly by expert professionals who wish to give back sustainability to the world. It is a technical extravaganza like no other, a knowledge bonus in the season of conferences, seminars, and roundtables. Do not miss a single presentation. Believe me, there are a lot of takeaways from everyone. This conference will be an energizing experience that will move our community forward together. Congratulations to all of you, and my best wishes to all of you for the successful and memorable conference. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Engineer Manoj Kavarkarji. In fact, we had a very distinguished guest of honor who was supposed to join us, but for reasons beyond his control, and you know the present aviation crisis, he could not be with us today. But he has been generous enough to send his address to us. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we have one of the most distinguished scholars in the industry, and he is none other than the Director of CSIR, CBRA Roorkee, Dr. Pradeep Ramancharlaji, who is going to address us virtually. Dr. Pradeep Ramancharlaji's address, please. AV desk. Can you please...
And colleagues, it is a privilege to join you at the inauguration of the ACECON 2025. The theme of this conference reflects the urgent need for innovation in concrete and construction materials. As we move towards smarter cities, resilient infrastructure, and sustainable development, new ideas, research breakthroughs, and industry-academia collaborations become essential. This forum provides exactly that platform. As you know, India's economy is booming, and today's India is walking shoulder to shoulder with the giants in the world. India has already made great stride, and over the next 2 days, we will explore cutting-edge advancements, materials that heal, technologies that sense, processes that reduce carbon footprint, and confident that the knowledge shared here will contribute meaningfully to the national progress and global best practices. I congratulate the Indian Concrete Institute, Hyderabad Center, and the ACECON 2025 organizing team for bringing together such an eminent gathering. With great pleasure, I wish all participants insightful deliberations and a memorable experience at Hyderabad. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you. Thanks to Dr. Pradeep Ramancharlaji for that very insightful address. And today we have with us at another distinguished professional in Professor Kaijun Shi. He is from the Yunnan University, China, and is a leading researcher in civil and materials engineering, and is currently serving as the chair professor at the Yunnan University, and is also the president of the Asian Concrete Federation. His primary research focuses on cement-based materials, including composite materials, concrete, and the utilization of industrial byproducts and waste materials. Dr. Shi is a highly cited researcher, having published numerous papers and several books, and holds multiple patents for his work on sustainable and high-performance materials. Professor Shi is the president of the Asian Concrete Federation, as I mentioned, and he is the chair professor of the College of Civil Engineering at the Yunnan University, and also the president of the China Building Materials Academy. He is the editor-in-chief as well of the Journal of Sustainable Cement-Based Materials, and serves on the editorial boards of several other prestigious journals, such as the Cement and Concrete Research and Cement and Concrete Composites. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to hear Professor Kaijun Shi.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody, and it's my great honor to be invited to attend this conference. Well, actually, this is my 8th time attending conference in India. And my first time dates back to 1992, when I was a PhD student in Calgary, and attending the international conference on the chemistry, chemistry. And well, I also would like to congratulate India again to organize second time the International Congress on the Chemistry of Cement in 2027. And well, I have been sitting on the steering committee of International Congress on the Chemistry of Cement, and I noticed India bid it for 3 times continuously for the the conference. And so, well, the last time they competed is Switzerland. And, but I said, well, India organized in 1992, it changes a lot. And well, China has gone through 30 years of fast construction, and now it's going down, but India is going up. I think it's the right place to have the, another international congress on the chemistry of cement. Well, actually, so far, India is the only country organizing, the Congress twice. And so, yeah, let's congratulate. As the current president of Asia Concrete Federation, and India, ICI, is one of the 3 major founding associations of ACF, JCI, KCI, and ICI. And so during past 20 years, India, ICI, and also other people have made a significant contribution to the ACF. And actually tomorrow I will talk more detail about ACF and during my presentation. But on the other hand, I have restructured ACF very systematically. And before it was focused on the Asia Model Code, but now I restructured as it's between ACI and RALM. And while ACI is more like kind of specification, development organization, and RALM, they do some recommendations or guidelines, but seems more committees works on state-of-art report. I think Asian countries are developing very, very fast. I think we really needed to work together, learn from each other, and so we decided at the moment we will be mainly focused on the development of guideline recommendations, standard methods of emerging construction materials, technologies, and other techniques. Because during past 30, 40 years, and civil engineering is developing very fast in the Asian countries, not really in America or not really in Europe. And well, tomorrow I will show you the number, because Asian Pacific region produces and consumes about 80% of cement and concrete of the world. Yeah. So, yeah. Well, the other thing is during past 10 years, I have been, coming to India almost every year, except during the COVID time period. But I noticed India has been developing very fast. And even although I arrived at 2 o'clock morning today, and when I was coming from an airport to the hotel, and also this morning from another hotel to here, I noticed this city is very beautiful. And, it also has been changed a lot. And well, actually, when I look at the changes in China, I would like to give some suggestion, maybe helpful for you guys. And in China, the Chinese government invests a lot to the lab infrastructure. That's one thing. The other thing is, for those major infrastructure projects, government mandatory require 2% of the budget go to research and use of new technology or materials. I think this really, really help the civil engineering, from research to new technology and applications. And I also, I'm the editing chief of a journal and sitting on the editorial board member or editorial board of CCR, CCC, CBM, and several other journals. I receive or review a lot of manuscripts from India. But I also see, lots of improvements and also changes in their research. But on the other hand, in many cases, it seems a lot of research, they do not have good research facility. And I think, if you request the government to invest more and help set up research, I think that's very critical, for the development of new technology or even, some new. Okay, so I wish a very successful conference, and so I will, give the presentation tomorrow. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kaizen Shi. In this world of AI and VR, we are always bombarded with some fantastic projects on WhatsApp, which made us really believe whether they are real or not. But with your address, we are sure that now it is apparently becoming clear they are indeed fact and not fiction. Thank you for that address, Professor Kaizen Shi. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have with us a very distinguished guest of honor. You need to really understand the background and the arduous work that he has put in this profession and in the industry to see the sterling heights he has reached. Dr. L.P. Singh is the Director General of NCB India. He is the Fellow of the Royal Society of Chemistry, FRSC. Dr. Singh earned his PhD in 1996 in Physical Chemistry from the University of Roorkee, which is now known as IIT Roorkee. For his exemplary contribution in research and development, he was awarded with not one, but two of the most prestigious awards. The first Khosla Research Award, a gold medal, and the second Khosla Research Award, a silver medal. Dr. Singh was the Center of Excellence Fellow at the National Institute of Materials. Thank you, sir. The secret of the pudding lies in eating it. Over to you, Dr. Singh.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I only gave the same document to him, so he was just reading the same. Good morning, everyone. Dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries of the dais. I want to start where Professor Kaizen Shi left. I met Kaizen Shi in ICCC in Bangkok. And before India got ICCC, I was discussing with Professor Shi that India and China together produce 60% of the world cement. So we should change the world order. And I said, research
we should demonstrate either in India or in China. You have already developed, we are on a development path. So ICCC 2027, please help us. And it is, I can say now that it is because of Professor Kaijin Shi that India goes ICCC and we will be hosting in 2027. And Professor Kaijin has already promised that he will come along with 250 Chinese delegates. Sir, you are promising here at the dais, right? And I have assured that there will not be any problem in regard to communication, stay, travel, logistic, and everything. This is what is the promise from India side. So I will not take much time. So I will be just speaking about some of the things that basically align with the theme of this conference, that is ACECON 2025. So from government side, as we are moving through 2025, India's construction sector is witnessing one of the most remarkable and transformative phases in its history, with visionary nationally initiatives such as PM Gati Shakti, National Infrastructure Pipeline, Smart Cities, Bharatmala, Sagarmala, Housing for All, Amrit, Jal Jeevan Mission, dedicated freight corridors, inland waterways, renewable energy corridors, defense and strategic infrastructure, high-speed mobility systems, including metros and bullet trains. India is emerging as the second largest construction market in the world. These investments reflect a national vision aligned with Viksit Bharat for 2047, where infrastructure excellence fuels the economic growth, regional connectivity, and the social well-being. Concrete continues to be the backbone of this national transformation. However, the sector stands at a crossroads. It is confronted with urgent challenges such as reducing carbon emissions, conserving natural resources, ensuring climate resilience, managing industrial and C&D waste, enhancing construction speed and quality, and embracing with digitalization, automation, and AI. India has committed to be net zero, and as we work basically for cement sector, cement alone cannot be net zero, therefore, but concrete can be net zero. With the help of concrete technologies, we can make overall sector cement and concrete as net zero. Basically, the future demands materials with significantly lower carbon footprint and extended service life, performance-based standards instead of perspective control, waste converted into engineered resources, structure designed for climate vulnerabilities, and construction ecosystem driven by sensors, automation, and intelligent decision systems. Most of all, the future engineers and scientists empowered with advanced skills and multidisciplinary collaborations. In this national journey, our institute, National Council for Cement and Building Material, that we call it as NCB, has played a central role in terms of scientific and technical leadership. Through extensive research experimentation, industrial trials, and policy engagement, NCB has contributed significantly to the modernization and upgradation of several national standards, including IS 456, IS 383, IS 516, IS 1199, IS 9103, and IS 2386. By enabling the transition to global performance-based practices with Eurocode 2 and ACI 318 and FIB Model Code. Among the notable contributions is the pioneering research in alternative aggregates derived from industrial byproduct and C&D waste, which enabled the historic revision of IS 383, permitting the use of slag, aggregate, and other waste materials. The NCB has also contributed significantly to the low-carbon cementitious systems such as Portland limestone cement, high-volume fly ash cement, slag composites, and limestone fly ash-based binders. And this, by doing this, we have achieved 30 to 60% reduction in carbon emissions, which is essential for the commitment that India has made to become net zero by 2070. The standardization of ultrafine fly ash and ultrafine GGBS has strengthened India's capacity for high-performance concrete without dependence on imported silica fume. NCB's contribution to the revision of IS 456 introduced UHPC, new stress strain models for high-strength concrete, improved creep predictions and durability-based limit stage design using fixed modeling for carbonation and chloride ingress, and thus making India's transition from strategic-centric to service life-centric engineering. NCB has advanced in next-generation concrete technologies, including 3D printable concrete, geopolymer concrete, sintered fly ash lightweight concrete, roller compacted concrete, and controlled low-strength materials. A full-scale geopolymer reinforced concrete structure demonstrated by NCB has proved industry's confidence for adoption and supported standardization under IS 17452. The modernization of IS 1199 and IS 516 into multiple standards now includes essential durability tests such as permeability, resistivity, oxygen diffusion, and carbonation depth, and thus is strengthening the quality assurance and performance-based designs. Ladies and gentlemen, the path ahead is very clear and fascinating, and we need to resonate with it. Our mission must be to establish India as global leader in sustainable, intelligent, and future-ready construction, where every bridge, highway, metro, dam, or any other structure reflects the science and innovation with environmental responsibility. To achieve this vision, we must accelerate performance-based standardization, large-scale pilot demonstrations, AI-enabled construction, advanced testing and certification system, and innovation-supportive regulatory framework. And to the young engineers and research scholars and who are the future leaders present over here, you will be the torch bearers for this transformation in next 25, 30, or up to 50 years. The nation needs your curiosity, critical thinking, and creativity. New standards, new materials, and technologies require new capabilities. I urge you to invest deeply in learning, training, and research. Please do not be afraid to do experiments, to question, or to innovate. You are not merely graduates or employees. You are the architects of India's infrastructure. And the world looks at India for solution. Let this be the generation that transforms laboratories into landmarks and ideas into national assets. I congratulate the organizers of ACECON 2025 for creating such a meaningful and globally relevant platform, and I am confident that the discussions held here will shape a strong leadership roadmap for resilient, sustainable, and technologically advanced future. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Namaskar.
Thank you, Dr. L.P. Singh. May I request the President of the Indian Concrete Institute to please address the gathering. Dr. V. Ramchandra.
Thank you, Girish. The dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. I will not take much time. All of you know that concrete is a different material as well as an indifferent material. And we have here very distinguished speakers who would speak on this today, tomorrow, and the day after. I only have a request to them, and I request and encourage the presenters, the speakers. There are speakers from the academic institutions, researchers, young engineers, there are policymakers, there are industry leaders also. My request to industry leaders is to invest in pilot projects and share the performance data openly so that whatever the infrastructure that is being built up, it will lead to successful solutions. My request to researchers is to focus on what is called as translational research, so that whatever is done research done in the laboratories can be transformed or translated into the field, and a work that they do focuses on constructability, cost, performance, and standards compliance. I'm sure standard compliance and constructability they are taking care of, but then cost and performance also needs to be added to that. There are a lot of young engineers here and students. My request to them is to go in for interdisciplinary learning, and they can, being youngsters, they can definitely bring fresh perspective to long-standing problems. There are at least a few policy makers and regulators, that includes BIS and NCB, which is represented by Dr. L.P. Singh, in their presentations to create incentives and bring in changes, whatever changes that are happening in the field, as quickly as possible, bring them to the courts. And of course, I have an agenda for ICI, also Indian Concrete Institute also, to recognize the changes that are going on in the field as well as in the research, recognize them and reward this low carbon as well as durable construction. As Dr. L.P. Singh has already mentioned, the next focus thing that is coming up is IS 456, and Indian Concrete Institute will be organizing several workshops. One is to understand, or even before that, I am sure all of you know that IS 456 is now released for wide circulation and for the comments from every one of you. Therefore, going through the draft and commenting is one, and ICI would provide platforms for that in different places. With this, I wish all of you a very pleasant stay and a very productive conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. V. Ramchandra, sir. In fact, the entire industry is waiting with bated breaths to get on speed with the new revisions of the IS 456, and it is very heartening to know that Indian Concrete Institute will be playing a pivotal role in disseminating the various developments and progress that has happened on the latest revisions of 456-2000. So ladies and gentlemen, please be glued to the website of Indian Concrete Institute so that you get to know when there's wide information exchange on IS 456-2000 revision takes place, and you'll be invited for that. Please be a participant. Today, most of the distinguished delegates have been able to reach this venue in total comfort, safely, and with all the energies that you had when you set out of your house. And for this, we should thank and convey a gratitude to one great entity, that is the Andhra Metro. And ladies and gentlemen, today, we have the man who represents the Andhra Metro as our distinguished chief guest, Shri Sahadeva Singh Ji, who is the Director Projects and Planning of Andhra Metro Rail Corporation. A very brief and a swift introduction. Engineer Sahadeva Singh Ji is a graduate in civil engineering from IIT Roorkee. He passed out in 1981, and he post-graduated from IIT Delhi in 1983, both with honors. Currently, he is the Director of Projects and Planning at Andhra Pradesh Metro Rail Corporation, and his 43 plus years of stint in the profession and experience which he continues to serve. He served as the Director of Projects at Gujarat Metro and the Executive Director and Chief Project Manager at the Delhi Metro Rail Corporation. And during last 18 years, he was instrumental in successfully planning, designing, and executing some of the most complex civil engineering, elevated and underground concrete structures for these challenging metro rail projects at Delhi, Ahmedabad, Gandhinagar, Surat, and Mumbai. During his previous 28 years of professional career as an officer with the Ministry of Defense and the NHPC, he was responsible for planning, designing, quality control of civil structures in varied and challenging environmental geographies like the Northeast region, the Jammu and Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh, Rajasthan, Kochi, Delhi, Punjab, and the Uttar Pradesh. He also served as the nominated member on concrete related to BIS committees. He also authored the handbook on concrete mixes with mixed design software in the year 2007, and contributed technical papers in various national and international technical seminars and publications on the subject of concrete technology, earthquake safety, and project management. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome the chief guest of this event, Sri Saradev Singh Ji. Sir, over to you for your address. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. And with the permission of all the experts on the dais, I will share my views on the subject. Now, the theme of the conference could not have been more relevant because it encompasses everything. It talks of the net zero. It talks of the reduction of the carbon footprints. It talks of the AI utilization, durability, pre-stressed concrete, precast concrete, and everything else related with the concrete. So concrete has been very dear to me because I faced the challenge in one of my first project of making a LCN 30 runway for the Air Force. And at that time, IS 456 1978 was operative. IS 456/78 has a beautiful clause on the acceptance of concrete, which was subsequently changed. Not for good, because initially the IS 456 and 64 provided this is the benchmark for acceptance of concrete and this is the benchmark for rejection of concrete, and there was a space in between, which was the discretion of engineer to accept it if it still serves the intended purpose or fail it. And so in that case, you need not pay to the contractor, but you can accept the concrete because it is middle of the column. It is one part of the runway slab. It is not the whole slab. So runway can still be used and classified instead of 50 years usage for 40 years usage. So that this is how then many times these codes have been changed of the concrete, 10262. And I have been observing these concrete earthquake codes very closely. Now coming to the, the concrete, I will have a little critical view also. Because there are two things. One thing, we innovate, we keep innovating. Another thing is putting on ground. Now we are doing lot of work. And presently our cement production is in the range of 450 million tons. China is 4.5 times more, and we have a long way to catch. Maybe before we catch, we will be already developed, and that scale of perhaps is not required because that is a totally different development model. Now 450 million tons of the cement, out of which almost 50% is used in production of concrete, and that actually translates into 600 million cubic meter of concrete. Now, if I use the, I was coming to the carbon footprints. In carbon footprints, in a typical concrete, 200 to 350, 200 to 400, depending upon grade of concrete, kg per cubic meter is the carbon footprints. Now, because you have to add 1 to 3% of the steel, higher the grade of concrete, higher the percent of steel you will like to put into it. So that also is around 60% of this. So carbon footprint of cement is almost same as of the steel we use in the RCC constructions. So to make use, to reduce the footprint, we have to first use the higher grade concrete, and then so that we can consume more steel and the member can take both the kind of forces, reversal of stresses in an efficient manner. Now, I keep a little track of the academia doing the work on this field. The many research papers in the academics indicate that we can have up to 25 to 50% saving if we efficiently design a column or a beam and things like that. But in reality, no beam and column is being designed in isolation. It is an structure, whether a bridge or a frame structure, multi-story building. And the only way to make a system very efficient, technically as well as economical, is to have an average stress level throughout the structure. So whatever projects I have done, I have been all through in the projects only. So the best way to reduce the carbon footprint is analyze the structure, see the average stress level throughout the space of the structure, and that will give you the most efficient design. Then use wherever higher grade is suitable, use higher grade, and look at the lack of, eliminate the sharp edges, eliminate the sharp changes in the sections, so the stress level is uniform. So these measures, along with the usage of fly ash as well as the slag itself, can reduce around 25%. Now that option is already available, it is already the part of the codes, and people are using it. It's not that people are not using, but sometimes they fail. Like CPWD has to issue the instruction that we will not use in bridges and the structural system fly ash concrete. Though we say fly ash is good, but the question is of uniformity of the fly ash. And now in India, fly ash is not having any calcium oxide. So it is not cementitious by nature, it is only pozzolanic, and it has only long-term increase in strength and not in the short term in 28 days, 56 days. So whenever you add the fly ash in the field, actually the strength goes down. And that has been a big hindrance in using the fly ash, and a little research and the transparency in research is required so that people know use of fly ash is not to increase the strength, use of fly ash is for the in those elements which are not getting the load immediately. Long-term strength will be good, but short-term strength remains a challenge. And then by reducing water, you get a little better workability. Now in everything, workability is not important, because you are as it is getting it by the good quantity, good quality of admixtures. So these are the challenges. To reduce the carbon footprint by usage of slag is best suited for Indian conditions. Wherever in Delhi Metro, in Gujarat, we have used slag up to 40%. And it gives a very good strength parameter. Now, coming to this savings, now say if we are able to use even 15% we are able to save in the concrete consumption, then it translates to 60,000 crores. Now, we will not be able to do that because 60% of the cement used in housing, and housing is an unorganized sector. People make houses, more buildings are made by the small contractors and not reputed builders, so that is it. So the quantity of cement which is used in infrastructure project, which is controlled mostly by expert and the good designers, is only 25 to 30%. So even in that, it is very easy to impact 15,000, 20,000 savings per year. And 15,000 will make 60 kilometers of the metro. So that is not a small saving. I don't say the saving is not happening. People are using, it is happening, but there are challenges because of one reason, and in which I will suggest ICI to take a lead. It is the best suited institution. And the challenge is we have good engineers, we do good designs. There are very good plants, very good companies who are making RMC, no problem. The question comes in placing the concrete. Now concrete is a material which is, its entire properties will depend in that 1 hour. When it is being placed, when it is being compacted. Whether the cover is perfect or cover is not perfect, its durability will be affected. Whether vibrator it is getting over vibrated or under vibrated. Now that affects. Now in that, today, contractors are mostly using unskilled people because there are no skilled people available. Workers are doing. Earlier masons were there. Now in concreting, even masons are not there because it is being pumped and put directly, and only the laborers are there. Now they don't understand what is the excess vibration. They don't understand what is the dia of the needle to be placed when the reinforcement is only 15 centimeter apart. They will still put 3 inch, 2 inch. So the concrete will bleed. And that is generally the cause of failures. Many bridges also, entire bridge is good. Its transfer of load mechanism fails, pre-stresses fails. So those things, the training of the people like ITI, that is very, very important. That trade has gone missing from the concrete production. So that is one challenge. Now, coming to this, like say, we have 60% consumption is in urban areas only. And our only 40% consumption is in rural areas. And cement, concrete का carbon footprint है, it depends 96% on the cement production. So saving cement is very, very important. And cement can be saved. Now, one of my idea to youngsters is, because many youngsters are also there, what is actually a concrete? You have a rock strength is 400 to 600 MPa, you break it down, make an aggregate, and then you are struggling to make M40, M60, 10% of it. That is concrete. Now, so this rejoining the aggregate is actually not as simple as we plan. It has to be very, first dust should not be there, it should be properly washed so that those materials are gone out of it. Then there should be a uniform grading of material. The minimum surface area should be achieved in the aggregate combination. And then entire pores which is left within sand should be filled by cement, and entire voids which is left within cement should be filled by the silica. And you can achieve 100. In Delhi Metro, like I said, I got the opportunity to construct the deepest tunnel in the India. I also got the opportunity in Kerala to make the deepest underwater tank in the India. And I worked in the minus 40 degree in valley, and I also worked in the northeast where heavy rains are there. The durability of concrete is very important, and it is only in the hand of engineer it can be easily achieved. So with this care, and AI tool, if it is developed, AI tool is very good for concrete. Now, as our earlier speaker has said, the data is not shared transparently. That is true. If you search on AI on the net, any Grok you search ChatGPT, you will get wrong data, because nobody is putting. The reason is, actually there are problems. That is why it fails. Whenever Jamrudpur in Delhi Metro fell down and 8 people died, we sent the data to IIT Delhi. Even in the neutral axis, the strength was coming M25. I was the inquiry officer. Now, at neutral axis, why the strength should change, even after it is broken? It should be reasonably okay. So it means it was not properly compacted, and it failed. Now, a 1 meter thick section, 1.5 meter thick section, it is in that worker's hand. His role is very, very key. So this is one part of it. AI is very important. Then durability. Now, in durability, in reality, our structure 30 years, 35 years, they keep falling, and it is just a care at the lowest level. The entire load transfer mechanism is happening by 25 centimeter of cover. Only 25 centimeter of cover. If 25 is made 0, then beam will come down. So the quality of that 25 centimeter is very important. So that is again in the hand of worker. So we need to train our worker. Our engineers and experts are obviously very, very smart. There is not an issue. And then my last suggestion regarding the durability is that we need to revisit our codes. There are many errors in IS 456, though it is under revision. I don't know how smart it will come. In the IS 456 2000, even nominal cover definition is wrong. So we generally, like in Metro, we follow Eurocode only. The age definition is not there. In IS 456, age definition is no. You can't design for 200 year, 150 year, age calculation is not there only. So that corrections needs to be done. Similar is the case with the acceptance of concrete. Acceptance of concrete provisions are also little tricky. It is a very, very narrow band to accept it, and that many times poses a challenge. A mixed design comes, which site pay it fails, and then people are scared to put the data. So that's why data is not available. And similarly, admixture quality. Admixture in our context needs lot of work yet. The admixtures are not coming with trademark. There is no patented product. They are tailor-made. And the tailor-made products are not good. The company comes, they will tailor-made a product for your mix design, and then tomorrow there is no guarantee same product is coming, because it is not a product on shop. The next time again somebody else will make. He will mix 3 chemicals and give you the admixture. So these are the challenges with concrete. And if we can sort out the present challenges only, we can easily save 25 to 30% of it. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, sir, for that very pertinent address. More than, I think, the address, it was those vital tidbits of information that you shared with us. We are really full of gratitude. And we will also assure you that we'll be sharp enough to avoid sharp edges so that we reduce just not stress in the concrete but also stress within ourselves. And going forward today, across the nation, when we see the gigantic strides that our country, Bharat, is making under the erudite leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, one very prominent name comes up, and that is none other than our Cabinet Minister, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, the Minister for Road Transport and Highways. In fact, the Minister has been very generous to send us a message, and to do the honors of reading out the message, may I request Dr. S.P. Anchuri to read out the message from Shri Nitin Gadkari ji.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, concrete lovers, first of all, namaskar. Before I read this, exactly about 12 years back, we had Innovative World of Concrete here in Hyderabad. Many of us, we witnessed. At that time, sir, Singh sir, we were about to divide. You know, Telangana hesitation movement was there, and we could get it. And as we thought, we both states should develop. And why I'm taking this is because outside, Telangana Rising, where 1,000 plus people and 500 people, and major companies there in Hyderabad outside, we are having that program going on, and we are together. Just imagine the chief guest of our program is Andhra Pradesh Metro chief. So that is the integrity what we are thinking. And then to add on that, it's my pleasure and honor to read the message sent by Mr. Nitin Gadkari ji, who is the Minister for Road Transport and Highways, the Government of India. The message goes like this, and I read. And this message received to Sri Manoj Kavalkar, our President-elect, Indian Concrete Institute. I am pleased to extend my warm greetings to the Indian Concrete Institute, ICI, Hyderabad Center on the occasion of the 6th Asian Conference on Ecstasy in Concrete, ACECON 2025, being held from 8th to 10th December 2025. The construction and infrastructure sectors play a pivotal role in accelerating economic growth and the ensuring sustainable development. The theme of this conference is both timely and relevant, as achievements in concrete technology, material innovations, durability, safety, and environmental responsibility are crucial to shaping the future of modern infrastructure. ACECON 2025 provides an excellent platform for engineers, researchers, industry leaders, policymakers, and academicians to exchange ideas, share best practices, and explore emerging technologies. Such collaborative dialogues are vital for enhancing quality standards. Strengthening collaborative dialogues are vital for enhancing the quality standards, strengthening technical capabilities, and driving innovations across the infrastructure ecosystem. My compliments to the organizers and participants, and I wish ACECON 2025 grand success. With regards, Nitin Gadkari ji. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anchuri. Now may I request the distinguished delegates and dignitaries on the dais to please join in the release of the souvenir of ACECON 2025. Now for the photo op, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for a loud applause. In fact, each one of you in your delegate kit can find this souvenir. Please go through it and give us your feedback on that. Thank you. Thank you, sirs. In fact, today's event could not have happened because of tremendous support of each and every one of you, from the industry, from the academia, from the government, from the private sector. And therefore, to convey our deep gratitude and thanks, may I request Dr. Venkateshwar Rao to please do the honors by facilitating our chief guest. May I request Sri Sardeva Singh ji to please step forward, sir, to please accept our facilitation. Onto the center stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together once again. Clapping is good for all. Thank you so very much. Thank you, sir. May I request Dr. L.P. Singh, sir, to please step forward, our guest of honor, to be honored on behalf of the Indian Concrete Institute. Thank you, sir. May I request Dr. V. Ramchandra, sir, to please step forward for receiving our gratitude on behalf of ICI Hyderabad. Thank you, sir. May I request the President-elect, Engineer Manoj Kavarkar ji, to please step forward for the honor. Thank you, Engineer Manoj ji. May I request our Secretary General of the Indian Concrete Institute, Engineer Radhakrishnan, to please accept our token of gratitude. Thank you. And now we have our guest from our neighboring state. Yeah. May I request Professor Shi to please accept our token of gratitude for coming all the way and sharing your erudite views. Professor Shi. Thank you, sir, for coming all the way. Now may I request Professor K.V.L. Subramaniam sir Garu to please accept our token of gratitude. No. Thank you, sir. Thank you for all your efforts. May I request Dr. Nagendra, the Vice President South, to please accept our gratitude. Dr. Nagendra, sir. Thank you, sir, for your ardent advice always and support in all the events that happens in the south of India. Thank you. Thanks to the esteemed dignitaries. May I request you to please take your seat on the dais. Now, may I request Professor Dr. Kantarao Garu to deliver the vote of thanks. Okay. Yes, we have put in a lot of efforts to conduct this, and as you all know today, to conduct such event, we require substantial financial support and also infrastructure support. We are deeply indebted to all our sponsors and support organizations for doing this. May I request one of our very key participants and platinum sponsor, representatives of ARS Steel, to please come onto the stage to receive a token of gratitude from us for all the support and sponsorship as platinum sponsor. ARS Steel. May I request the chief guest, Dr. Singh sir, to please do the honors on behalf of ACECON 2025. Please come out to the center stage. Thank you, ARS Steel, for all your support. I think we have a tea break after this, and Chai Pe Charcha will further strengthen the bond, sir. We request you to join us on that. And then we have yet another platinum sponsor. Our deep gratitude and thanks to the team from Bangur and Sri Cements. May I request the representatives to please join us on the stage to receive our honors. Thanks to Bangur and Sri Cement, sir. Our deep gratitude and thanks to you and your team, and we look forward to your continued patronage on every event of ICI. Now may I request the organizing secretary of ACECON 2025, Dr. Kantarao Garu, to please deliver the vote of thanks.
Now, shall I say good afternoon? Sorry for my bad throat. I will be very brief. I convey my profound thanks to all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais for gracing this occasion and making it a grand success inaugural function, and of all the delegates, sponsors who came from all over the country, and also the speakers who came from abroad as well as from India, different parts of India. They have all come here to make it a success. I convey my profound thanks to all of them, and I convey my thanks to our chairman sir, Dr. Venkateswar Rao, who imposed faith on me and giving me this responsibility. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you once again to all of you. So now we'll break for a cup of tea. Then we'll convene at 12:20 for the first plenary session. Thank you so much.
Sir, Kantaraji, with your permission, I will take 1 minute. Sir, actually, we wanted to share our efforts for the success of ACECON 2025. In fact, Kantarao sir, his health is also not good, and my health is also not good. Some people, they commented how these people can do. The secret of success is because of you people. Number one, delegates. Number two, sponsors. Really, we got a number of phone calls from different places. Thanks to all the delegates and scholars. And one more thing, when we met first time Sumit Bhatia in Chennai is in his office, he told us, still I remember Bhatia, Venkatji and Manojji and Vinay Gupta ji, I am with you. Any event you do, I am with you, like that. He told us many times and he has encouraged us. Give him a big clap to him. He's a platinum sponsor. See, Bhatia Saab, because of you people only, these professional bodies can do number of events. And then number of delegates can share the knowledge. So definitely you people must be with us. Thank you so much. Similarly, Sri Cement, when we met Nitin Sharma ji, he also told us, he also assured us, whatever help you want, we are with you, Venkat and Manoj Bhai, like that he told. And definitely we should not forget them. And thank you, Bangur Cement people, Roshan and his team, and really, thanks sir. And there are three people behind this, behind our efforts. One is Vinay Gupta ji. Whenever I call, sir, I want your support, then he used to come to Hyderabad and used to travel many places. Sir, Vinay Gupta ji, really thank you very much, sir. Because without his efforts, we cannot get. And similarly, Manoj Kavalkar, he is like my younger brother. ICA made him as my younger brother. And he is also president-elect. Thank you, my dear younger brother, Manoj. And I love you. Thank you. So Manoj ji, Vinay Gupta ji, and the Secretary General also from headquarters, as a headquarter team, they also supported whenever we want information. Sir used it to share, and President Ramachandra ji, and Technical Committee Chairman, Professor KVL Subramanian ji, he took part of this inviting papers and doing so many exercises for eliminating and all. Thanks to Professor KVL Subramanian and his team from IIT, and my office bearers, Engineer Niharika, Dr. Kantarao, Dr. Gangaram, Architect Raju, all Hyderabad team, and all headquarters team, and all center chairmen, and all VPs. We used to have conference calls to encourage the delegates registration and all. All VPs also, they supported us like anything, including our president. Thank you, thanks. All the members who came forward here. Of course, few people they could not come because of this indigo problem. Although they were not here, but we shared the link, and they are watching and they are sending their messages and their comments. And thank you, one and all. Love you. Namaskar.
Please be seated. We have a few very important announcements. In your delegate kit, there is a coupon, a delegate coupon, where we request you to please tear off and put it in the jar here. This is for the lucky delegate. After every session, we'll be picking out a draw, and let's see who is that lucky delegate. This entire ACECON event is organized in such a way that we have plenary sessions and also split sections across 3 different halls. This hall is called as the Koinur Hall, which will be one of the halls where the sessions continuously go on, and this is the hall where the plenary sessions happen. And after the plenary sessions, we'll break out into 2 other halls and this hall as well. So depending on the topic of interest, you can please go to either Evoke or the Synergy Hall. Synergy Hall is in the first floor and Evoke is in the ground floor, and please join us there. And during the course of this particular event, if you require any assistance, we have volunteers all around. Please feel free to keep in touch with us and tell us what service we can be of you. Most importantly, after the event, also we request you to please be in touch with us, write to us, share your feedback as well as suggestions with us. We'll be full of gratitude to all of you on that. The next session will be inaugural session, which will be the exhibition. We request you to please exit from the door to your left and go on to the corridor, where we'll do the inauguration of the exhibition stalls very quickly and come back to have our tea and coffee. that is in the next 20 minutes. And after that, we will start the plenary session back in this hall. Now may I request you all to please raise for our national anthem. अधिनायक जय हे
भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
जय हिंद, बोलो भारत माता की धन्यवाद. Please join us for the inauguration of the exhibition stalls. Thank you. 12:30. Yeah. We will start the plenary at 12:30, please, in this hall. 12:30 p.m. the plenary session will start. Thank you. The delegate kits will be provided to you immediately after lunch. Thank you.
thank you for coming to this first session, the plenary session. It's a very important session. I'm very excited to have three wonderful speakers. My name is Ravindra Gettu. I am from IIT Madras. No, I have not retired. This is the first thing people ask me. It reminds me of when I met Professor Adam Neville in one conference in '93. And he said, I am Adam Neville, and contrary to public opinion, I am not dead. Anyway, so we'll get started. First speaker is the amazing Professor Surendra P. Shah, from Emeritus from Northwestern University and University of Texas Arlington, distinguished professor there. I'm not going to spend a lot of time introducing him. You can leave. So he's going to talk about functionalized materials for carbon-conscious concrete, and I'm sure that you will have a wonderful lecture. Suru, can I have you on the stage? Yeah. Do you want a presenter, or they will pass the slides?
Where they come?
This slide presenter? Slide change.
Okay, can everybody hear me? All right, good morning. I'm so glad that people were able to make it despite the problem of air travel. I know, and many of you know, there is also a global summit taking place in Hyderabad. And in global summit, has about 155 global participants. Now here we call it a Global Concrete Summit, and we have 500 participants. So we are doing better than that. And the title of this conference, and I want to thank the sponsor of the conference, Indian Concrete Institute, as well as a lot of support from IIT Hyderabad. The title is What's the Future in Concrete? So I hope I can talk about some aspect of that, especially what we can do to reduce the carbon footprint of concrete. So if you look at this slide, if you look at the right, what is the global warming potential of various materials, and you can see that cement-based material is considerably lower warming GWP than other material. But then if you look at the left, we use a large amount of this material. Building material consumes a large quantity if you look at the left. And so this is why we are concerned about what we can do to reduce global warming potential. Another very, so what I'm going to talk about, how can we use functional material, and in fact, I should really call it multifunctional materials, that is materials that we can incorporate in concrete which achieve more than one function, and obviously we have one of the function is reducing global warming potential. And so what they can do, I listed is here, and some of the aspect I will talk about some of the functional or multifunctional material. I will talk about, but another issue I want you to bring your mind is we have a big problem with waste material. So here I have shown, I took it from an article in New York Times, the mass on the earth of various material. And look at where the human beings are. mass of the human being at the bottom, and look at where is the mass of waste, concrete and construction material. So I think that future is certainly how can we reduce the waste, how can we make waste into beneficial material. And that is one of the issues that we must deal with the future. So let me talk about some of the so-called multifunctional material. And I give you some example, one now and one later, of nanosilica. We know that one of the waste material certainly is the demolished concrete, and that comes from certainly natural forces such as hurricane and tsunami and man-made, and we often can crush this concrete and then use it as what we call recycle aggregate. And several people are working, and one issue I'm not working, but the IIT Madras group is working. Are there more efficient way of crushing? So when you crush it, more cement comes out. And I'm not going to talk about it. But then when you have a recycle aggregate, and if you want to replace that with natural aggregate, one issue is that you have this thin layer of cement mortar. And we know more or less how to deal with strength issue of recycled aggregate when they are replaced with natural. But the durability issues are still a big problem, and workability. So several people are working. Oops, I missed one slide. Oh no, back is here. Several people are working how to make recycled aggregate more like natural aggregate. And some of the things are dealt with. People in Hong Kong, very important issues are working in, can you carbonate recycled aggregate concrete? For example, folks at IIT Madras, for example, using solar energy, so using higher temperature to remove that. I've been working with a group at Zhejiang University in China, which is many in the #1 university, and we are working two ways to improve. One is the microbial calcium carbonate, that is you dip it in the solution and then microbes produce calcium carbonate, replace it with calcium hydroxide. Another is you always dip recycle in water. So if you add a little bit of nanosilica, and then nanosilica multifunctional, they will make as a pozzolanic material calcium hydroxide into calcium carbonate, and then improve the function of concrete. So for example, I have shown water absorption. To the left is a natural aggregate, next to it is RCA, recycle a lot of water, and when you dip it in nanosilica, works well. And when we compared nanosilica with microbial calcium carbonate, we found nanosilica is less expensive and more effective as far as this issue is concerned. So now I'm talking about CO2 curing, so we can deal carbon dioxide. We all know carbonation in natural concrete. So the CO2 comes in contact with calcium hydroxide, makes calcium carbonate, and it takes a long time, and we often don't like it because it reduces the pH at the rebar concrete. But if you do carbonation during curing, then carbon dioxide obviously converts calcium hydroxide and calcium carbonate. This is, so we not only absorb CO2, but we make concrete stronger. In addition, CO2 then reacts with calcium silicate hydrate and produces amorphous silica gel, which also acts as a pozzolanic. So it's a multifunctional material. So I will talk about some aspect of that later on. So you can have dry curing, which is one of the more common way of curing concrete, and many. So one issue very important is that when you have carbonation of concrete, especially during curing, so calcium carbonate has 4 morphs. The most common is calcite, which is crystalline. Most unstable but more desirable is amorphous calcium carbonate. And if you can find a way to stabilize it, then you get not only stronger concrete and more desirable performance. In fact, I've shown here Veterite, and now many companies in US and elsewhere are separately producing Veterite as a replacement of lime. And it's more effective because of its crystalline structure. So we have been working with one of my colleagues, Varda Ashraf. What can we do to stabilize this amorphous calcium carbonate? And what we found that if we add a small amount of biopolymer, here it's a dopamine, or I find it more interesting, small amount of nano cellulose fiber. So as you can see, that small addition increases the amorphous, the desirable calcium carbonate. And this is simulated in compressive strength. Is that what I have here? No. And you can see that if you just concentrate, for example, 1%, small amount of cellulose nanofiber, because it stabilizes amorphous, it has a higher compressive strength. And this was the composition of cement and silica. So recently, one of our graduate students, she just finished PhD, Nair, who was originally from IIT, and she did this cellulose nanofiber with geopolymer with alkaline, with the slag. And she found also that the small amount of cellulose nanofiber with geopolymer increases the amount of carbonation and increases the strength because of the stabilizing. So it's I think, a very important avenue to application. Now, more people are now thinking about wet carbonation, because dry carbonation, CO2, you have to transport and often difficult, while wet carbonation, you can add it in a ready-mix concrete as water. The problem is CO2 doesn't easily dissolve, so you have to add functionalized material. One of the common are so-called MEA, or I've listed there, or no, yeah, these are amine. And the small amount of this dissolves CO2, and you have a very efficient carbonation. One very good example of wet carbonation and taking care of the waste material is wash ready-mix concrete waste. So when ready-mix concrete truck comes back into the yard, you wash it. What is left is, of course, often dumped. So if you take the slurry of that ready-mix concrete and carbonate it, then you have, you produce this amorphous silica gel, which acts as a supplementary cement material. So here, for example, on the bottom right, I've plotted control versus carbonated, and with the addition of with the slurry water, carbonated slurry water, and you can even increase the carbonation by adding small amount of shellac, which actually comes from tea. So this is a very good example of wet carbonation, where you take a waste material, make it into very useful supplementary material. So people talk about carbon curing with ready-mix truck. That is getting more and more common. Actually, in US, many people are talking about it on this ready-mix curing. Now, people, when you do cure during ready-mix, the amount of CO2 capture is relatively small. However, we forget that because of calcium carbonate, you can increase the strength by, let's say, 15%. So in fact, as I've shown here, that with this increased strength, and you count that capture CO2 in cement, you have 35 times CO2 sequestration. So this is a very important source. And so if you are curing, let's say, genemics, are there ways to increase carbonation and then further multiply it if you also increase the compressive strength? So I want to give you two examples of that. One is both the next slide I'm going to present are the work done by my postdoc Gitika Mishra, who did PhD with LP. So LP is laughing, of course. So when Gitika was with us, we said, what about, can we use GO to enhance CO2? So graphene oxide is, as many of you know, like graphene, carbon nanotube, and graphene oxide. So they all are come from this graphene. So we add very, very small amount, 0.05%, not 1%, but 0.05. And if you look at here, the compressive strength of uncarbonated and compressive strength of carbonated. And with 0.05%, there is the left is pure cement, another is addition of 0.05. You have increased compressive strength by 75%. So if you consider that the cement needs 7 times, CO2, same amount of CO2, you have saved quite a bit. And amount of carbonation I have shown in the left-hand side, and you have 30% increase in carbonation. So this is very small amount of. Another work also Gitika did when she was with me, is the addition of biochar. And I think that many of you know what biochar is. It comes from many sources. One of the most common are the agricultural waste. So if you burn the agricultural waste, but in a pyrolysis, so that oxygen is trapped, so you have a material which is already negative carbon. And then there are many uses. One, when you add here 1% of biochar along with the class C fly ash, so you can see you have increased the compressive strength. And to the left, you have also increased how much CO2. So these are multifunctional. Biochar is essentially a waste material, and then you have captured it, and then by carbonation, you have CO2 sequestration and utilization, and then you have increased the compressive strength. So that is certainly a good way to go. Then I want to talk about calcine clay. I know many of you are working with calcine clay. So what I want to show is very interesting synergy when we had small amount of carbon nanotube with calcine clay. And I want to show you that. So if you look at the next slide, what I've shown here is the flexural strength and modulus of plain mortar, and when we replace it with 20% of metakaolinite, you increase strength by 25% and modulus. And then we add 0.1% of carbon nanotube, you have increased by 7. So this is just either you add metakaolinite or CNT. When we add it together, the synergy is very clear. So when we add together, the increase is 88% in flexural strength and double the modulus. And this synergy becomes very clear when you examine what happens at the interface. And this is a work done PhD by he just finished, Rohit Kumar, and he's now going to be a postdoc. I don't know whether Subbu is listening, but with soon at University of Louisville. So now if you look at the interface, so what we did now is nano indentation of the interface between cement and CNT, or cement and metacrylonite and CNT. And in order to do interface, you cannot use conventional nano indentation. We have to use AFM into a mode. So many of you are working on nano indentation, you know, you get the modulus of the material and you don't get one value because it's heterogeneous, so you plot it in a frequency plot. So if you look at the here, so and you can also look at the table that I've shown here. So mortar modulus is 115 gigapascal. When we add metacrylonite, it's 17. When we add, instead of metacrylonite, 0.1% carbon nanotube, it's 19%. Now in the next slide, you will see the synergy. Look at the table again. Metacrylonite plus 0.1% plus MK is now substantially increased the modulus of interface. And when you increase the modulus of interface, we know the modulus of mortar and concrete will increase because interface is the key thing. So this is very interesting. We decided to look further into what we have is atomic force microscopy, which looks at the material at nanoscale, mechanical property I showed in the earlier slide. But we also want to see what's the chemistry of what we are looking. So we have AFM, which is equipped with nano IR, infrared spectroscopy, or we know FTIR. So when you look at it, those of you who are working with this nanomaterial, either SEM, how you can see it because it's in a nano. So how do you identify? So Rohit found a unique way. So what he did is if you look at the carbon-to-carbon bond, it's at a particular wavelength. So he fixed on that single wavelength and identify carbon nanotube. And then to look further at the interface, you do the frequency sweep of the entire FTR. Very, very interesting work that Rohit did. So then if you look at the FTR result, you can see that when you have CNT, CSH is more polymerized. You have more Q3. This also happens with silica, nanosilica. More Q3 than Q1 as shown here. So this is very interesting work. So to conclude, we are all using, or not all using, but planning to use calcined clay. So if you add this small amount, you will certainly increase the ductility, but you also increase the not polymerization, pozzolanic activity of calcium chloride. So we have a really multifunctional issue. So finally, I mentioned earlier that I want to talk about nanosilica multifunctional. So when you have calcined clay, and we are doing a lot of work where you have low calcium. When you have low calcium, carbonation is not as efficient as you have a lot of calcium, such as in Portland cement. So this is a work that I've done with my former student who is now at Hanan University. So he first prepared this slide, you know. So he prepared in the lab low calcium composition as shown here on the left-hand side compared to traditional clinker, and you can see. And then he added small amount of nanosilica, I think it says nanosilica 0.06%. So just look what is I have marked. So you can see there is more aragonite. So calcium, this is after carbonation. There is more this desirable calcium carbonate, and as a result, the compressive strength is increased. So this is another role of nanosilica. Enhance carbonation for low calcium material. So this is very interesting. So we talked about nanosilica, and now I know some of you are familiar with nano titanium dioxide. We have been using it as a so-called self-cleaning material. The famous example is this cathedral in Rome, Italy, which is made with white cement, and it's still white the last time I saw it, because titanium dioxide, because of UV effect, oxidizes and remove photocatalysis activity. The titanium dioxide can also act, however, most of the work, titanium dioxide is available as the admixture. You add a small amount, but actually you need it only as expensive material. So when you spray your surface with titanium dioxide, it doesn't have a good bond, and that's a problem. So this work at Jinan University, what they did, they developed, and more civil engineers are doing this, a hybrid nanomaterial. So this hybrid nanomaterial has nanosilica surrounded by nanotitanium dioxide. So when you coat it, nanosilica, of course, because of pozzolanic, provides better bond, and nanotitanium dioxide does its job of self-cleaning, and also besides self-cleaning, it can also oxidize CO2 depending upon the energy level. So this is the last slide I've taken it from my colleague from Purdue University. And what they're proposing, why not use nano titanium dioxide, small amount added to cement, to spray existing highway or parking lot? So it will do two things, right? CO2 and also take, like the self-cleaning, take NOx and transfer it, and during rain it washes out and it's ready for the next year. That's something that we have jointly written proposal of. So that's a very interesting use of nanotitanium dioxide. Nanotitanium dioxide, talking about multifunctionality, it also increases amount of carbonation. I've shown that here, CO2 uptake of plain cement versus when you have added nanotitanium dioxide. So it increases CO2, and why it increases? Well, because when you add nanotitanium dioxide, obviously material is more dense because, higher. So one would assume that CO2 would be less efficient, but because of the small pore, higher surface area, and the second reason is that nanotitanium dioxide, as well as GO, reduces the size of calcium hydroxide crystal. So carbon dioxide, my time, okay, I'm almost done. So if you look at CO2 uptake with nanotitanium dioxide, you can see it increases it. And then also, in addition, it increases compressive strength. So this is a multifunctionality. So my last few slides dealing with the waste cellulose fiber. We are using we use fiber reinforced concrete as a node material. Ravindran has done a lot of work on fiber, steel fibers. Why not use natural fiber? Why not, for example, use waste cellulose fiber, comes from paper industry? Well, one of the issue is that because of it reacts with alkali and produces, so we decided to carbonate with so material was reinforced with nanocellulose fiber and carbonated it, and you can see you increase both the flexural and compressive strength. So you have taken waste material, nanocellulose, here is not nano, regular cellulose, microcellulose fiber, carbonated it, and then so you made fiber reinforced more durable because of no negative effect, no calcium hydroxide, and make it stronger. So now this is my last slide, and that's dealing with the water. Currently, as shown here, global concrete production consumes 16.6 billion ton of drinking water. I mean, drinking water in a short supply critically everywhere. So why not use wastewater for making concrete? Because the product, the wastewater treatment causes a lot of CO2. So my student just finished PhD. Oh, I go back for my last slide. He just finished his PhD, so he took, this is from nearby Arlington, in wastewater treatment, and a different component. The least treated wastewater is obviously B5 and B6. And we found that when you had least treated water, which is obviously environmental, it reduced the compressive strength. But we modified it with calcined clay, and here is the result we just published in 25. So when we modify, and that I call functionalizing wastewater with small amount of calcined clay, it is better than natural water. So this is the last example of what we can do as far as the... Thank you.
Can I have a couple of questions? Yeah.
You need a slide, a mic or no? Somebody is coming with a mic.
Vivek? Yeah. It's always interesting to have a headmaster as Ravindra Gettu and a special lecture coming by Suru Shah. We are always happy to be student of such class. Thank you, sir. You talked about cement paste, then carbon sequestration and geopolymer. You introduced reduced graphene or graphene oxide with carbon dioxide into the paste, and you got some property changes, right? As a multifunctionality. So did you get the higher strength and the flexibility change or somewhere? Strength change you got some, to some extent, I think. In the compressive strength you showed.
See what happens when you add nanomaterial, like when you regular fibers, it increases macroscopic property like toughness. When a nanofiber, it changes the morphology of CSH. So it makes CSH more polymerized. And as a result, the calcium to silica ratio is changed and it becomes stronger. And when you make interface stronger, then the overall property are increased even more, because as we know in concrete, the interface is the weakest link. So that is the key.
But what is the role you get when you introduce graphene in that?
Graphene. How does graphene help?
Well, same thing. Well, there is a polar vacuum, graphene oxide and carbon nanotube. Graphene and graphene oxide are two-dimensional. Carbon nanotube is, so for mechanical purpose, often you prefer fibrous form. Graphene has the highest modulus as a graph than GO or CNT, but it's more difficult to disperse. So when you see material graphene, there are multi-layers. Very often people don't separate it. So when it's single layer, it will be very, very difficult to separate.
Do you get change in the elastic properties of it?
Yeah, Vivek, maybe later we can
I think I will have to pay for the special class one-to-one there.
Certainly, certainly. I'll take just one more question. I know there are a lot of questions I want to take from somebody young. Definition of young is less than half my age. Any young person wants to ask? Yeah? What the young people should really know is that to see how the slides are. Yeah? The slides of Professor Shah, each slide is simple yet impactful. I hope that all of you have taken notice. There's a hand at the back. Microphone. Yeah. Yeah. Well, just wait for the mic so that we Yeah, sir, can we do it later? I'll just finish the question. Yeah. Yeah. I'll take yours next.
Thank you, Professor, for the nice presentation. For the wastewater treated, I mean, the last part of the presentation. So in this, I mean, the water treatment in the different stages, because treatment of the water also results lots of carbon emissions together because of the process. So utilizing the half-treated water in the concrete, will it be useful? Because it may not be harm that extent to the concrete.
Partially treated water, is it safe and useful in concrete?
Well, we show it's useful. We have not measured long-term properties, but it's, as I showed in a 28-day compressive strength, it acts as if regular water. Obviously, long-term properties have to be investigated because depending upon the kind of waste treatment, kind of, you do have. But I think my main point is that we must investigate and try to use wastewater treated partially or not for concrete, because water is getting, and also other industrial use. With, why use regular water for, I mean, this is a worldwide very critical problem, shortage of water. And whatever we can do would be in the right direction.
Good question. Talk to your advisor. Sir, we'll take your last question from you.
I'm not a student, but I have worked in the construction industry for over 40 years. So my question to you regarding this carbon conscious concrete, I am interested in the durability part in our country where the climate changes from Rajasthan to different places. So durability, access, and then carbon footprint reduction. These are my two small things.
Durability and carbon footprint reduction in India. What is your?
Well, I think that most of the issues I talk about are universal. And, when you have CO2 added to, I mean, either wet or dry curing, you have made material stronger and denser because you have calcium carbonate replacing calcium hydroxide. And in addition, you have amorphous silica which further reacts with calcium hydroxide. Now, when asked, we talk about carbonation long term as far as the reinforcement corrosion is concerned, but we are talking about carbonation during curing. So after that, hydration continues, and you have, so durability issues are the same as far as the regular concrete, but material is more denser. So the cover, for example, would be less. Where is Ravindra? Oh, he's here. All right. So that's, I hope that answers.
No, I was interested that this concrete will remain alkaline.
Sir, we'll discuss this later because
during
we're
tea
running
time
short of time.
or lunchtime.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Suru. Thank you for a wonderful presentation. We move on to another exciting presentation of Dr. L.P. Singh. He is the Director General of NCCBM, the National Council of Cement and Building Materials. He has about almost 10,000 citations. The most difficult thing to know about Dr. L.P. Singh is what is his name. Yeah, how many of you know his name? Only 1, 2, 3 going up. Okay, so I'll tell you at the end of the talk if you have been paying attention. So over you to sir.
Thank you, sir. My presentation. Yeah, this is fine. Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. So, after Professor Shah's presentation, please put all my slides before Professor Shah's presentation, and that will make a sense because I will talk about science of nanomaterials. It has been almost 15 years when I started working with Professor Shah, And in this 15 years, Professor Shah has worked on silica, titania, graphene, graphene oxide, CNT, and so many materials. And I'm still struggling with one material, that is nanosilica. Because I want to establish the science of nanosilica. We all know, among all these nanomaterials, silica has established itself in the cement or concrete. But what is the science behind it? We know silica is giving strength. We know silica is giving better performance. We know silica is giving higher durability. But why? So, in my opinion, from science perspective, for building materials, only two aspects are most important. One is mineralogy and second is morphology. So, you know, as Professor Shah is saying, so it's like a kid. You have a kid, and you give him more protein, more carbohydrates, so you get a more healthy kid, or here the kid means concrete. In my definition, I want to change the DNA. If I can change the DNA, then we need not to add, means you need not to give protein and carbohydrates. Rather, itself your concrete or your cement will be more, more durable and better performance. So I will try to address that how the science of these nanomaterials basically address the problem of concrete, that mostly in terms of performance and durability. So basically, I work for this organization, that is National Council for Cement and Building Materials. This is a R&D organization working under Ministry of Commerce and Industry, and we work to enhance the quality, productivity, and cost effectiveness. So we basically work for cement and concrete. We are a group of around 70 scientists or engineers who are basically chemists, geologists, material scientists, ceramic experts, civil, chemical, and means we do everything from cradle to gate for cement industry and construction sector. We have presence in north, south, east, west. Our headquarters is Vallabhgarh. We have a very big unit at Hyderabad, and we have our presence at Ahmedabad as well as Bhubaneswar. So in today's talk, I will talk about how nanotechnology can address the issue of sustainability. I will only concentrate on one nanomaterial, that is silica nanoparticles. And I want to understand that how silica nanoparticles affect the different phases of cement. We all know it, C3S, C3A, C4AF. And so I will be presenting some of the interesting studies that we have done on C3A. A lot of work we have already done on C3S, and then some engineering properties and something on durability, although a lot of work has already been done on that aspect. So my idea of working on nano in concrete is, so most of the time we work on the right side, technology side. That means we take some nanomaterials, we optimize the performance, and we tailor the properties, and we look for mechanical studies or the durability studies. Whereas from the science side, I want to understand that if we add nanomaterials, how they change the hydration of the cement of different phases. And for that, we need to understand to work on different phases like C3A or C3S. And together, if we put together, that makes nano-engineered concrete. So that's why I said put all these slides before Professor Shah's slide. And all those slides, basically right-hand side, belongs to what Professor Shah is doing. So as question was asked, how these nanomaterials change the property of the concrete or cement. So basically, in chemistry, normally we say, when valencies are satisfied, when the structure is ordered, a material basically attains the better performance or higher durability, right? So if you add nanomaterials, these nanomaterials basically modified the property of cement or concrete at nano level, means they modify the structure of calcium silicate hydrate or calcium aluminosilicate hydrate. They make denser microstructure, and because of that, you get reduced calcium leaching, you get reduced permeability, you get higher durability and increased service life. And this is basically the DNA of concrete, that is CSH. So normally the structure of CSH is very random in nature, and when you add nanomaterials to CSH or cement, the structure becomes more ordered. And more ordered means means it has a better durability or higher life, right? See, cement is a man-made material. It's a synthetic material. We never look that any synthetic material will have a life. It's a hydrated product. What if CSH disintegrates over a period of time, let us say after 100 years? It is so that means the DNA of the concrete will change. So the idea is, if by adding this, why the whole world is working on nanomaterials, that if you add these nanomaterials, they will change the DNA of the concrete. They will change, they will make the CSH gel or CSH structure more ordered or more crystalline, and which we want. Otherwise, CSH is basically semi-crystalline in nature. So before we proceed further, construction sector, everybody will ask whether we have enough availability of nanomaterials. Secondly, cost. Are they cost effective? How they contribute to early stage strength, performance, and durability. So I will try to address some of these issues. So we started working on this aspect long before, and we found a very simple method where you start material is basically sodium silicate, which is a very cost-effective material. If you must have seen, Professor Shah mentioned some of the slides where the start material is basically organosilane, which is very expensive. So this is a very cost-effective material, and by using simple method, you can develop amorphous dispersed silicon nanoparticles, which are in 20 to 40 nanometer in size. So we have developed a pilot plant. We have got a patent. We have transferred this technology. And those who want to work on nanosilica, there is one entrepreneur sitting in this hall. Yeah, he is raising his hand. So he can provide you nanomaterials at a cost of 40 to 50 rupees. If you bargain, he can provide even a lesser cost. So he is basically manufacturing silicon nanoparticles. So now I will come to the science part. That we all know that C3A basically is very susceptible to sulfate attack. And sulfate source could be from any source like soil, groundwater, or seawater. And we want to see that so to address the problem of early stage hydration in C3A, we normally add gypsum, right? So we want to see whether, and if we add gypsum to cement, it has other problems like attringite and other things, volume expansion. So can nanomaterials address this problem of cement, attringite or C3A? So normally if you start with cement hydration, okay. So this is the initial heat burst, right? And this is basically when tricalcium silicate basically reacts with gypsum and it forms primary attringite in a plastic stage. The second peak is basically, we all know it very well, this is C3S, and it reacts and it forms calcium silicate hydrate and calcium hydroxide. We all know it very well. Third, this hump is basically, shoulder is basically when hydroxy attringite, hydroxy phases change into another mineral. And this is the mineralogy thing that we need to understand. This attringite basically forms into monosulfate. You may ask me why, because even attringite is not stable. So everything, mineralogy tries to reorient itself so as to get a better structure. And when there is any sulfate attack from any external source, there is calcium. So you have a gypsum plus monosulfate, and this gives secondary attringite that gives basically volume expansion. You can see in case of monosulfate, here is one sulfate, and here we have 3 sulfates. So basically that gives basically to the volume expansion. So if you have C3A in your system, so 3 phenomena could be, if you hydrate it and basically you get catoite. This is when there is no gypsum. When you have C3A and you add gypsum, it forms attringite, which is then converted into monosulfate. And we want to understand, if we add silicon nanoparticle to it, how it will change the morphology or mineralogy. So that is the motive for doing this research. So in case of, if you have only silicon nanoparticles, and if you add water, you hydrate it, this is calcium and alumina in ionic form. So 2 forms, 2 hydrated forms are formed, that is C2AH, 8 and C4AH13. These both the forms are basically metastable in nature, and ultimately they are also converted into catoide, right? What happens if you have silicon nanoparticle added to it? So two phases, this C2AH8 and C4AH13 we will form, as I mentioned earlier, but because silicon nanoparticles are there, and that gives nucleation effect, so you will have CSH and CSH also. Remember why I did not mention CSH and CSH, because I am working on C3A. And when I have silicon nanoparticles, both these things, CSH and CSH, will also form. So basically, when we have this C3A, it will convert into attringite. Attringite will convert into monosulfate, and that monosulfate reacts with calcium, and it forms basically secondary attringite, and that is the basically problem. So we want to work on this aspect, and we want to understand how nanoparticle can address this particular problem. So we prepared pure C3A in laboratory. This is the reaction protocol, where we heated it up to 1000 degree at a rate of 10 degrees centigrade, holding for 5 hours. Then again heating up to 1500 degrees centigrade, and then we characterize this material. Okay, our C3A is basically formed. Now, as I mentioned, two most important property of any building material is morphology. Morphology, for example, I can give, the more and more we reduce the size, more and more we get the reactivity, right? That is the morphology we are changing. And the second most important property of any building material, or especially for cementitious material, is basically the mineralogy. And to understand the mineralogy of the material, there is only one instrument, that is XRD. So I think if Professor K. Ganesh Babu is here, so he was talking to me in the morning that why I'm so excited about XRD. So we did a detailed study with C3A over a period of time, and we got some interesting results. So this is when you basically have only C3A hydrated. So you have three things. This one is basically unhydrated C3A. This is hydroxy formed, and this is a catoide form. So these are metastable form. This is the initial material, metastable form, and this is the crystalline material, catoide, that is forming. So from XRD, we could find that within 3 hours, most of the C3A is consumed, right? And up to 24 hours, lot of metastable forms are increasing. Same is happening with the crystalline form, that is catoide, over a period of time. So here I mentioned that within 3 hours, all the C3A, most of the C3A is consumed, but metastable form still exists up to 24 hours. And here we can see even more and more, then metastable form will change into catoide, which is increasing over a period of time. Same thing, then we added silicon nanoparticles to it, right? So you can see the C3A, which was consumed within 3 hours, still remains up to 24 hours if you add nanoparticles to it. And this is the catoide that is forming. And the most interesting thing is that no metastable forms are basically forming over here. This is something very interesting. Then to establish this, we did a lot of studies. So other than XRD, we did quantitative Rietveld analysis, and you can see that whatever C3A is present in 3 hours is present when you add silicon nanoparticle up to 24 hours, right? And these are the other products that are forming over a period of time. Then we tried to understand with each peak. We took C3A, and this is a 10-minute graphs comparison when C3A is with silicon nanoparticle and when only pure C3A is there. And you will see, if you add silicon nanoparticle, within 10 minutes, C3A reacts. And that is what we call it, it is well established, this is the basically nucleation effect. But in 24 hours, this reaction pattern is reverse, right? Even up to 24 hours, there is most of the C3A is consumed, but if you add silicon nanoparticles, there remains some C3A up to 24 hours with the presence of silicon nanoparticles. And this is again very interesting. At 10 minutes, phenomena is different. At 24 hours, phenomena is different. Then we want, because we know if you hydrate C3A, catoite will form. And that is the only crystalline form. Other hydroxy crystalline forms, you will not get good results from XRD. So then with that crystalline form, we worked and we found that if you have C3A at 10 minutes and you have C3A, if you add silica nanoparticles, so you have more and more catoite formation. Because it accelerates the reaction, so more catoite is forming. But at 24 hours, we have less catoite, which says that because less C3A has been consumed. Then similar thing we tried to establish through TGA, and we found the similar results because in chemistry we do not depend on one instrument only. We try to establish with so many techniques. So we did detailed TGA studies and we established that yes, our findings are in line what we established earlier. We also did, as I mentioned, morphology is very important. So you can see how morphology is changing with silica nanoparticles. So at 10 minutes, compare this and this. At 10 minutes, it is having a flaky kind of structure. And when you add silica nanoparticles, so you can see some kind of coating that is basically CSH or CASH formation over it. So, but when you have 6 hours of hydration, you can see cubical form of catoite is forming. But when you add silica nanoparticles over it, these cubical forms are basically getting distorted, means they are getting destabilized. And over a period of time, here you have pure catoite only, polyhedral form. And when you add nanosilica, so there is no cubical form, so polyhedral form of catoite. But if it is there, it is basically coated by CSH or CASH. Then after 24 hours, what will happen if we keep on doing this reaction for a long time? So we did studies for even up to 10 days, and we found when you basically hydrate, after 10 days, there is a formation of siliceous hydrogarnet. There is a small amount of siliceous hydrogarnet forming over here, and predominantly it is basically the catoite. But if you add silica nanoparticle to it, you will find that more and more amount of catoite is forming, distorted one, right? And this is how this structure basically changes over a period of time. Here the oxygen is basically replaced by the silica. If silica is not there, it will be hydrogarnet. If you have a silica over there, it will change into siliceous hydrogarnet. Similar thing we tried to establish with FTIR studies, and we found, yes, there is a formation of, there is a peak for CSH, CASH, and other predominant peak that should be present over there. This is silica when we have up to 2 days, so what are the siliceous hydrogarnet present over a period of time. Similarly, then NMR, what Professor Shah was mentioning, NMR is very important technique. So if you have only 2 days of hydration with silica nanoparticle, there is a formation of basically this Q2U peak. This Q2U peak basically represent the hydrogarnet. But up to 10 days, there is more and more polymerization of this C3A. There are formation of other peaks also, and that shows that over a period of time, even this hydrogarnet is changing into siliceous hydrogarnet, and that is making your product more crystalline. Then we also did mapping on this with EDEX. So we have catoite, CSH, and CASH at 2 days, and you will find that at 10 days, the mineralogy is completely changed over a period of time. So what we can infer with this, that basically C3A accelerate early stage hydration in presence of silica nanoparticles because it is a nucleation effect, and it promotes the formation of CSH and CASH. It basically suppresses the formation of hydroxy phase that I mentioned earlier, that if you add silica nanoparticle, metastable phases are not formed, and basically it retards C3A hydration over a period of time at a later stage, right? it also promotes the formation of siliceous hydrogarnet, which is a required mineral over a period of time because it is more crystallized or more ordered structure. So basically, with the addition of these kind of particles, you do not only get better performance, higher durability, and other aspects, you also get the chemistry change. So this is what I wanted to present it before you. Then, okay, this is something on C3S. We have done this study before along with Professor Shah. If you have C3S, which is the major phase of cement, and when you have a presence of nanosilica, you form CSH, and you also form additional CSH because of nucleation effect. And over a period of time, you also get the pozzolanic effect. So you get, with C3S, you get pozzolanic effect as well as the nucleation effect. I do not go into detail because hundreds of papers are available on this, but some of the interesting fact I would like to mention, that as I mentioned, even CSH is of many, many types. There could be loosely packed CSH, there could be low density CSH, there could be high density CSH. So when you add nanoparticles to it, so our research has shown that more and more amount of means high density CSH is forming. So this is what Professor Shah mentioned, that basically contributes to the denser structure, and when your structure is denser, so that means it is not susceptible to environmental attack like chloride, sulfate, and other things, and it is a more ordered structure. We have done studies on M20, 30, and 40 grade concrete. Will not go in detail, but all these results show that silicon nanoparticle basically give early stage strength, it gives higher durability, and it gives higher performance. So I would like to conclude that if you add silicon nanoparticles, number one, silicon nanoparticles are no more expensive. Number two, it contributes to the early stage strength, it contributes to the higher durability, it contributes to the better performance. So that means it is basically contributing to the sustainability. So this is how basically one material can change the chemistry of the material. And finally, I would like to mention before you that there is a conference that NCCBM is organizing in association with IIT Delhi and IIT Chennai and with so many other organizations. This we will be organizing in 2027 after 2 years, but website, app, everything has already been launched, and we are now accepting abstract. Last date of accepting abstract is January 31st. Please do hurry, please submit your abstracts. This is going to be one of the biggest show, as Professor Kaijinshi mentioned, that in the history of 115 years of ICCC, India will be hosting it twice. Last time NCCBM hosted it in 1992. So after 33 years, we will be hosting it again. But overall, we want to make a big show before the world fraternity working on cement chemistry, that what India is working in terms of cement and concrete research. So please submit your abstract. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. And thank you for bringing ICCC back to India.
Thank you, sir.
Maybe I'll ask you the first question, difficult one.
Yes, sir.
Why are you known more as LP Singh and not Lok Pratap Singh?
So friends know me as Lok Pratap Singh.
Okay.
Officially, I'm LP Singh.
No. Is that anything more you have to add? Or?
Nothing.
Okay,
Nothing.
all right. Yeah, so if you're his friend, you can call him Lok Pratap. If you're not his friend, you can't. Okay, other questions? Yeah, Suru.
Yes, very good presentation. I have two questions. One, you have more CSH because, as you mentioned, nucleation effect, and also C3A produces. What is more prominent?
So at a very early stage, we all know it is
C3A.
It is C3A.
But later age, it's
it is C3A. Only.
And the second, you and others, we call it nucleation effect.
Nucleation effect.
But you mentioned it's really not a nucleation effect, it's a chemistry. That is, it reacts faster with the opposite.
So
if you have other nanomaterial, there may not be a nucleation effect. So I'm just wondering whether nucleation effect is the right term.
Yes, because if chemistry changes, silica will change the chemistry. So if silica changes chemistry and we are getting higher early stage and all those things, so that means something we are doing at a chemistry or physics level. But when we are adding other nanoparticles, like you are adding nanotitania, and we are getting higher early stage strength, that means because they are not contributing to the hydration or in the hydration process or any other thing. So that means that is basically the nucleation effect. So smaller particle, if you add to the concrete, so of course nucleation effect will definitely be there. So I will rather say, because we have used so many kind of nanomaterials, and it has been established that different nanomaterials, they accelerate early stage hydration. So that is established. So nucleation effect is established. What my purpose is that other than nucleation effect, how does these nanoparticles contribute to the chemistry of cement, whether they change the chemistry or not. So that I try to present here.
Thank you. I had a hand, yeah.
Why don't you come forward?
Come
Come
forward.
forward and ask. Come. Here.
Ha.
So what is the optimal level of nanosilica to be added in concrete to get the best strength at early stage?
I do not have a definite answer, because it will depend what size of nanoparticles you have. So reactivity will change with the type of size of nanoparticles. So if you have a bigger nanoparticle size, those may be more or less different. But for me, we have found 2.5% is the optimum dose. But if you go in the literature, there are different. But again, this is for silica, but for graphene or graphene oxide, dose is much less, 0.05% even. Dispersion, yeah, dispersion is the issue. Yeah.
And for 2.5%, what was the size of nanosilica that you used?
I use, this is around 40 to 70 nanometers.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, I have come across a tender document where they about colored concrete.
Colored concrete.
Yeah.
Okay.
Without pigments, probably using white cement. I thought, I have read it, we have worked on that specification on last working
You
day.
are saying using white cement, they want to produce colored concrete.
Colored concrete.
Without adding pigment.
Yes.
I don't have an answer for this.
No, it is a prestigious project. I don't want to disclose because of confidentiality. Which
I think it's out of syllabus.
No, by helping nano, because...
This is, you are saying you want to color the water without adding color, so I don't know how to do it.
It's specified, sir. It is specified.
So there could be something maybe
Okay,
in
yeah,
document.
thank you.
Yeah.
Any other in-syllabus questions? Yeah, I don't see any hand going. Yeah, there's a hand at the back. Anyone else? You raise your hand so that I know who's the next one. Okay.
Yeah, my name is Milind Joshi. My question is just an extension of the lady what she asked about the size of the particle size of the nanosilica. Rather, my question is extension to that. Not only the size, but then as you discuss about the morphology of the material nanosilica, what would be the what should be the right bandwidth to have all those kind of the results what we achieve in terms of compressive strength and durability and all, because that bandwidth I understand is most important than the
So in case of nanomaterials, any nanomaterial which has a size less than 100 nanometer is called nanomaterial. So your bandwidth is 10 to 100 nanometers. But other than this bandwidth, you also need to understand that the cost is the major factor. If you try to reduce, bring down the size of the nanoparticles, let us say if you want less than 10 nanometer, cost will go high. So we need to optimize somewhere. So that's why our process that we patented and commercialized. So we say 40 to 70 nanometer is cost effective and good for concrete.
So, sir, you mean to say that we need to do some kind of trial and error and see the parameters of concrete what we achieve? See, because we are also working on nanoparticles, silicon.
Maybe later
SiO2
we can
particles.
have a discussion. I'll just take one last question and finish. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. Very good presentation. I just wanted to ask you from you.
I know you will ask a difficult question.
Nanosilica for the improvement in the C3A reaction. You have tried also this nano CSH particles?
Yes, yes.
And how you
Yes.
compared with the nanosilica and CSH?
So I don't think anybody has done comparison on that, but nano CSH people prepared and then they put into cement hydration and they got good result. Yes, it has been done. Means synthetic CSH nanoparticles, they prepared and they use. It improves the performance. Yes.
Thank you very much, sir, for a wonderful
Sir, one
presentation.
question. Sir.
Yeah, maybe
Sir.
over lunch.
Sir, yeah, just a bit, it's a small question.
Small question, but it'll require a long answer.
Yeah. But what's the effect on the degree of hydration, I want to ask?
Yeah, means because initial stage, yes, degree of hydration is high. So that we need to, but it's not that high, but because it accelerates the hydration at the early stage. So yes, more and more.
The
depletion.
ultimate degree of hydration would be more in case you use nanosilica?
Yes, definitely yes.
Yeah. And any studies done on that?
Pardon?
Any studies done on that?
Oh yeah. A lot of study on calorimetric studies has been done and it is well established.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. So we have another amazing speaker, Venkatesh Kodur, from distinguished professor at Michigan State University and the director of probably the best fire lab in the world. So I know I'm putting a lot of pressure on him. I'm sure he'll deliver. He'll set you on fire if you're not already on.
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, it's a great pleasure to be here amongst all of you. Thanks to ICI as well as Professor Subramaniam and all the team for this opportunity. So my talk, I don't want to take much of your time. I will try my level best. I have a lot of slides. I don't want to be in the middle of lunch and you, okay? So I will try. So basically, the title of my talk is Engineering Fire Performance of Concrete Structures when you add FRP, okay? So basically, this is the outline of the presentation. I will just give you, because fire is a hazard, many of you don't study in your curriculum, where you study these days tsunami effects and meteors hitting the earth, but fire completely, everyone is not even, don't know this 4-letter word. So I'll give you a little bit of this background information to, fire problem, and then why FRP, what are the performance issues? Then some of the recent studies I will utilize to show some critical factors. A lot of work has been done over the last 2 decades, but still there are no codal provisions and guidelines, but you cannot apply what you use in IS 456 or ACI 318, those provisions when it comes to fire, unfortunately. So they have to be new, it's not in the codes and standards, but still it is being used. Then I will present some innovative strategies. So what is the emerging trends in the construction sector around the world? Just like we are aging, at least I am aging, our infrastructure is also aging, especially in the West, where much of the infrastructure was built in 60s and 70s. They are aging, and India is also approaching soon, So then this is because, especially in concrete structures, it's the corrosion, steel structures is fatigue, and a lot of all these attacks by chlorine, sulfides, and all this, with aging, the problem comes in. Also, our infrastructure, our comfort level is going up. Our natural disasters, man-made disasters, they are all requiring us to strengthen our structures because we want more safety standards. We want more comfortable durability. Our cars, no more it's a small car. It's a huge cars we are driving. If you want to park there, you want to strengthen those beams. So this is becoming too much. According to health report card, which ASCE, American Engineers, gives, 2025 report, latest report which came in, the construction sector in the US, the repair of infrastructure will be $2.9 trillion over the next 10 years. You know, there is lot of money to be made for contractors, manufacturers, or fabricators, or workers and everything. It is not there in building the new construction anymore in the US. We are not building anything new. This is where the money lies. So similar trends in other countries. And so industry, our construction sector is looking for new kinds of new generation of concretes for repair and rehabilitation of structures. And this is where FRPs come into picture. So typically, you see some of the deteriorations here in the structures. If you want to fix them, traditionally we used to put, enlargement of the section through concrete grouting, this, that, or putting steel jacketing, for example. Now you can use these fiber reinforced polymers which have high strength as well as higher stiffness as well. You use basically the fibers, they are embedded in the matrix, and they can give you excellent properties and performance. Now, you can use them in new constructions, like internal reinforcement, corrosion problem will be gone to some extent, or you can do them through, you can bond them as for shear strengthening or flexural strengthening through, it's just like your credit card size. That's all you need, rather than putting a huge steel package, lightweight, lot of advantages. And also, you can make holes or slots, and then put this into bars or strips, you can insert them, okay? So this is NSM, near surface reinforcement, right? But there are a lot of disadvantages with this when it comes to elevated temperature. At room temperature, you get excellent strength, stiffness, other durability, for example. What are the problems? Fire is obviously one. Bond is the next issue. Brittleness is the third issue. Of these, some of these are addressed over the last 2 decades. Fire is the least studied or least understood, especially when it comes to practice, codes, and standards. Now, why fire is a problem? Fire represents a severe hazard and threat to the built environment. Okay? Each and every country, suffers thousands of deaths, billions of dollars of damage every year. Now, this is the statistics for the United States. Okay? I don't want to go through this. $50 billion of losses, which is quite among us. And look at 9/11 buildings, for example, they came down, the towers, 40 buildings suffered damage or destruction. We were at ground zero on September 10th of 2001. 40 buildings suffered damage and destruction. Much of the damage was due to fires, not just the 2 towers. So when fire happens in a structure, it's not just the people, it is not the environment, but also structure suffers significant, it's one of the highest hazards faced by the structure. Now, we do a lot of measures to prevent the fires. One of them we put in is structural fire safety. In addition to sprinklers, heat detectors, smoke detectors, exit paths, fire resistance, which is provided to structural members, plays an important role in minimizing the collapse of the structure. Okay, that's very important. And so, you look at Hong Kong, what happened just 2 weeks ago, you all have seen this, seen this on TV and other places. So basically, there are a number of buildings like this. You go around in Hyderabad, for example, anywhere, right? This is typically, and they are built so close to each other, similar to these residential towers. 7 of the 8 buildings caught fire because they were doing repair. And under this renovation of these buildings, many of them, the culprit is basically here. You see it here, bamboo scaffolding, which was used, as well as they covered with lot of this netting, to prevent debris falling down, as well as they covered the winds with plastic sheets. Ideal condition for fire to go. Another thing in this, what I want you to point out, fires in 80s and 70s were, they used to be in a room, then go to the next room. Modern fires, whether you see this, whether you see I have a lot of incidents, I investigated many fires, they jump from story to the top of the building within no time. That is the problem with the modern towers. Third thing you should know, the only thing can save them is the structural fire safety. I will come to that. Whatever you provide to the structure from collapsing. All these sprinklers they talk about, heat detectors, smoke detectors, they are all for paper basket fires, not for these kind of fires which happens. Incident after incident has shown this. Now, if you see India as well, has a big problem on hand from the fire safety point of view. In fact, India has the highest death rate from the fires in the world. 24,000 people die every year. From, you can argue on the statistics, but that is there. Now, in this case, you see Hyderabad region especially has number of fires in recent, at least in recent years. Then Goa fire, you saw Goa nightclub fire. So, people, safety is important. For this, structural fire safety, if you provide at least there is enough time for fight the fire and send the people out. That is very important. Now, what is the problem? So when you bring in FRP into a structure, traditionally our concrete structures, we used to put nice steel rebars, fire, but the cover you provide, cover thickness you provide for your corrosion used to, and also, that should be more than enough because we used to have very thick structural members. Now, everyone wants to slim down, including our structures. That's the problem, modern structures, right? Because you use all this high strength, UHPC, all these materials. Second problem is we are making holes everywhere. There is no concrete mass anymore. Just like we make holes in our jeans pants as a fashion, our structures, we make holes basically because to send all these wires, our architects and building maintenance people, they want to side those wires, all these wires. So hollow core slabs, for example, deck slabs, there is hardly any mass. So these are, when you use FRP, similar to that happens. What does happen in FRP? You have a smaller cross-section size. See, remember, before you used to have a bigger, your rebars are much smaller than the conventional steel rebars, for example, and you don't need any cover for corrosion. Anymore, you don't have a corrosion problem. So more you move down the bars, the neutral axis in, depth, lever arm increases, so you get more moment capacity if you want to utilize that, right? And unlike concrete, which is good, this is a combustible material, adds fuel to the fire, in fact, when it is burning. Your concrete would not have burned. It's a combustible material. Then you have lower TG. A lot of research has been done, but still your TG practically, people sell it saying that it's 100 on 20. Still, I have done a lot of tests, 80 to 85 degrees right now in the market. Okay, that's the glass transition temperature. I will show you once the glass transition temperature, then, everything starts to go down, okay, in the FRP material itself. Now, all these factors leads to lower fire performance in your structures as compared to conventional steel structures, concrete reinforced steel structures, steel reinforced concrete structures. So you need innovative solutions. That's the only way from this presentation you can gather. Currently, I already mentioned to you, all we do is, if there is a fire, we need to account for fire. Building codes are very strict. What do? We put in, basically, these, we called it active systems like sprinklers, heat detectors, smoke detectors, exit pods, all these measures we have supposed to put in. Secondary, this thing, what we do is we put in passive fire protection system. Our walls, floors, columns, beams need to have, in a fire, withstand the fire for 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, depending on the height and functionality. Hospital buildings has to be 4 hours. Your office buildings is 2 hours. That is there. So what's the problem? And that's only there for buildings, remember. For bridges, there is no requirements around the world. In fact, that is where we use mostly the FRP and stuff, much more outside structure where corrosion is a problem. So from that perspective, right, this fire resistance you provide to the structures, how long it will last, it is basically a function of your concrete cover thickness to the rebars originally, right? Or the size of the member, as you can see, more the mass you have, concrete mass, better it is. But modern structures, when you incorporate that cover thickness, if it is less or if it is directly exposed to fire, it is burning immediately. You lose it very quickly once the TG is gone. So from this point of view, there are a lot of knowledge gaps in the literature. Still, I am, for example, our group is working for the last 20 years. We were the first one started. With a lot of projects are done, but still, when a manufacturer or somebody, FRP guy, wants to use it in a New York building, they come to groups like us to write a letter, to do something to get approval. It's not in building code, so much struggle, right? So from that point of view, yeah, some work has been done in China, US, and even in India, some work is going on. So from this point of view, whereas there is detailed guidelines, in fact, a standard ACI 440 for design of FRP incorporated structures, very limited or no guidelines, including Europe. They follow this approach. Eurocode conveniently says FRP and calculate your fire resistance for fire design. For fire design, room temperature, make use of it. This efficient material, if you neglect it, come on, today's engineering, we are wasting so much of, sustainability point of view and other point of view. So what can be done? We have done a lot of work over the last, as I mentioned to you, 2-3 decades, starting from material property tests, full-scale fire tests, a number of beams, columns, slabs, you name it, going into parametric studies, and then developing some design guidelines, which hopefully in the next 10 minutes I will cover that. First and foremost, we covered both all three types: internal reinforcement, externally bonded reinforcement, outside when you put FRP for strengthening, or NSM when you put as NSM, on different configurations, carbon, glass, aramid, many of that. So one of the things, if you want to find out real performance at material level, you need a lot of data from 20 to at least 600 degrees in the case of FRP. It is not at room temperature. Very hard to do this test. So you need a lot of tension tests, compression tests, bond tests are very important, thermal conductivity, specific heat expansion, not only of the FRP, but also of the insulation materials, so that you can provide optimum insulation strategies. So we have done a lot of tests. Quickly, I will show you a couple of them because of the time. See, this is what happens. Resin is intact, whole composite is intact. Once the glass transition temperature starts, it tries to soften, and then resin gets decomposed completely. After 200 degrees, tensile strength dropping significantly, and once you move at this stage, it is just the fibers which are sticking. Your resins are completely gone after 600 degrees. So this is, for example, stiffness at the bottom figures, very much similar. And I have showed you here what happens, at 20 degrees, when you pull out these tests. So 100, it becomes basically fully decomposed matrix. Now, we did bond test. Very hard to do this bond test. It's not like steel. Steel, the good thing is it maintains, steel and concrete are made for each other, but not FRP. They don't get along very well at all at high temperature. So when you pull those bond tests, very hard to do those tests because they slip, very hard to get the useful data. So we came out some methods even to develop how to do the bond tests. ASTM is silent on these high temperature tests even. For example, RILEM has some guidelines now. So we developed a lot of bond tests and near surface mounted, strips as well as rods. Look at how bond degrades. Okay, this is slip, this is bond. Very rapidly properties degrade. This is for internal reinforcement bars. First work we did was for Canadian Parliament parking garage, which was corroded because of the too much salt we use for ice. So we did a big project and developed this, normalized strength versus, this is steel. You can see steel, different rebar types, and this is FRP. How fast they are degrading. FRP versus GFRP, CFRP, everything. This is modulus. Okay? So modulus wise, it drops slower, unlike steel, but strength wise, it drops faster. Then we did a lot of tests. These are column tests, full scale column tests, 14 feet for typical buildings in New York City or Chicago. Many of this is used. Full scale test. Each test cost $40,000. One test on these columns. Number of tests we did in Canada when I was there, and then later in the US we did some of these tests. And on beams, columns, slabs, okay, these are some of the near surface mounted reinforcement. This is the NSM. This is a beam which has to be strengthened, which has damaged or deteriorated. So we inserted the slots here and then put the NSM strips. You can see that. Did a number of fire tests. And what is this? Look at here, if you see closely, if you don't provide any insulation for these NSM rebars, it's only the concrete cover thickness it has, but here we provided insulation. In 10 minutes, we have cover of 10 to 15 millimeters, it starts burning, flaming, smoke, right? Then after that, what happens? 25 minutes, much more flaming, and 80 minutes, everything disintegrated, right? And but because the rebars can take the tension load, and during fire, one of the good things is you have less load. It's not 1.2 dead plus 1.6 live. It's fire-wise, live load is almost 50% low, right? So that's why it's lasting longer. But on the other hand, if you put insulation, you can stretch that to enhance the performance, to delay it. Then we did a lot of tests. These are just the rebar temperatures, not very much important, but this is the rebar temperatures at the NSM level. Look here, if you don't put the insulation, within 10-15 minutes you have 600 degrees. But after that, if you put insulation, you can delay it, right? And this is, in turn, this is the rebar temperature. So whenever you have used, we have used FRP, keep in mind, if you have steel rebars already, steel rebars, protecting them is much more important for your fire resistance. Then from there we moved on to do, these are the deflections again, how they deflect. This is a beam without any insulation, but by providing insulation, you can push that little bit longer to get better fire resistance. Now, after this, we did a lot of, these tests are on when FRP is provided as an externally bonded either flexural or shear strengthening. Okay, this is FRP, and we reverse this, put the insulation. This is behind, this is FRP, then turned around and tested these 14 feet beams, and you can see FRP, once it debonds, very quickly it loses its strength, right? We don't have much left in that one, but by providing insulation, you can push that along for a little longer, or you, depending on the insulation thickness, it is the insulation and insulation alone which is helping. Look at the test, what happens. FRP has completely burnt out. Now, develop numerical models, because tests are very expensive. A beam test costs $40,000, column test costs $40,000. Did a lot of numerical models, about 6 to 8 PhDs so far have graduated on various aspects of this. Basically, in the model, what we need is, we need to know what's the fire exposure depending on the building type. Especially dangerous is if you are doing a chemical plant retrofitting. If you use this, fire may be a major issue. If you are for bridges, for tunnels, if you are retrofitting this, keep in mind this is, at least steel had some level of comfort, but here there is not much comfort left. So first you need to get the fire scenario, and then move on then to find out temperatures at different stages or different sections here, different level depths. Then find out, carry out that, once you get the temperatures, then find out the strength left in the FRP, concrete, rebars, any insulation. Then check the moment capacity, whether it can carry the load. Keep on doing this. So when you do this, and remember, current codes for your steel rebars, all it has is cover thickness and size of the minimum dimensions, minimum concrete cover. That doesn't apply to FRP. So you need to develop, for example, here, number of factors. What is the type of FRP using, whether you're using glass fiber, GFRP, CFRP, AFRP, they're all different. What is its TG? Then whether it's EB, NSM, or IR, internally, it's different. It's not one solution. So number of things, as you know. Then I will show you just one or two, then move on to guidelines. Here you see this. This is a beam, conventional steel reinforcement. This is externally bonded reinforcement. This is NSM. So if you have steel rebars, okay, here in this case, okay, this is what happens. You have strengthened this beam. This is regular reinforced concrete beam. It has a capacity of 250. You can see that. This is what happens in the fire. But this beam, you strengthened it. You had to repair that beam. You took the moment capacity to 250 to 400, because that's the purpose of strengthening. And look at EB, you strengthened this with CFRP. Look at how it drops, how quickly, in 20 minutes or so. But it has supposed to carry a lot of load, but it cannot. Then it follows once the FRP is gone, it follows the conventional beam. NSM, it is better solution to get fire resistance, because it has some concrete cover and the rebars are kept cool. Now, again, where you provide that NSM, if you are smart enough, you can, providing NSM if you want, this is a bad idea. Don't put it in the corners, or don't put it, you bigger size in two sizes, put here, bigger sizes, 2 bars here. The reason for that is your fire exposure, it's attacked by the fire only from the bottom. You have so much concrete from the side surfaces, it's far away. One side fire exposure, we call it in fire protection, that can provide you lower the temperatures in this one compared to here or here. Then, how much strengthening, too much strengthening or too much dependence on FRP is bad in fire. Don't depend too much in fire if you have an option. Don't think that more you providing FRP, more you are adding to the strength at room temperature. In fire, it's worse. So better strategy is to optimize it. So for example, in this, FRP contributes about 29%. The beam fails in 135 minutes. If it contributes 41%, it fails in 80 minutes, because what happens is that extra strength will be very quickly gone, and everything has to be dependent on the steel rebars, okay? And then, this is bond effect. I will skip this because of time, but just to mention, bond alone plays a role. NSM can provide you higher bond, because those strips which are inside are 3-side bond effect you get. EB, you get only 1-side bond effect, so that's again a problem. So after that, more insulation is good, but remember, if you provide, this is for example the insulation thickness versus rebar temperature. This is rebar temperature. Rebar temperature comes down as the insulation thickness increases, that we know, common sense, but more insulation you put in, it falls off due to gravity itself. So you have to optimize and get certain thickness. Don't think that you put, instead of putting 1 inch, this is what a lot of contractors used to think. Instead of 1 inch, I'm going to put 1.5 inch. That may work against the fire, because a lot of things, common sense and fire don't go along very well, right? Unfortunately, I'm sorry, but yeah. So we developed a lot of solutions. So what are the solutions? So when you have EB strengthening, okay, this is just, I'm showing you EB, this is a bad idea. If you want to protect the insulation, you don't get much benefit. Don't do this. This is also not good. If you can extend your insulation thickness on this CB 2 times the concrete cover thickness we came out, optimum, excellent from the fire resistance point of view. So how much you need? Extend it. Protecting the rebars is as important as FRP, and this is not a good idea to protect throughout as well. So just providing this, if you can take care of the tension rebars very much, that's good. Just 2 more minutes. Okay. So then, if you see, okay, same thing for T-beams as well we did. Let's move on. So how much thickness you need? This is a type called vermiculite gypsum combination, right, with intermittent paint, little bit of that. So this is the thickness levels. It's all in papers everywhere. You can look at it. So this is how you provide the thickness of the insulation on that. Now, so columns very much similar. We have done a lot of column tests as well. So basically, you can see either for square columns or rectangular columns, how to apply this. We developed these practices. Now, moving along, this is for internally reinforced slabs and beams we did for the Canadian Parliament building. How much cover thickness you need? It's not the same as steel reinforcement. You need 20 if you use steel rebars. If you use GFRP rebars, you need 40 millimeters. CFRP rebars, you need little bit more. GFRP functions better than CFRP. Now, we developed, just like I said, a simplified approach, which I will show you on this slide, last slide. Look here. So today, there is a building. This building, this is the concrete beams in that building. So that building has deteriorated, okay, due to aging and other things. You want to increase the capacity. After 10 years after that, you are going to go and increase the capacity to 1.5 times whatever it has. So this is the FRP strengthened beams. Either you use EB or NSM. Look here what happens. If the conventional beam, if it catches fire after 20 years, this is what happens, conventionally reinforced concrete. The failure happens, conventionally reinforced beam here. So it lasted for 185. Look at EB reinforced, because there is no fire protection provided. It goes down quickly. You don't even get 75 minutes in fire. If it is NSM, look at here, it is a better solution here. Look here, it fails, it gives you almost 180 minutes, but in both cases, you can provide insulation if you can and push it further to last even for 4 hours, 3 hours, you know. So this is an attractive way to find out innovative solutions for given scenario for fire resistance. So finally, last slide, there are serious performance issues with FRP when it comes to fire that needs to be addressed, and lot of factors, it depends, unlike in steel, conventional steel reinforced beams, and right, so reaching TG, lot of European courts say after TG not much of a help, that's not failure. You can design it even beyond TG provided you apply the rational methodology which is proposed. Lot of work to be done in this area. So I would like to acknowledge a lot of funding from various industries and governments, agencies in US as well as in other countries, including Qatar, National Research Foundation, and UAE. And many students, as well as even some from India, did their PhDs and postdoctoral and visiting scholars. Thank you very much.
Venkatesh, time for a couple of questions. Yeah.
Myself, Dr. C.V. Shivaram Prasad, sir. So actually, when I am listening this PPT, it's a very good PPT for us as youngsters. The most of the thing, like you know, in India, whenever the industrial point of view we are talking, as for the industrial RCC chimney, we have a IS 4998 code book, and steel chimneys we have IS 6553 code book. So when we are doing research on the industrial chimneys, when 10 years back, before the draft code happened, so no one mentioned regarding the fire especially. Why? Because the fire is happening every... Yeah, okay, 1 minute, sir, please. So the please, half minute, please, sir. So the fire is, most of the time is happening in the RCC chimney. So the people, the construction, where whatever the company would take, some big companies, they are simply putting some instant bricks and all other things. But some case studies, there are the failure happened due to this fire only. But still in India, it's not happening to introduce these fire system in the new code books, as well as is there any case study have you done in USA regarding this industrial RCC chimney?
Oh, definitely, a lot of them.
Yeah,
so
can you explain
you can look at literature, you can go to my website, publications and stuff. Okay. But India also, National Building Code mentions you any industrial building, any building requirements. The solution you have to provide that may not be there in IS 456. You should look beyond. That's the purpose of this presentation. Yeah, you can engineer the system.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
One last question from there. Suruke, maybe over lunch we can talk. We are running out of time. Yeah.
Sir. Yes, sir. I am Rajiv Gupta, and you have very well captured the risk of FRP with change in temperature, because FRP, which is primarily performance, depends on the epoxy resins. Whether you use aramid, carbon or glass fiber, irrespective of the fiber, performance will depend on the epoxy, which is the main binding force. And it is always risky when temperature is high, fire is there, or even in case of humidity, it is not a good system. Despite of this, it has been accepted and adopted at a very high rate. Why not we have considered alternative technology, that is FRCM, that includes cementitious matrix instead of epoxy, which is much safer and equally effective?
Yeah. No, FRCM is used. China, Hong Kong, lot of times. US may be a little bit less. We have done FRCM has also fire problems, much bigger than conventional concrete, this thing. So there are a lot of research papers on that. But FRP, this is one solution. We have a lot of them. Just because fire is a problem, you try to solve it. You don't run away from it, right? I mean, I want you to run away from a fire, but from that problem, I think in a structural design. So I think, you know, so FRCM is also possible if that fits to, but FRP works out much cheaper than FRCM in case.
Yes, that's true. But if you add the cost of insulation,
sir,
then FRCM probably is a better system.
Yeah, we can
take that
more economic
later.
Sure,
I think
sure,
there was
sure.
a burning issue.
Yeah. Sir, I am Dr. Srinivas Reddy, CEO of Rehab Technologies. It's excellent presentation, the data and the research outcomes. Because I have been into this profession for 32 years as repair rehabilitation. So whenever in India, what the problem is when the building, especially buildings or industrial structures are having fire accidents, because of lack of codal provisions and the data we have.
Sir, please keep it short.
So we are demolishing and reconstruct. We are discarding the structure. That is very, very painful for me. Like it is even in health cases, we are bringing the coma patient back to life. But here, unfortunately, because of fire hazards, this is there. So my humble submission is, give us this technology transfer, whatever is there. We will see that we will implement it with working with the industry. Because this country now, last 20-30 years, one is aging issues. We did a lot of health monitoring and conditions.
Venkatesh, you want to respond? So, just quick response.
Technology transfer, how it can be happened.
Sure.
We are the pioneers, we can do it in India.
Sure. I think IIT Hyderabad, Surya is leading it and with his other group as well. What is the agency name? Sorry, what's the organization? Yeah, rehabilitation. So I am working with them. They are developing a document which is there. Fire was not there too much, but now we are introducing it. I'm more than happy, right? Many these projects which are built based on this are used around the world. So why not in India? I think definitely we can discuss that and improve the codes and standards for everyone to apply this.
Thank you, Venkatesh. But please stay on. I think the organizers want to felicitate all the speakers. Suru, can I have you? And LP Singh also on. Professor Subramaniam is not here. Who are the others you want on?
Dr. Vinay Gupta ji, I request you to please come out to the stage, sir. Please, onto the center stage. All the four speakers. Please.
And Professor Subramaniam, who made this session happen. Come.
Sir, please come. Dr. Vinay Gupta ji, Vivek ji, and Engineer Manoj Kavalkar and Dr. Manmohan Arkalgal, sir. Please come on to the stage to do the honors on behalf of ICA. I request Dr. Vinay Gupta to convey our gratitude to Professor Ravindra Gettu by presenting a memento, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a big applause, please. I request Engineer Manoj to please honor Professor S.P. Shah, please. Thank you. I request Engineer Vivek Nayak ji to please honor Dr. L.P. Singh. Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Manmohan R. Kalgal to please honor Professor Venkatesh Kadur. Dr. Venkatesh Kodur. Thank you, sir. Please join for a photo op for a few seconds. Just few seconds. Thank you very much. Please be seated. We have got a few announcements and the program is not yet done. Please be seated for a few more minutes. Thank you so much. Honor. Thank you also. Thank you so much. Now, I request the AV desk to please play the commercial presentation of Bangur Cement, please. The commercial presentation of Bangur Cement.
क्या मतलब 2 महीने और? अब गिट्टी क्या मुल्तान से ला रहे हो आप? मेरा पूरा परिवार इंतजार कर रहा है मिश्रा जी, दिवाली अपने नए घर में मनाने के लिए. प्लीज आप जल्दी कीजिए, प्लीज.
पापा माथे पे जो शिकन है क्यों है वो बताता नहीं. दाढ़ी हो गई इतनी सफेद कि अब वो भी छुपाता नहीं. एक छत ही तो चाहिए, फिर क्यों है इतना परेशान. बहुत दिन हो गए, अब मुस्कुराना चाहता हूं. ईंटें जोड़ दिए हैं, अब मैं घर बनाना चाहता हूं. लोग कहते हैं अगर सारा पैसा घर में ही लगाओगे तो फिर बेटी के लिए क्या बचाओगे? बेटी का ही तो है ये अरमान जो पूरा करना चाहता हूं। ईंटें जोड़ दी हैं, अब मैं घर बनाना चाहता हूं। बचपन तो गुजर गया किराए के मकानों में, 3 से 4 फीट हुए उन दीवारों के निशानों में। मिट जाते हैं निशान, किराएदार बदल जाते हैं। जो यादें हमें ना मिली वो बच्चों को दिलाना चाहता हूं। ईंटें जोड़ दी हैं, अब मैं घर बनाना चाहता हूं।
सर अब रेत और गिट्टी की चिंता छोड़ दीजिए, भांगड़ मैग्ना और रूपॉन आ गया है तो दिवाली तक आपका घर एकदम सॉलिड हो जाएगा।
छतों पे रखे हैं दिए, दरवाजे को फूलों से सजाया है। चावल के आटे से फर्श पे श्री के पैरों को बनाया है। हर साल की थी पूजा पराए मकानों में, लेकिन इस बार लक्ष्मी जी को अपने घर लाना चाहता हूं। ईंटें जुड़ गई है, अब मैं अपने घर में रहना चाहता हूं। बांगर सीमेंट देता है आपके अरमानों को एक सॉलिड नींव। इस दिवाली लीजिए संकल्प अपना घर बनाने का, क्योंकि असली दिवाली होती है अपने घर वाली। बांगर सीमेंट, सॉलिड घर सिर्फ बांगर।
Thank you. Can we have the presentation of ACECON India, please? Thanks to ACECON. Do you have ARS presentation loaded, please? Are you ready to go? Evidus, can we stage ARS presentation now?
Corporate video.
Yes, corporate video. Yeah. Yeah, you can please go ahead. You can stage it, please. You can present the corporate video of ARS Steel.
Not presentation. It's being presented. That will be afterwards.
Okay. No, whichever you are given, we are presenting. Sir. What you would like to do?
No, हमारा तो presentation है.
Presentation है अभी?
तो अभी तो lunch हो गया तो अब we'll do after lunch then.
We'll decide that. If you want it after lunch, we can do it here.
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll do it here only.
Yeah. Okay, they would prefer to have it after lunch. We'll do it later. Thank you so much. I request all the audience to please note that the lunch will conclude at 3:15. It will commence now, it will conclude at 3:15. At 3:15, I request you to go to the respective halls that you are interested in. We will have the 3 sessions in 3 different halls. One will be here in Kohinoor, one will be in the first floor called Synergy, and the third will be at Evoke, which is in the ground floor. So the sessions will begin sharp at 3:15. I request the respective speakers to please go to those respective halls. Make sure that your presentation is there. So we will see you at 3:15. The lunch is being served behind the exhibition stall. So you need to please walk out of the door and right to the exhibition stall. The lunch is being served out there. See you all at 3:15 p.m. sharp, please. Thank you.
Check. Hello. Check. Okay. I said okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon to all delegates. A very warm welcome after the lunch break. We have now a very interesting session here on the theme of innovations in concrete. The session chair is Dr. Vishalakshi Talakokula Madam from the Mahendra University. She is an Assistant Dean, Academics and Research and Development at the Mahendra University, and she leads the IQAC. She works in structural health monitoring, sustainable materials, green concrete, and smart structures. She has 20 plus years of academic experience and expertise in piezoelectric sensing, corrosion monitoring, and SEM-based material characterization. She has authored over 37 journal papers, 45 conference papers, a book, and several book chapters, and holds 2 patents. She has led major national and UKERI collaborative projects and serves on RILEM committees. She is the Vice President South of IAS-T and also the Governing Council member of the Indian Concrete Institute and the IBC. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you to please settle down and please welcome the chair of the next session, Dr. Vishalakshi Talakokula Madam. Welcome to you, ma'am, and the session is yours.
Thank you, Girish. So in this session, we have a keynote presentation followed by 3 paper presentations from the students. So the first keynote presentation is by none other than Vinay Gupta ji on the bridge failures, causes and remedies. And we all know that Vinay Gupta ji has a lot of accolades, okay, and also he's an active member in most of the civil engineering professional bodies. Okay, he is into the BIS, IRC committees on earthquakes, special structures, loads, etc. He has received many awards on seismic design and segmental bridge launching systems and the Priestess Concrete Design Award by II. Okay, he also currently serves as president of IIBE, which is the Indian Institution of Bridge Engineers. So with this introduction, I would like to invite Vinay Gupta ji on the dais.
Good afternoon, everybody. I know the lunch was very, very tasty. Even those who are here, I'm sure would like to take a nap. In any case, the topic is such that nobody would want to listen. We only want to see good things happen. And here we will see how bad things can also happen. But anyway, later part will be a little more interesting to see how to avoid that from happening. Remediation or avoidance of the failures. Both. All right, so first let us see what are the likely reasons which can cause these kinds of failures before we can find out a remedy for those failures. Lack of understanding of codes of practice. This is something which we think engineers don't make mistakes in the design, but we do make mistakes in the design. I'm a consultant myself, but still I'm saying that. Underestimation of the construction loadings in a bridge. When we talk of, there's a good composition, the good component of construction loading, which can be a launching girder, it can be construction live loads, and so on and so forth. If they are not estimated properly, which is also I have found happening at number of places, because the people who are going to construct, they have not even given those loadings. And the design engineer could be under pressure to design. Then he assumes something from the past experience. And later on he gets to know that, look, loads was more, you have taken less from your past experience, and now the structure does not pass. And Mr. P.V. Sarma will definitely accompany on that. Then improper construction sequence. In a bridge-like structure, which is a highly determinate structure, the sequence of construction also becomes, rather it is very important. If we use a long sequence, then there can be failures. Then of course there are issues of transportation, erection and launching. Inadequate quality control is normally said to be one reason for durability or life of the structure. And improper document control. The designer issued revision R4 the construction happened based on revision R3. This has also been found because if you go by ISO norms, you're supposed to withdraw the previous copies by marking obsolete that nobody should be able to use, but we don't do that. We think, कि सब ठीक है, चलता है. The Almighty is there to save us, but He can't save everybody, no? Okay. So look at this simple failure for a very simple reason that the anchorage of the pier into the pier cap for the reinforcement in this particular case in Bihar is only 30 centimeters, 300 millimeters. The designer would have thought that this will be enough because load is balanced, girders, live load, whatever it is, more or less balanced. Just give 30 centimeter in a 1.5 to 2 meters deep pier cap. If it does not fall, it will be a miracle. It has fallen, that is normal. Now, what happens if you look at this picture here? The anchorage has to be not with the concrete to reinforcement. It has to be between reinforcement and reinforcement. Tension has to be carried by the reinforcement, not concrete. So, as you see a reinforcement on the outer surface in the right side picture, it must have enough lap between the top reinforcement that you see, which has to carry the tension or which is bringing the tension to the pier, and the vertical and bent reinforcement there. Don't count it from just a face of concrete, rather count the lap that is provided, which is going to transfer the tensions. So here is an example which was actually investigated by none other than Professor Mahesh Tandon in Sri Lanka, wherein the World Bank, I think, hired him to do the investigation. Now here a very similar thing happened, and you see these cracks, which you will find when I show you the next picture, very obvious, as engineers if you think. So here, the reinforcement, the topmost that you see is a nominal reinforcement going one end to the other end. Fine. The second layer is a main reinforcement. The designers smartly have finished this reinforcement with the anchorage length from pier face inward into over the pier and stopped it there. But concrete doesn't know how you're thinking about it. Concrete only knows this. Tension continues beyond even that anchorage length of 1.5 meters or so. And since the tension continues, there is a failure of a bond, and as a result, the cracks that we saw diagonally, they take place. Now, a precast segmental or whatever it is, even it can be eye girders, you must have heard of deck continuity in a structure, which means to have a better riding quality, you provide a deck which is continuous, which you do normally later on. Initially, the structure is simply supported. Now, simply supported means you have these 3-4 spans, which at one location there will be a fixed bearing, longitudinally restrained bearing, and in other locations it will be a free bearing each. Now, if you place these spans on those pot bearings, which was the case here in Maharashtra, let me not name very explicitly, because I investigated the failure and somebody should not, hold me for that. So what happened there is all these spans which are on free bearings were lying on free bearings without any lock. Maybe contractor thought that clamp that you provide in a bearing, in a pot bearing, if you know there's a small metal clamp, is a fixity, but actually that's only clamp to hold the bearing in place, that's all, in position, in the same shape and orientation. So, during the construction, when the deck slabs were not built, the fixity for this 4-span structure was not available because the fixed bearing span was not in contact with the free bearing spans, the extreme left, extreme right. As a result, when it was lying like this for about 2.5 years, one fine day the span fell, something like this. It fell, it hit the other span also would have fallen, the right side picture, but somehow it just escaped falling, it slipped 150 millimeters, and the left span that you see actually fell. Now, yes, somewhere you say there is an Almighty who helps. A bus just passed through. N number of people would have died, but it just passed. It's like a difference of 10-15 seconds. So it escaped casualties. There have been cases, I'll not name which type of projects I'm talking about, because we have so many stalwarts and experts sitting here and it would look like an insult. That's why I said it's a negative topic. That bearings are placed either upside down, bottom plate above and top plate down. There have been cases where bearing is rotated 90 degrees, and there have been cases where the bearing is not temporarily locked, which I discussed in the previous case. So these things will also cause, sooner or later, a difficulty with the structure. Now look at the good picture of eye girder. Eye girder, almost 2 meters deep, being sort of constructed in casting yard and cured. Now before this, if you had gone and seen this, whose picture I have not taken, the Hessian clothes were lying vertical. And every day people will come and sprinkle water on the Hessian cloth, which is not even in contact with the concrete. So how do you expect this concrete to gain strength? And not only that, more importantly, the webs which carry the shear cannot gain strength because the concrete is not sort of available for curing. The cement remains cement, it does not hydrate. So that was a case. So we went and we said, look, you have to do something like this. They did, they showed us, and then we said, yeah, go ahead with this. Transportation. Now there can be cases, which was a case in one of our projects in Delhi, that this left side thing that you see, the whole height of the stuff, that is a trailer as well as the girder, went up beyond 5.5 meters. And you know very well that the clearance below the flyovers in a city, in an urban area, is a minimum of 5.5 meters. Now, after 5.5, if something is taller, it can hit. It will rather hit. That was the case in the picture on the left side. Then they called us, because we were the consultants, that please come and check our transportation system so that we can start transporting. We went, took half an hour, and we said, no. Then they did what you see on the right side. Now, another case, a girder was being placed. And in the process, when you are placing the girder using cranes, it takes some time for the crane to be aligned to the right location, where the pedestal is on which the girder had to rest. In the process, during that process itself, without its having to come to the final position, the ropeway failed, pulley failed, one of the hooks or something failed. As a result, the girder fell on this side of the pedestal, and therefore it toppled, tilted and toppled and broke. Why it breaks is because once the girder topples, it becomes 90-degree sideways. Then the I value of that, Z value of that, is very small compared to what it is when it is vertical. So it has to fail and fall down. So what happened was something like what we see in the picture here. So what I'm trying to say, unlike buildings, failure during erection do take place. Failure due to designs do take place, and there are no inherent factors of safety because it's a determinate structure on a comparative scale compared to buildings. Look at this case. This is somewhere in UP. I'll not name the place. A girder fell, bus was passing below, and 17 people died. Now there the God could not show its mercy. So what happened there was a system of 5 girders parallel to each other. Deck slab was to come. Girders were lying like this. The middle girder that you see out of 5 has a transversely restrained bearing, but the other 4 do not. So they were connected to each other, lying, resting on the pod bearings, free pod bearings, the middle one resting on the restrained pod bearings, fixed pod bearing, let's call it. And after a while, due to storm, all the way from January till about May, due to the storms, wind storms, the girder slid and fell. And when the girder fell, there was a bus below, and both the girders together, they slid and fell. It was very obvious because the middle girder was not connected to the outer 4 girders, 2 on either side. Another case, this is in Andhra. Sorry sir, I am touching your state. But it's not a metro project, it's a road project. So here what happened, that in the drawing we saw there when we investigated the failure, that there should have been a single brick, not brick, the wooden block to support these girders just for during construction stage. And it's a one-span structure of, I think, 50 odd meters. Now, what it did was something like what you see on the right side picture. There were 12 wooden blocks. There were 3 layers of 4 each, lying there, small pieces, and then putting a structure on top, and no enough transfer stability for toppling or save against toppling. So the structure had to fall, and it fell. 2 people died, I think. Of course, some people had to go behind bars for a while. Maybe they came out later. So what we do is, this is a picture from our project in Delhi. This kind of connectivity, the very first girder is most important to be stabilized against falling. So first you connect the first girder to a stable arrangement, which can be either pier cap, something like this, or it can be connected to the trestles that you saw in the previous picture. And then second girder could be connected to the first one, third one to second one, likewise, for the stability. In I girders, falling of girders has been found very frequently, and which can be avoided by a very simple mechanism. There is a case in UP again, where the concrete at the diaphragm, now diaphragm houses a good amount of steel because there is a concentration of stresses, concentration of loadings, and also large anchorages of the pre-stressing, and the concrete did not reach properly because of all these reasons. So now in my code I have said, preferably go for self-compacting concrete to have a proper compact concrete. So there was honeycombing, and as a result, the thing was about to fail before it was arrested against failure. Another case. Now you see, in any simply supported span, you have a lot of pre-stressing at the bottom. And the ducts are large, 120 millimeters, 140 millimeters, and so on. How does the concrete, and the ducts are in the bottom slab and the box girder, how does the concrete flow below the ducts, which are large in size? Because concrete has to have a good slump, there has to be a lot of good amount of needle vibration, or a self-compacting concrete. Now that did not happen properly, and as a result, the structure, since the bottom crushed due to compression of the pre-stressing, the structure lifted up by as much as 650 millimeters for a span of 40 meters. So that's how the picture was. In another case, very near to that, it was so weak at the bottom that it may have lifted up, nobody saw, it finally fell down. In another case, for similar region, there was a launching girder placed, and that not only that span collapsed, but also the next one because of launching girder. So one can see the pier segment on the left side turn 90 degree in the process of the same failure. I'll skip this. Just to tell you that, 15 minutes over. Just to tell you that this shear keys that you see, technically they are not for any strength. They are only to engage the segment one to the other for a proper alignment. Therefore, provide as many as you can, but they are not taken into design of any kind for epoxy jointed segments. And each segment is given a unique number, as you see on the left side picture, so that this segment, even though it may look same as some other segment, will be placed only there, only for that span, only for that location, even though it may be same, because in the what is called in a match casting of the segment one against the other has to have a unique location, which is cast against the previous one. Lifting, of course, you have to be careful about where to put hooks, because if you put these hooks in the middle of the two slab spans, slab not having top reinforcement will lift up and crack or maybe fail completely. This is a structure, a very nice structure, 320 meter long, full depth continuity, that is 40 meters into 8 spans in Bangalore. And contractors were new to precasting. They did generally a very good work. And they called us after erecting one span to please come and see, and they were very happy, like, we'll get 100 out of 100 marks. So they showed us a picture on the left, which is looking very neat. We went there, we spent about an hour, then we said, sorry. Then they asked us what the problem was. We said, your epoxy is not enough. We are supposed to provide epoxy on the jointing of the segment, 1 millimeter on either side, then apply the temporary precessing, and that should get reduced to 1 millimeter, rest should come out. Means half the epoxy should be out. So they understood that epoxy was not enough, and they were trying to save an epoxy or whatever people suggested, all the labor suggested. So then they did what you see on the right. Now you see epoxy oozing out, that means it is properly filled with epoxy, and then you scrape it out, whatever you want to do to clean it up. In case epoxy is not enough, then area is not completely in contact, and you have a large amount of stress of 15, 20, 25 MPa. Due to less contact, reduced contact of area of contact, there will be a stress concentrations and the thing will crush. There's another very classic example where after 11 years of operation, the whole structure in UP went down. The well went down, well cap went down, pier went down, pier cap went down. And we are not been able to figure out a reason behind it. The only remedy is to make 3 spans as opposed to 2 spans which have fallen. This, I don't know whether I should discuss this or not. It is in this state where precast segmental structure was being constructed by taking a ground supported staging like this and placing the segments on top of it. One fine day, a good stream of water came underneath these supports that you have, and it undermined, and the whole structure fell down something like this. Due to that stream of water coming from a height of 11 meter near Panjagutta, Samajigoda, and Mazhab tank side. Sorry. Okay. Now this kind of this durability issues we have seen. But they are not because that the steel was poor. It is because the concrete was poor. If the concrete doesn't have a proper compactness, then everything ingresses, carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, and everything else, and moisture, and they corrode the steel, which in the worst can be as bad as I showed you just now. Now you may say that the pre-stressed concrete structure is normally very robust. I completely agree with you. But the pre-stressed concrete structure can also have a higher rate of corrosion than reinforced concrete structure because pre-stressing is at a higher stress, more like 2 to 3 times of that of reinforcement. But there have been a case, one of the worst kind of cases, where they found that the duct, which is supposed to be grouted with cement, was so well hollow that they could even send, otherwise it's all compact, they could even send an endoscope to take pictures, something like this. This is, of course, Thane Creek Bridge. So when there's a question of remedying it, then you provide this kind of pre-stressing after doing all the treatments with the concrete and reinforcement, and then you put additional pre-stress, something like this. Okay. So just way forward. I hope it is the last slide because Professor Vijayalakshmi is looking at me and looking at her watch again and again. The design must cater to all the construction stage loadings. Construction drawings must indicate temporary safety requirements. Now you see, we saw some case where the structure fell during construction stages. Normally speaking, the constructor, the contractor is not supposed to know what is going to be stable, what is not going to be stable, or what is a construction sequence. If as a designer I don't specify in the drawings, then you blame him and he blames you. The game goes on. Because it fell because of certain instability issues. There's a very common problem if there are young engineers, I'm sure there are some students here, they feel computer software is a better engineer than themselves. So if there's an output, that is final, come what may, don't ask me, don't suggest, this is right. That is where the problems do take place at times. Important materials, that is pre-stressing, admixture, cement, they must be independently tested. And why? Because, if there are manufacturers, please don't mind. I have seen that certificates of compliance to the codes of materials are printed in advance of manufacturing the same material. Because after manufacturing, there is no time. It has to be supplied, money has to be received. You have already spent on the material and the process. So, better test at least such important materials independently before incorporating them into the structure. Launching system, I have written in my code SP65 that launching girder, etc., you must load test before placing it on the site. Testing is simple, you sort of support your segments, see the deflection, see the rebound, and then once it passes, you take it to the site. And also prepare this kind of full-scale mock-ups. Mind you, only full-scale, but not the whole structure. And see what problems there can be. Like in this particular case, it's from Mukarba Chowk flyover in Delhi, where the first mock-up failed because the shuttering of the pier that you see here with this ins and outs, whatever recesses, could not come out. And when the shuttering could not come out, they had to just use cranes and hammers and all to break the concrete away and demolish. Then they realized that we need to make certain changes that the shutters can come out given the recesses. Yeah, thank you. So I can see a relieved face of the chairperson.
Thank you, Vinayji, for keeping it well within the time. Thank you. We can have 2 questions. Yeah.
As usual, the Vinay's presentation is always very interesting. Bridge failures and the remedies.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Now, you have been a leading consultant for over 40 years. My question to you is the role of structural engineers in ensuring safety. This is one thing. We have not talked about the enabling structure. That is also very important. So these are the 2 things which I would like to know from an experience.
So, sir, first point about you, about yours, your question is about role of engineers. Now, engineers are in the office as well as at the site. The engineers in the office must understand the person at the site is not aware of everything technically. He is aware of only concrete, how to pour concrete, how to compact concrete. He is supposed to be aware. But where a bridge structure is safe, unsafe during temporary stages, or what loadings it has to take, you have to decide. And not only decide, you have to determine and also put them on the drawings. So in my safety code, I have said that you have to do this. You are responsible. You cannot say only contractor is responsible for every failure. Is the design consultant or the engineer, he has to give all those things properly onto the drawings. And second question, sir, sorry.
Enabling structure, that also needs...
Enabling, right. Sir, these enabling structures, first of all, our code says, which is very clear, they have to be designed like a permanent structure, no relief of stresses or any design philosophy. Secondly, the enabling structure have to be equally tested. Rather, they have to be tested more because enabling structures like launching girder, like shutter, they are used much more number of times for future projects, repeatedly. So the repetitive use or fatigue or whatever we can call it is actually much more. If you remember, sir, about close to 40 years ago, there was a failure of a Mandavi River bridge.
Yes.
Right? And 26 people had died. What happened is that there was a span of 50 meters. There was a underslung launching truss. which was below and resting on the well cap, and concreting was done in situ. And after doing one, it did the second, it did the fourth, third, fourth, fifth. In the fifth one or sixth one, the same launching girder came down and people died. Why? Because it had gone through certain cycles of stressing and de-stressing. So it is more important to design the temporary structures with a larger care. And I've seen that in metro clients, they're made it almost compulsory or mandatory nowadays that any structure, temporary launching girder, etc., will be properly designed and proof checked by the consultant. So these are a few things I can think of. Thank you for the question.
Yes, sir. Quick question, sir. Nice presentation. Regarding the proof load testing you are suggesting for the launching grinders, is it the proof load basis we have to test? What is the factor of safety that is to be applied? For load test you are suggesting.
Sorry, you're not very clear.
Launching girder you are suggesting for the proof load testing, sir. For each case you are suggesting what is the proof load that is to be applied? Proof load means what is the minimum factor of safety that is to be
applied? Am I not able to understand or?
Launching girder, what is the factor of safety that is to be applied for proof load testing?
As I said, launching girder first of all has to be designed for normal condition, which means no relief of stresses. It has to be designed for SLS and ULS as covered in IRC 24 if it's for a bridge, or as per IRS CBC steel code as it is in the code. And all its loadings like dead load, which is like suspended load and the launching girder load, and live load, which is a construction live load, has to be taken as the case it is. Live load, and dead load, and the respective factors. So that is the normal way, which is, supposing if it's a permanent steel girder, you will design it that way, just the same way.
Thank you.
Yeah, sir, I am Professor Bixma from Usmania University. You are talking about concrete corrosion.
Steel corrosion.
Yeah, steel corrosion. So when we go for normally girders or piers for bridges, we normally provide high strength concrete. So what is the possibility of getting corrosion? Why it is coming corrosion? When we are going with precast and all this, already we have quality control in place. So can you just tell me the reasons for getting corrosion?
Yes, sir. You have a valid practical point. I must say that when you are doing this concreting, it could be high strength concrete, it could be high performance concrete, or it could be high strength, high performance concrete, whichever you have chosen. But there is no substitute to good quality pouring, good quality compaction. Now that compaction, if it is self-compacting concrete, it could be inherent or form vibration. If it's a normal concrete, which is not self-compacting one, it requires a lot of needle vibrators. Now what becomes important in a bridge is that you usually have pre-stressing ducts. And these ducts which house the pre-stressing cables, they are nowadays becoming bigger and bigger with time. They've gone to 120 and 130 millimeters kind of a size. And concrete has to reach below. Now if that happens to be a bottom pre-stressing cable, then the leftover space below is only about 75 millimeters. Now within 75 millimeters, about 120 to 130 millimeters concrete around has to flow till the bottom. And this is a place where during construction, you have maximum compression. So that's why we say you have to be very careful. So what we have also said in this code is that you have to also carry out ultrasonic pulse velocity test of all the segments. Forget about it. So that there is no chance left. And it takes nothing. It's very simple and fast test. Yeah, I think Mrs. Up to the chairperson.
Last one.
Thanks for this presentation, sir. Sir, one question. Nowadays, due to the fast track these things, fast track works, we are going with one-stage pre-stressing with thin webs. Theoretically, and design, they are all okay. But when we see that inside, sometimes they hog and they give you problems. What could be the reason, sir, actually?
Yes. As explained to you, bottom cables were there in the two cases. One hogged up, other one hogged and fell. But the bottom slab, soffit, did not get the concrete compacted. So once it crushed, due to excessive compression, of course, during construction, it crushed, and as a result, the structure reduced like this, and therefore hugged up like this. Or reduced like this so much that finally it fell down as well. So, in fact, I've shown 3 cases for that. Yeah.
So sometimes plan bending also they take. I mean, theoretically, nothing should happen.
Yes, at times plan bending can make a difference, but why I would not put that on a higher platform is because in the plan, the soffit slab having a width, it has more strength, but vertically it doesn't. It's just a thin slab. If vertically it is 250, transversely it may be 4, 5 or 6 meters. So that's some differences there between the 2 cases.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Vinayji. It's always a pleasure to hear you, the reasons for the failure. The remedies we couldn't hear much, but maybe the next time. Okay. Give him a big round of applause, please. Next, we move into the students' presentation. The first student presentation is from Srivastav Adarsh. He's going to talk about evaluating the kinetics of highly reactive rheologic aggregate with pyrite containing aggregate at varying temperature conditions. Yes, over to you, Adarsh. You have 12 minutes, 10 minutes for presentation and 2 minutes for question and answer. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Father Srivastav, and I am here to present on topic of evaluating the kinetics of highly reactive rheologic aggregate with the pyrite containing aggregate at varying temperature condition. So the co-authors are Ritesh Yadav and Dr. Mahendra Kumar Pal. So the content of my presentation is, first of all, what is the motivation to present on this topic, and then introduction, what is the mechanism of alkali-silica reaction and internal sulfur attack, then what is the research methodology that I have followed. Generally, in this presentation, just I want to talk about what will happen if internal sulfur attack and alkali-silica reaction occurs in the same concrete. So after that, material characterization and mortar bar expansion test, and then I will talk about the morphology. So this is Rian Dam, which was, it is gravity dam, constructed in the year of 1954 and completed in 1962. But after, here the equivalent alkali in the cement is 0.6 to 1.8. But after like 10 years, there is initial deterioration is seen in 1972. And the reason behind this is it contains strained quartz. Similarly, in the Hyderabad Dam, which is on the Mahanadi upstream of Sambalpur, it was constructed in the year of 1956, and after 30 years, it ceased the deterioration due to alkali-silica reaction. The reason behind this is like the aggregate used here is diorite and granite, and occurrence of crystalline silica has led to this formation of ASR. So, example from other countries where the ASR has been, like lot of dams in the world are now affected by ASR, or like I have put here some of them, like Cogger Dam in South Africa, St. Lucia in Portugal, Alto Dam in Portugal. So, India has only 300 dams in 1947.
Others,
now,
better go to your work. That would be better, no?
So the mechanism of, I will little talk about the mechanism. So in this, what happens that silica dissolves in the presence of alkali, and when the swelling pressure exceeds the tensile strength of a concrete, it will lead to the failure. Similarly, in internal sulfur attack, here I am talking about only the point of view of aggregate. When the aggregate contains the pyrrhotite or pyrite, it will lead due to sulfide oxidation. Sulfide oxidize in the presence of moisture and leads to the failure. after formation of secondary trendite. Primary trendite is generally the part of hydration, so it will not affect much, but when the secondary trendite forms, it will lead to the deterioration. So other form is delayed trendite formation. It generally happens when the high curing temperature is there, like 70 degree above. In that case, initially trendite formation can be suppressed, but later the secondary trendite forms and leads to expansion. So just for like how to initiate the ASR, the first question is like we have an aggregate, then we have to decide whether it will go for, if I am simulating the condition in lab, then the first condition is that I have to select some aggregate which is reactive. And if it is reactive, then only I can study the ASR. So for that, I have taken the rhyolite, which is in the Bundelkhand region, Bavina and Lalitpur area of Uttar Pradesh. So this is a petrographic analysis in which orthoclase and penocrite in the final quartz dominated the matrix. And here, potassium feldspar showing the cross hash twinning along with the strain quartz. So the point is that it contains the strain quartz and the microcrystalline quartz, due to which it has a probability of going into the ASR. So this is only the chemical component. I have performed the XRF. You can see the equivalent alkali content here is 8.772, which is much higher. So, and for the requirement for the initiation of internal sulfur attack is that it should contain the sulfide mineral, and the degree of oxidation, aggregate particle size and distribution, concrete permeability, all these are the requirements to initiate the internal sulfur attack. So this is a petrographic analysis of the metadolorite. Here, biotite oleoclase feldspar is found. And if we look at the XRF, SO3 is 0.17, and in the many research papers, they say that when there is a pyrite or pyrohyotite is more than 0.1%, there is a chances of internal sulfur attack. So this is this is XRD plot of rhyolite. Here the most dominant minerals are quartz, albite, microcline, altered biotite, and illuminite. So albite is sodium rich feldspar, and microcline is potassium feldspar. So both are going to increase the alkali content of the aggregate. So after that, to understand how the pore structure will get affected, I have performed the wet analysis. In this, simply I have, if you see the in metadolite, the initial specific surface area is 0.298, and rhyolite is 0.148. Here I just want to point out that the mean pore dia in case of rhyolite aggregate, which was put in NaOS solution at room temperature, is 28.912, but after 91 days, there is an increase in the specific surface area. So total surface area available for the absorption per gram of the material has increased, and it's jumped from like 0.14 to 1.54 meters square per gram. So it's increased nearly 10 times from the initial. So here I want to say that the silica is dissolving in NaOS solution. So it's a perfect aggregate to be carried for the further alkali silica reaction. So it's just an elemental map of not elemental map, it's XRD for the rhyolite aggregate at 7 days. So here I have just want to point out that silica is 25%, like talking in the weight percentage. Here at 91 days, it's 8.75 in weight percentage. So it's not completely we can rely on this, but we can say that some silica is dissolving, and at the same time you can see the alkali content and calcium enrichment. So the basic test we have today is for the evaluating the ASR is Motarvar expansion test. So there are different standards. Just I have mentioned some ASTM code I have mentioned here, C1260, which I have followed here. So just to understand the passivum effect of aggregate where ASR can initiate, I have replaced the metadolorite, I have a total aggregate of metadolorite and replaced with a rhyolitic aggregate with the 10%, 20, and 30% to just understand the passivum effect. In the previous, At the 14 days, all have the expansion of more than 0.1%, which, as per the ASTM code, indicate that they have the potential to go under the ASR. So 28-day morphology at 10% replacement has not shown much, like calcium silicate hydrate was there, portlandite is there, but there is no significant changes has been seen. But when we, with the 30% replacement, there is etrangite AFT phase is, we can say, is observed, the needle-like structure there. And the point is that after plotting the EDS plot, we can see that calcium is nearly 25 to 30%. The etrangite chemistry, if we look, calcium is 25 to 35%, sulfur is 3 to 10%, alumina 3 to 8%, highly indicative of etrangite. And the shape is also indicating towards etrangite formation. Maybe anyone can ask that it may be due to the primary etrangite formation or secondary etrangite formation. So the primary etrangite forms only after 7 days or after 7 days from the start of hydration. After hardening of the concrete, if there is a etrangite formation is occurring, it's indicating towards the formation of secondary etrangite. So just I want to conclude that there is increased specific surface area in pore dia when we are using the rheolytic aggregate, and morphology at 28 days has shown that there is a leaching of silica and the framework. So it's simply I just want to draw your attention toward that. In case we want to study about the, it can be possible, it happens and many researchers have reported that internal sulfate attack and alkali silica reaction can coexist, and there is a need to further study on this topic. So the future scope of this presentation is we can look for the mitigation strategies, and we can understand how can we distinguish between the mechanism between both of them. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thanks, Adarsh. We can take one question. Any questions? Okay, I have one, Adarsh. You said that at an elevated temperature, the reactivity of rheolite aggregate, but I couldn't see any temperature.
Only, ma'am, mortar specimen I have put in elevated temperature, just it's the initial study.
Okay.
So I have to further look.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Adarsh.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So the next presentation is from Raj, yes, on the topic rheology control using bentonite for extrusion based 3D printing of foamed geopolymer. Yeah, Raj, you have 10 minutes for presentation.
Okay.
Better skip the introduction and
Sure,
directly
I'll
come to
be
the
fast.
work. Thank you.
So good evening, everyone. So today I'll present on rheology control using bentonite for extrusion-based 3D printing of foamed geopolymer. So, giving a brief background of foamed geopolymer and 3D printing. So, conventional foam concrete basically uses OPC binder, which we all know accounts for approximately 8% global CO2 emission. So the question arises, why geopolymer mix we should use? Definitely, it gives us scope for high volume waste utilization. It's more sustainable than OPC, better strength and durability, and better fire resistance. Apart from that, we have several advantages of using geopolymer technology, 3D printing technology, which gives us shape or geometric flexibility. It requires lesser labor. It's rapid construction and lean construction. So, geopolymer foam concrete, as it sounds nice, it comes with lot of challenges because there are several factors which can affect its performance. So there can be a lot of potential applications for this 3D printed formed geopolymer, which includes stay-in-place formwork, protective shells. Definitely it will improve thermal and sound insulation properties and give you a fire-resistant layer, enhance fire safety, and we can even use it for producing yield line slabs or building facades. So the major challenge in producing formed geopolymer is its stability. We all know it's a lightweight system, and aqueous foam, what we use is highly fragile. So coming to physical stability, we can characterize in 3 ways. One is what is the target density and how much actually we are achieving. Then how much is the settlement along the height, and if there are any foam bubble segregation. So definitely instability in the formed geopolymer mix can arise from instability of preformed aqueous foam or unsuitable base mix rheology and foam base mix incompatibility. So the major problem of instability in aqueous foam was tackled during my PhD research at IIT Madras. So there I have used several ionic and polymeric additives to make the foam stable. And you can see the raw foam, which is essentially 2% sodium lauryl sulfate, could not even withstand 15 minutes. However, after stabilization, even up to 30 minutes, there is insignificant or negligible drainage or density loss. So the same foam was used for producing formed geopolymer here. So in my research, I have used binder system with 95% fly ash and 5% slag, just 5% slag, silica to alumina ratio at 2, silica to sodium ratio at 6. So all these, and the key factor which we should see here is that the total silica and alumina has been taken as the reactive part from fly ash and slag. The detail of this will be presented by Pooja Prasad tomorrow, how to design efficiently the geopolymer mix. So this final alkaline solution, which had silica modulus of 1.27 and NaOH molarity of just 3.23. So as we all know, this geopolymer pastes are very low in yield, and definitely it exhibits a Maxwell type of flow behavior. So the moment we add 1% clay, the yield increases, it plateaus. However, we are not able to see a clear yield point. However, when we go up to 3% or 5%, we can see a clear yield type behavior, which is very much required for 3D printing of the concrete. Apart from that, with increasing clay content, we can see the slump reduced drastically. This fresh density difference increased. In fact, up at 5%, the density difference became 18%. So there is effectively 18% loss in foaming efficiency. However, up to 3%, we are well within the range. The settlement reduced drastically. At 5%, we have settlement of just 2%. So definitely, moderate clay addition of around 3% provided the best balance between air retention and resistance to collapse. However, excess clay content can compromise with the lightweight characteristics and due to foam loss. So if you see the printed filaments, with 1%, we have lot of a spread, which is almost double the size of nozzle. Nozzle was used at 20 mm size. However, when we go up to with 3 or 5%, there is substantial reduction in the filament width, and we approach almost ideal at 3%. So definitely increasing the clay content led to building up of internal structure and yield strength in the mix, making it less prone to unwanted flow and collapse. So coming to conclusion, controlling rheological properties of foam geopolymer is pivotal for optimizing both printability and fresh state stability. This increasing clay content significantly enhanced yield behavior, So the flow behavior transition from fluid-like to yield-type response. Moderate clay doses provided the best balance in producing 3D printed filaments with minimal deformation, achieving fresh densities close to target, and substantially reducing settlement along the height. This excessive clay content, this can lead to greater foam breakage, higher fresh densities, and a potential loss of lightweight character. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Shubham, for making us understand how to extrude the foamed geopolymer. Yes. Thank you. Any questions?
It was a wonderful presentation and the investigations also. So you're talking about fly ash based GPC.
Yes.
So you're going with elevated curing?
No, this is ambient.
But how do you ensure that it got, what is the molarity?
Molarity of final alkaline solution is just 3 point something, I showed.
Yeah, but with 95% fly ash, how are you able to?
Yes, with just 5% GGBS. That is what I'm saying. There is a lot of misconception for geopolymer technology. We don't require elevated curing. We don't require very high molarity, and we definitely don't require a lot of calcium source in producing geopolymer. So geopolymer is basically aluminosilicate polymeric network. So calcium is just doped into the system to achieve early setting and early strength gain. So then rest of the process will be taken care by the geopolymerization reaction. So definitely this is a very innovative and precursor based approach. We call it precursor informed approach of designing geopolymer mix. So the detailed mix design will be presented by Pooja Prasad tomorrow. So definitely you should join that lecture. So you can refer to Professor KVL Subramaniam's old papers by Bhagat Singh. He has demonstrated how to calculate the reactive oxide composition, and then subsequent papers which tells you about the mix design. However, the rest with detail will be presented by her tomorrow. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks, Shubham. A big round of applause for Shubham, please. So the last presentation of this session would be by Krishna Priya Rao on the topic Imaging based evaluation of surface fracture behavior in multi-binder fiber reinforced concrete at elevated temperatures. So you have 10 minutes. Go to the actual work. Huh? Thanks.
Good evening all. Good evening all. Myself Krishna Priya, PhD scholar from NIT Warangal, and I'm working under Dr. Tejasvi Tadepalli. Today I'm going to present on imaging based evaluation of surface fracture behavior in multi-binder fiber reinforced concrete at elevated temperatures. This is my table of contents. Coming to the background and motivation, protection of natural resources and sustainable development plays an important role. So the environmental consciousness is important because in the production of cement, there is an increase in the carbon emission into the atmosphere. So to reduce that, the replacement with supplementary cementitious materials is important, which are also the byproducts of coal, iron, steel, and calcinite. And also it reduces the landfills. And also it provides a sustainable approach in concrete construction. So when these, coming to the infrastructure such as residential buildings, industries and nuclear power plants, they have a high risk of fire damage during their service life. So when these concrete is exposed to high temperatures, there is an physical and chemical changes at micro and meso levels, which is also causing deterioration in mechanical properties. So these usage of these supplementary cementitious materials in concrete is more efficient, like it reduces the cement consumption and it makes the concrete more economical. And also it influences the properties by reducing the permeability and increases the strength and durability. So these are the few SCMs like fly ash, GGBS, metacolin and silica fume that I have used in my study. And also have used steel fibers content. By usage of these steel fibers can increase the load bearing capacity and reduce the micro cracks as well as spalling. So when the concrete is exposed to fire, there are some critical temperatures like 100, 400, 600 and 800 degrees where we can find a moisture loss, binder decomposition and microstructural degradation at these stages. And also over 1200 degrees there is a start of concrete melting. So coming to my main methodology, I have analyzed a crack pattern behavior on this multi-component binder-based concrete, that is MBC, enhanced with steel fibers. And these specimens are exposed to the elevated temperature, that is 800 degrees centigrade. From here, I have analyzed the fractional dimension D value in the image A and crack width analysis in MATLAB. So here I have used 8 kind of mixes, that is pure OPC M30 grade concrete, and for the same M30 grade concrete, replacement of OPC with SEMs, that is fly ash, GGBS, metacolline, silica fume, that is named as MBC. And for this MBC, there is an addition of steel fibers of 0.5, 1.5 and 2%. And also for OPC and MBC, the 1% of steel fibers are added to the only cover region. The core part is pure conventional with OPC and MBC. And I have casted 100 by 100 by 100 mm cubes after curing that are exposed to temperatures up to 800 degrees centigrade at the heating rate of 10 degrees centigrade per minute for the duration of 6 hours. So this is my rebar pattern. I have used 3 rebar patterns, that is 4, 5 and 9. So this is my rebar pattern, that is pattern 1, 2, 3 or 4, 5 and 9 rebars. For the 7 kind of mixes, that is OPC, MBC and MBC with inclusion of 4 kind of steel fibers percentages. And the pattern 4A, 4B, 4C is OPC with 1% steel fiber only in the cover region. Pattern 5A, 5B, 5C are the MBC with a 1% steel fiber in the cover region. So these are my basic material properties that I have calculated for the different materials. And 12 mm rebar steel bar is used, and the crimped steel fibers are used with 0.5 mm dia and 30 mm length. So this is my mix design for M30 grade concrete by using IS 10262, 456 and SP 46. And for the MBC mix, that is the optimal mix I have used from my previous studies. So this is the casting and curing of specimen and exposure to 800 degrees muffled furnace. So coming to the change in dimension and mass loss in different bar pattern, here I have observed for 1% SFRC, means 1% steel fiber for the MBC. For 4 rebars has the least dimension loss, and the same 1% MBC for 5 rebars has the least mass loss. And change in dimension and change in mass loss for the 4 bars for MBC, 1% in the cover region is the least. So the fractional dimension is the concept to use the complexity, irregularity and roughness of the any surface or object, mostly for complex and self-similarity images. So the image software is used to calculate this fractional dimension. The surface of the concrete is captured with DSLR camera, and these original images are converted into binary images with the image A, and the D value is calculated. So these are the post-temperature exposures images, that is pattern 1 with 4 rebars and 5 rebars of OPC are completely failed. And that is the all 6 phases of concrete specimen, crack patterns of all the mixes of MBC with addition of fibers and addition of steel fibers in the cover region. So coming to the calculation of D value, here also I have observed the 1% of MBC with 4 rebars has the least D value, which is giving good results, and the OPC samples are completely failed for 4 and 5 rebars, and with 9 rebars of OPC has the highest D value. In the same way, compared to OPC and MBC of 1% steel fibers in the cover region, 4 rebars of MBC has the least D value. And the crack width analysis is done in the MATLAB by using image processing. The binary images that are came from the image are used for the MATLAB image processing only. So from here the crack width is calculated. Here also we have observed the 1% steel MBC with 4 rebars has the least crack width. In the similar way, MBC with 1% in the cover region has the least crack width for 4 and 5 rebar pattern. So coming to the assessment of compressive strength, the 5 rebar patterns has the least strength when compared to 4 and 9, and the 9 has the highest compressive strength. And the 1% of MBC has the least strength loss at ambient temperature and after exposure to higher 800 degrees temperature. In the same way for MBC and OPC also, MBC has the significant increase in the strength when compared to OBC, and the strength loss is also less before ambient exposure to temperature and after exposure. So the final conclusions are 2% inclusion of fibers in the MBC has shown the lowest mass loss. 1% of MBC with 4 rebars has the best dimensional stability because of the effectiveness of fiber reinforcement, and also MBC with 4 rebars has both mass loss and superior dimensional stability, and 1% steel fibers with MBC containing 4 rebars has the least fractal dimension because the surface irregularity is limited. Is limiting the crack propagation, and as the steel fibers concentration is increasing, it is making the steel fibers more cluster, and also it reducing the workability. So in the average crack width also 1.5% and 2% steel fibers are making the specimens poor workable, and also it is producing more voids when compared with 0.5 and 1.5%. These are my references. Thank you.
Thank you, Rishnupriya. Thank you so much. Any questions?
These fibers for the outer cover region.
Cover region, sir.
Then in the case, practically it is difficult to catch such type of actual construction work. Second thing is, main issue is, once you are differentiating the cover region concrete with the main core concrete, there is a difference in the sustained behavior between the cover region and the your inner core concrete. Why? Because you are adding the fibers to the outer region. That's the thermal expansion, and the sustained relationship of the outer core when compared to the inner core is much different. Then you will definitely get a different type of sustained behavior. My suggestion is, have you completed your work?
No, sir, this is only some part of
my
my
suggestion
work.
is, instead of going practically it's a difficult task for the construction point of view. It's better to have a uniform distribution of the fibers throughout the mass of the concrete. Thereby practically it is correct. It's a field applicable research point of view. Second one is, you will get a better sustained relationship with respect to the thermal expansion is concerned.
Okay.
That a suggestion I want to give.
Madam, why 6 hours? Your duration is 6 hours. Why?
Like from my previous studies, I have kept for 6 hours of duration to reach up to the core point of my specimen.
No, actually Indian code specifies only 4 hours of fire exposure. And one more thing is, you are told 10 degrees per minute, right? Why 10 degrees per minute? What is the basis for that? Again, we have a ISO rating curve 834 international, and Indian code also specifies some minimum rating. So if you are a PhD student, kindly follow that. Then it will be problem for your thesis. Thank you.
You can mention the standard if you have followed some standard. Otherwise, a reference paper, whatever you have followed.
Good presentation and good work, ma'am. I have one question. In your conclusions, do you have any conclusion on why 4 bar 1 is optimum? It is giving good strength. Plain concrete is failing, and more than 4 bars, all the cases, 5 or 9, they are failing. Why is it happening? Any conclusion on that?
not yet, sir. This is only some part of my study. I have to like go deeper into this.
She's
For
still
further
into the
studies.
analysis. Okay. All the best, Krishna Priya.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much for all my speakers for adhering the timeline. Thank you so much. That's it from my side, organizer.
Thanks to the chair, Professor T. Vishalakshmi ma'am, for handling it in such a good way, and that was a very engrossing talk. May I request Professor Vishalakshmi ma'am and Engineer Vinay Gupta sir, Dr. Vinay Gupta sir, to kindly come over to the stage to receive the honors on behalf of Indian Concrete Institute. May I request Mr. Mayank Rawal, the GC member, and the chairman of ICA Nagpur, Mr. Praveen Deshpande, also to please come over to the stage to do the honors on behalf of Indian Concrete Institute. I request Mr. Mayank Rawal to present a memento to Professor T. Vishalakshmi ma'am. I request our ICI Nagpur chairman, Mr. Praveen Deshpande, to present a memento to Mr. Vinay Gupta. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's applaud the commendable work done by the chair and the erudite speaker. On to all the presenters, thank you once again. We will quickly break for a 10-minute tea break and assemble back here because the session continues and we have lined up very, very interesting topics at very short ones immediately after this tea break. So please be back in this hall. Thank you. The tea is being served in the hall just adjacent to this auditorium.
Can you request the next session presenters to load the PPTs in the meantime?
May I request the presenters of the next session to please load your PPTs onto the AV desk. Dr. Siva Chidambaram, Dr. Tata and Naga Bhagyashree, Dr. Sarkar, Dr. Singh, Dr. Vijay Kumar, Dr. Dhawan, Dr. Singh B, and Dr. Demleo. I request you to please present and keep your deck ready so that we can begin in 10 minutes time from now. I request all the delegates to please take your seats in the auditorium, and I also request those who have not yet dropped your lucky coupons into the drop box here, drop bottle here, please do so. We have the drop bottle. We are going to draw the lucky delegate coupon in a short while from now. Those of you who have not dropped it, these coupons are there in your delegate kit. Please mention your name and mobile number and then drop it here, please. Thank you. Yeah, after the draw, I'll get you one, sir. After the draw, I'll get you. Okay, you want a blank coupon. Okay. I request Mr. Damian T to please provide your PPT because your PPT is not yet loaded into the deck. Yeah, please provide your PPT to the AV desk, please. Yeah, please provide it there so that we flow in a very synchronous manner without a break, please. Thank you. May I request the volunteers? To please bring a coupon for Mr. Dhawan, the lucky draw coupon from the registration desk, and hand it over to him. Probably it must be in his delegate kit. If it's not there, kindly ask them to give a coupon so that he can drop it there. Thank you. So welcome back to this yet another very interesting session where we have got almost about 8 very interesting topics which will be introduced to you in the briefest time possible. Chairing this session is yet another very scholarly professional, Professor K.L. Radhikaji from the Osmania University. A very brief overview of our profile. Dr. Radhika is the Professor of Civil Engineering at the Osmania University with a PhD from NIT Warangal. She is an MTech from OU and that is Osmania University and has over 30 years of academic experience. Her expertise includes building drawings, structural detailing, railway structures and rehabilitation of reinforced concrete structures. She has served as the chairperson of the Board of Studies, that is in the Civil Engineering Department, and she has guided numerous students from multiple institutions conducting FDPs, and she has also published 15 research papers. I request Professor K.L. Radhika ma'am to please come over and take over this session and chair it, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big hand to Professor K.L. Radhika ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for the brief introduction. Once again, welcome to the technical session on the innovations in concrete. In this present session, we have 9 papers. Request all the presentees to maintain the time, that is 10 minutes for the presentation and 2 minutes will be for the questioner. And firstly, I invite Shiva Chidambaram. He is going to present his paper on influence of high performance composites in RC beam column joints under lateral loading. Mr. Shiva Chidambaram.
So good evening. So this presentation contains two parts. One is fiber reinforced cementitious composite. Another one is conventional fiber reinforced polymer system. So basically during seismic events, we have experienced a lot of different type of failures, in which such kind of failures are very common, and this is a typical beam column joint failure. So how can we improve these performance, how can we improve the performance of these kind of joints during seismic events is the main objective of this presentation. So basically joint is subjected to alternate compression and tension. So that's why we have joint is a more critical region compared to others. So I'm skipping it. Okay. So we need a strong column, weak beam. Suppose in case if it is in reverse, so we can't attain proper seismic resistant measures. So this is the conventional detailing to be followed. These are the minimum required. It's not a maximum thing. So these are the things we have to follow to be the minimum thing so that we can attain. So this presentation mainly focuses on fiber reinforced composites. So here there are a lot of fibers in which I have chosen steel fiber of different varieties and polypropylene fiber of different varieties. Along with the mineral admixtures also I have tried. So these are the various type of fibers, steel fiber of hooked and crimped and brass coated, and polypropylene fiber, polyacrylonitrile fiber, in which I have mainly focused on steel fibers and polypropylene fiber. So why fiber is? Fiber is basically a wonderful material which offers you a wonderful fiber crack bridging capacity. That just bridges the crack so that we can get a wonderful post-peak behavior. So it delays the crack growth also, which helps us to get a wonderful toughness which is not possible to get through conventional concrete. So different type of anchorages like hooked and crimped. So with reference to the anchorages, the performance actually varies. So in fiber reinforced cementitious composite, we are using cement, fine aggregates, mineral admixtures and water and other admixtures. There is no any coarse aggregate in this case. That's it. So this graph actually typically differentiate the performance between the fiber reinforced concrete and composites. So why I'm focusing on composites rather than fiber reinforced concrete? See, if you look at this, you can see the if you look at this is the stress strain behavior under compression. This is the stress strain behavior under, again it's compression only. So if you see this under tension, this is split tension and this is the fluxural behavior. If you closely watch this curve, this is the fiber reinforced concrete. After the peak, it will immediately degrades. Whereas when we go for composites, we are getting this wonderful post-peak behavior. That's why we are getting more toughness in terms of composites because of its collective fiber bridging capacity compared to fiber reinforced concrete. Because here, the fiber content is limited, whereas in composites, the fiber content is more and bridging effect is more because of the absence of your coarse aggregate. So the first composite I'm going to discuss is slurry infiltrated fibrous concrete. So in this study I have used 8% of steel fiber. There is no coarse aggregate and cement slurry with fly ash and silica fume. So it is very wonderful material which offers you wonderful compression behavior. The compressive strength of the composite which I have used is almost 56 megapascal. And you can see after compression, after the cubical testing, this is the before testing and after testing. So such a volumetric expansion happened. And this is the bending. So in bending, we got a wonderful response compared to other composites because of the collective crack bridging capacity of 8% of steel fiber. So if you do a small mistake in ACECON, obviously it will kill you. So we have to be very careful. So where we have used basically in this in our study, we have used two different type of composites. One is ACECON, exactly in the potential hinge region of the joint, and engineered cementitious composites made out of polypropylene fiber, so in the joint region only. So the remaining regions are filled with normal concrete. The detailing is not a ductile detailing. So you can see here, this is the IS 456 detailing, 13920 detailing. This is with fiber reinforced concrete. So this too is fiber reinforced cementitious composite. So you can see the beauty of, like, here in all the cases I have increased the displacement capacity, but here which shows a high amount of energy dissipation. In terms of engineered cementitious composite, in terms of SIFCON, this is the behavior. So if you look at the joint failure, and joint failure, here you can see when we go for SIFCON, so there is no any joint shear cracks, nothing, because the concentrated at this point, and this is the conventional concrete region. So all the conventional concrete region has experienced lot of cracks, but not the SIFCON region because of its bridging effect, and the failure focused on the interface. Whereas in this case, we experience minor cracks, not a major crack like this. There is no spalling, nothing happened. So we have a lot of minor cracks of closely spaced. So that's why we got this much wider loop compared to the conventional concrete as well as conventional fiber reinforced concrete. So that's the advantage of this. So even if you try with retrofitting aspects also, this is the conventional and this is the fiber reinforced concrete. So when we go for fiber reinforced concrete, we can get in better displacement, better stiffness, retention, strength degradation, but not much energy compared to composites. So these are the various type of joints which we have tested with the different type of fiber reinforced concrete. So fiber reinforced concrete perfectly bridges the crack, but not able to perform like this. So that's the limitation of fiber reinforced concrete. That is the advantage of going for a higher volume of fiber in the composites. So now I'm going to compare the performance of active thing with the passive strengthening. So this is the beam column joint we have tested in the joint in our laboratory. So we have repaired it, surfacial repair we have done. We didn't remove the yielded rebars. So surfacial repair, and then we have done for FRP wrapping. So you can see the hysteresis curve. So we attained the strength almost 35 kilonewton, which is equal to the conventional, but still we fail to attain much more energy. So when we go for fiber reinforced polymer systems, how we are going to repair the internal joint region, that also plays a very important vital role. Otherwise we will experience this kind of, we can attain strength, we can get better displacement, but we can't attain energy dissipation. So the final part of the presentation is like, when we go for this kind of failures, how can we improve, or how can we do repair and retrofitting of this? So the conventional way of retrofitting is like we can use welded, and we can go for RCC jacketing. So what we have done is we have used couplers to connect the rebars. So we have a study. So this is the typical failure observed in our laboratory. So we have repaired and retrofitted this particular joint region. This is the actual graph. And then you can see we have used a very poor quality coupler developed by us to study the effect of quality of coupler. So this is how we have terminated the columns. The rebar has been straightened, and then we have placing the connections into the coupled regions. The coupled regions is ready now. So interface has been treated. Then we have used different type of concrete in the joint region. We have completely removed the core concrete, and we have gone for a fresh concrete. And then we have used this letterbox shuttering. After completing this, we have done surface treatment, then FRP wrapping, strengthening. After that, we have done the testing. So the performance you can see. This is the conventional before, after. This is the first testing. This is the after strengthening, after retrofitting, after strengthening. We can able to attain wonderful amount of strength, which is equal or better than the conventional. But again, we are lacking of energy. So when we go for fiber reinforced composites and fiber reinforced polymer, so how we are going to do the retrofitting or strengthening measures, and active and passive. So we have to combine all the things. So that we can able to attain displacement and energy cumulatively. That's it. Thanks. Any questions? I can go for.
Yeah, it was a good presentation, Mr. Shiva.
Thank you.
Any questions from the participants?
Yes.
See, I am Srinivas Reddy.
Yes, yes.
We are into repair and rehabilitation retrofitting. So what when you remove the rod, that bend portion, so during that time, how do you did that load transfer? If, for example, it's a multi-story structure. Normally, this is a problem for contractors.
Understood the question.
Ultimately, from research institute, it should come to the end users like us, so that we will go with more confidence.
See,
so this load transfer is a main issue. So either we have to ask the occupants to vacate. That is one part. even if the dead load also, how do you minimize it? You want to keep any jacks or how do you did it? Can you elaborate on that part?
Okay. Actually, this is a laboratory scale, so it's only a column, suspended column. So we have cut the column and we have removed it. In our laboratory, this is the study we have done. In our campus, what we have done is, we have a real scale building. So we cut the building, we lifted the building with the help of building lifting companies. So in a real scale building, we lifted. Tomorrow, in the tomorrow presentation, I will go to the case study. So there we have cut the building and we have lifted the building, we have repaired the buckling, and then we have introduced the connections. So the load transfer has been taken care, and we have given proper support in all the aspects. And obviously we have to vacate the tenants, the persons who are going to be there. So only one thing is, like, until you complete your retrofitting process, so the building is going to be very, very unstable. So we have to be provide precaution in all the aspects. Then now this is very common, and now many buildings are across our country being lifted and being shifted.
I am emphasizing on this point is, see, academic, like madam, they can publish papers. But you are a research institute funded by taxpayers. The benefit should come to me, without which otherwise I cannot progress as a contractor. So my suggestion is, when you are publishing paper, please come up with a case study which will be useful to people like me in the ecosystem. Otherwise, these are all known to us.
See, this case study...
I came here only because to know something whether I am doing correct or not. Because there are a lot of government officials like SAB, CPWD, PWD, like that. So your research institute should give confidence to me by the inputs. So that is where, otherwise academic madam will teach, but what is the role of research institutes?
No, what do you want exactly?
Exactly is this 10-12 minutes presentation, fine. We will collaborate. Because we are crying for technology where half-baked technology is available in repair and rehabilitation retrofitting. With my wisdom, I am making this statement from this podium. 32 years experience. Half-baked, today nobody is expecting. Because I am a practicing advocate also. You are saying you go to that some Jack's fellow or lifting. No. Solution should come from only one consultant, one authority. His sign and seal is very important. If you are coming and promoting this technology in India, you should take the sole responsibility. I will say, because of so-and-so, as an advocate, I will quote citation of so-and-so Supreme Court judgment or High Court judgment. Like that, I will say CBRI, Roorkee, or whatever research institute, citation I should quote. That should be the confidence, that should be the input of your research. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, 1 minute, sir. Actually, here is the question.
Gentlemen, you are a researcher working in CBRI. My basic question regarding retrofit is, you said the column buckling which can reduce plastic hinge. So you have found out the deficiency. You are only retrofitting only by FRP, whether it is woolen or carbon. Can do jacketing. So case-to-case study has to be made, number one. Secondly, after your retrofit, you need to check it. Retrofit is okay or not, and what would be this extra service life. I thought you should add those things also, because you are telling only FRP.
No. I have covered both. I have first I have presented the composites, the cementitious composites. Then I have come to FRP. I have shown you the comparison.
No, it depends column deficiency or beam deficiency, case to case. I mean, whether we need putting jacketing or FRP or any other thing. So that would depend on case to case. And finally, after doing, we need to check it. Whatever we have done is okay or not. This is just my suggestion. Thank you.
Respected participants, just let us limit our time also. Yeah, please. A short question.
Yes, just one question. Regarding this earthquake resistance, buildings and strengthening, retrofitting, Now there are earthquake zones have changed from 1 to 5 to 2 to 6. Like building which was existing previously in zone 2, now it has been coming under zone 3 like Pondicherry, Chennai. How do you do the retrofitting of the buildings, of existing buildings, from changing from one zone to other zone? By FRP, can you solve the problem for the columns, beams and slabs?
See, I have clearly mentioned that when you go for FRP, you can't get energy dissipation. For that, you have to go for internal composite, active composites. FRP is we can increase the performance in terms of strength, stiffness, or we need to go for higher capacity, that can be done. When you add further load, you can't increase the existing. For that, we have to go for dampers, bracings, kind of things. In case if you want to increase the performance of the joints, you have to go for internal composites. That's my motto of this presentation, is to clearly identify why should we go for internal composites, why should we go for external composites.
Sir, I have one quick question. When we are looking into the sustained behavior, there is no clear-cut behavior of the ductility of the materials is showing.
What?
There is no clear-cut behavior of the ductility of the material is not showing in the sustained behavior.
I am not getting your question.
When we are looking into the sustained behavior of the curves as shown by you, yes, it is not showing any ductile behavior of the materials. It is as similar to that of non-reinforced materials. One thing is, whenever we are using any fiber reinforced materials, one is aspect ratio, second one is your tensile strength of the material, third one is your percentage dosage. You have used different types of fibers, I think so. In the case of concrete, most of the fibers will not work out. Generally, polypropylene or the steel will be a better solution for the concrete point of view. There may be a probable reason that the non-ductile behavior of the materials that was reflected in the sustained curves is probably due to maybe it is inadequate aspect ratio or inadequate tensile strength of the materials.
If you look at the strain value, it is...
strain is improving, sir.
Yeah.
1 minute, sir.
That's the ductility.
No. Strain is improving. You have shown you the displacement with respect to non-reinforced cases is 150 mm. For the FRP material, it is 180 mm. The significant drift decrease is not
FRP is different, cementitious composite is different. Both of them are different.
No. I am speaking in terms of the
parts. We have a discussion later on.
Yes,
okay, we are running out of the time.
Right, ma'am.
Right?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Shiva. Thank you for the presentation. We have our next presentee, Dr. Dhawan SK. He's a former chief engineer from CPWD, Delhi. So, sir is going to present, his topic of presentation is steel concrete composite bridge construction design, performance and rehabilitation strategies. And here is a small announcement for the presentees. Your time limit is only 10 minutes. At 8 minutes, you'll be having a warning bell. Let us all stick on to the time, please. And let us make very short question session. Questions? Yeah, only questions.
Sir, you are sitting here?
That's minutes for talking.
Yeah, 10 minutes. Yeah.
I want to say something.
Okay, 10 minutes.
I want this column mic.
Do you have column mic? Provision of column mic is there? Column mic.
And then I've been asked to just give only 10 minutes. I may take about 1 or 2 minutes more, not more. Friends, the topic is steel concrete composite bridge construction. design, performance, and rehabilitation strategies. As we all know, that steel concrete composite bridge combines steel beams, girders with a concrete slab working together to create a stronger, lighter, and more efficient structure than other material alone. Ideal for short to long spans from less than 10 meters to over 120 meters by utilizing concrete's compressive strength and steel tensile strength, leading to faster erection, cost saving, and reduced deck depth for various bridge type like beams, truss, and cable stay bridges. Bring the first slide, no? That's good. Steel, concrete, composite bridge, I said. Let me further. These are the different details. Deck, steel eye girder, shear connectors, and then steel in tension and concrete in compression that creates lighter and stronger, faster built, more economical bridges of various spans. Main structure frames, the deck, it can be precast, it can be in situ, plate girder, box girder, and this is the various type of different elements in the bridge. That's how I tried to show that shear connectors would enforce better block, ensuring composite action. Here I tried to show composite concrete can be with steel tube. Concrete filled tubes offer higher strength and durability. And these other multi-span girder bridge and different type of sections I've tried to show. Composite bridge system optimize structural efficiency. However, due to the bad work or the other considerations, deterioration due to aging, environmental exposure, overloading, and then it can be in different parts, marine area or the other area, and which necessitates timely repairs and rehabilitation. Now, deterioration mechanism and damage types, as we know, it can be due to shrinkage, temperature variation, and service stress. It could be mine-induced sparring due to chloride, ingress, and carbonation. Here, when we do, I will take one example of only beam. See, the proper compaction is not there. The bottom portion, the near reinforcement, which is a very critical portion of the beam, which doesn't get the proper strength. Now, the ingress of material like chloride, initially the pH value remains 13 to 14 alkaline, but due to the ingress of chloride, the pH value gets low, and then the reaction of ingress starts. The bonding between the steel and concrete gets reduced. And then with this, Fe with oxygen becomes FeO, and then further Fe3O4, which becomes the rust, which increases the volume from 8 to 10 times. That would result in the exertion of pressure. Concrete is weak in tension, so cracking and further damage. So this rusting is like cancer, so we have to take care of that. And then here I said corrosion-induced spalling due to chloride, I have already explained. Sagging and deflection and then it will reduce the stiffness, and then the structure will get damaged, and the strength, mass and stiffness will get reduced. Now, repair and rehabilitation strategies. Primary, first is the repair material, then it could be polymer modified concrete, and then it would enhance the durability, strength and stiffness. Then it could be repair materials like I already said polymer modified, then it can be latex modified concrete, then it can be ultra high performance concrete, then corrosion control. It could be like galvanic protection scheme, which I have explained here, and then it can be corrosion control, galvanic protection. It could be impressed concrete cathodic protection, which is already in the proceedings, which you can go through. And then advanced strengthening techniques. It could be carbon fiber reinforced polymers, my friends have already discussed. It can be lightweight composite material applied extremely to improve flexure and shear strength without significant adding weight. Then advanced strengthening techniques like carbon fiber reinforced polymer. It can be steel plate bonding, I've already explained, give the sketch, which is available in the proceedings. Then advanced techniques, as I said, this bonded layer or steel plate bonding, this carbon fiber thing I've already explained. Then performance assessment. That's right. Thank you. Performance assessment and non-destructive testing. It can be like ultrasound pulse velocity. It would assess the concrete quality and detect internal wires and cracks. It can be ground penetrating radar. It can be, which would map the subsurface features, identifying delimitation or corrosion zones. See, this ground penetrating technique, even in the substructures, we do the geological investigation, geotechnical investigation, but finally with geophysics techniques, with such, we will know the exact place which is vulnerable, and our boring, etc., those places will be defined. So this GPR is a very powerful tool in detecting the right place where the damage or the weakness would happen. Then we can map the subsurface features, identifying delamination or corrosion zones. Then half-cell potential mapping, that would evaluate corrosion activity of reinforcement. In fact, we have now a digital meter called Repicar, which I have used during my PhD work, where we can identify resistivity, half potential and corrosion rate at the same time, which will tell us the type of corrosion and occurrence of corrosion. This half-cell potential mapping would evaluate corrosion activity of reinforcement steel. Then laboratory material characteristics. This would complement field tests to determine repair material properties and durability. Then preventive maintenance strategies, surface treatment, routine cleaning, crack and joint sealing, waterproofing membrane application would protect against environmental ingress. Then structural rehabilitation is advanced strengthening, such as SFRP, which my friends have already explained. SFRP is carbon FRP application or steel plate bonding would address the significant deterioration Then inspection and monitoring. A regular inspection would identify issues like early damage. Then for that, the quality assurance, quality control would ensure the repair durability, and it would add to the capacity of the damaged material, which would strengthen the field. Then field execution skill is also required to repair such damages. Then discussions of future directions, advantage of composite bridges. As I said, composite bridge balance strength, efficiency and economic, ideal for evolving infrastructure demands. Then permanent maintenance benefits. It would prevent maintenance, emerges as a cost-effective alternative to major rehabilitation. Then innovative technologies for life extension. The innovative technologies are like UHPC, overlays, SFRP strengthening, and galvanic corrosion control would offer promising life extension and longevity of the existing structure. In the future, research priorities would include performance-based durability modeling and digital mounting system to enable predictive maintenance. Then sustainability and safety enhancement. This predictive maintenance would enhance sustainability and safety for the composite bridge network. Then towards sustainable composite bridge, the foundation of durable composite bridge, we have got the integrating robust design codes with cutting-edge repair technologies, systematic inspection and preventive maintenance would lay the foundation of durable composite bridges. Then engineering innovation and quality control, combining engineering innovation with rigorous quality control would ensure extended service life, reduce life cycle costs, and would enhance safety. An holistic approach to sustainability. This holistic approach of the composite bridges would be sustainable solution for modern infrastructure challenges in India and worldwide. Now we have got different design codes, and we have got the maintenance and inspection, which is very important. Then, in the conclusion, I have just simply said the steel concrete composite bridge represents the future of sustainable bridge engineering in India and worldwide. By application of IS 456, ISC 112 would provide a robust foundation, effective management of these bridges, requiring integration of advanced repair technologies, systematic inspection, and preventive maintenance. By combining engineering, innovation, and rigorous quality assurance, composite bridges could deliver extended service life, reduce life cycle costs, and would enhance the safety. Thank you, gentlemen. So I was given only 10 minutes, I think.
It was a very informative presentation, sir. Thank you so much. A big round of applause to our energetic presentation. Yeah.
Thank you. I enjoyed. Please. Mahesh Tandon in Delhi, as structural consultant, has actually used composite thing in. I'm just forgetting the name. I'll just tell you. I'll note it down. Which anybody would like to go to. Mukarwa. Okay. Yes, it was supervised by our colleagues, but he was the person who is sitting in front of me, did a marvelous job in planning and design of composite bridge structure, which is existing. Anybody going to Delhi must go and see. It's a remarkable bridge existing, but the leader initiated by Professor Tandon, who is with us. So 3 claps to Mukesh Tandon.
The lifespan of the composite bridges is higher than the conventional RCC bridges.
Lifespan, see, depends on you. See, if you go through core, that the proper material, proper sequence of construction, and all those things, quality assurance, quality control, proper testing, manpower required to be used. If we do all those, as we say that ISC 112 code say 100 years, I think we can even, if we do the right thing at the first time, structure can be, have more than 100 years life. This is possible. I give you an example of Marine Drive Road in Bombay, which was constructed before British time, without maintenance, with so much traffic, it is still functional. So we are the person, if we do the proper design, proper quality control, proper construction at the first site, and make the structure durable, then enhancement of service life will be a part of this itself. Then we
can have a discussion later on, sir.
Then we need not
Yeah.
worry.
Sir.
We have to do the right job at the first time, whether it's planning, design, construction, or maintenance. This will be done. There is no shortcut. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yeah. Our next presentee is Tata Naga Bhagyasri. Yeah. So she's going to present on the topic, effect of textile reinforcement ratio and fiber hybridization on crack behavior in basalt fabric reinforced cementitious composite. Bhagyasri, focus on your methodology, right? You have limited time.
Good evening all. I am TNS Bhagyasri, research scholars from NIT Warangal. I am working under the guidance of D. Ravi Prasad sir. We are working on strengthening of damaged RC structures using textile reinforced composite. Now I am presenting the few part of my PhD work. It is concentrated on the effect of textile reinforcement ratio on number of layers and fiber hybridization on the crack behavior in basalt fabric reinforced cementitious composites. Sir, how to? These are the different contents included in this presentation: introduction, objectives, methodology, what is the materials and methodology followed, and results and discussion, and conclusions and future directions. Coming to introduction, nowadays strengthening of existing structures getting popularity because structures are getting deteriorated due to different adverse environmental conditions because of natural calamities like earthquakes, fire accidents, and floods, and due to overloading and due to repeated action of loading, structures are getting deteriorated. To lower the construction cost and to lower the demolition waste, retrofitting is a better choice compared to demolition and new construction. As also reported by ASC infrastructure summaries, estimates that retrofitting cost is lesser than overall new construction. So different strengthening techniques in this field are developed and are gaining the popularity. Those are section enlargement, steel jacketing, FRP techniques. Among all available techniques, as we heard in morning, FRP technique gained the popularity because it is easy to apply, it won't alter the geometries, but it has some drawbacks. Like if it is exposed to elevated temperature, because of low glass transition temperature, it will lose its bonding capacity, and it is costlier epoxy resins, and it is difficult to apply on the humid surfaces. To overcome these all drawbacks, another innovative technique that developed, that is the textile reinforced composites. Strengthening using textile reinforced composites, inorganic epoxy resin is replaced with the organic adhesive material. These are the different components included in the TRC composites. Adhesive material which can be cementitious or geopolymer based or lime based mortar or fibrous mortar. And in textile reinforcement, different types of fabrics are available: glass, aramid, basalt, carbon, like that. In the fabric, in FRP technique, continuous fabric is used, but in TRC technique, this continuous fabric is replaced with some holes are provided in the fabric to facilitate the mortar through it and to give better bonding between this inorganic adhesive material and the fabric. These are the applications of TRC where we can use, it can be used for masonry strengthening, sewer linings, any structural element jacketing, pavement applications. What is the importance of mortar and SEM materials in the TRC is, actually strengthening efficiency will increase with increasing the number of layers, but strength utilization capacity of the textile fabric is reduced with increasing number of layers, because slippage in between the fabric and mortar is happened with increasing number of layers. And to overcome this drawback, it is necessary to develop good bond between the fabric. It can be achieved by using replacing part of cement with SEMs, because in TRM technique we need to improve the flowability and to get the good mechanical properties. More content of cement is used, so it is costly and it will emit cause CO2 emission more. So to reduce that one, some part of cement is replaced with the SEMs. Here, previous research mostly concentrated on replacing cement with some fly ash, silica fume, but replacing some part of cement with ultrafine slag such as alcofine is limited. In this study, SEM like ultrafine slag is selected because it will give higher strength compared to other SEMs. It will enhance the durability of the mortar compared to all other techniques because of its improved pozzolanic activity. And in our study, fibrous mortar is chosen because this slippage in between the fabric and mortar, it can be mitigated by using fibrous mortar. In the study, glass and basalt fibers are chosen because and hybridization principle also used to use the different properties of the different materials, and these fibers will exhibit high temperature resistance compared to all other materials. These are the objectives of my study: to develop the fibrous mortar for TRC and to develop the composite with unidirectional fabric by varying mortar and different textile ratios, and to verify what is the effect of textile ratio and mortar type on the crack behavior of composite, and to identify the effect of fiber type on the crack pattern of the TRC. This is the methodology followed. These are the different materials used in this present study to get the optimized doses of the monoglass, monobasalt and hybridization. So many trials were did based on mechanical durability, microstructure and bond between concrete substrate and mortar also tested at laboratory. Based on all these properties, these are the 5 mixes are finalized. This is the after finalizing the optimum dosages, TRC was casted using those 5 different mixes. First layer, casting of first layer of using composite using first layer of layer, and casting TRC using 2 layers, and casting TRC using 3 layers. This is the testing procedure followed as per ACA 434 guidelines, and used the wedge type of gripping method. These are the expected typical failure modes of the TRC: multiple cracking and different modes, nearby grips, textile rupture and slippage of the textile fabric. These are the different failure modes observed in the present study. Actually, with increasing number of layers, more crack pattern should improve from single to multiple cracks because of load unidirectional fabric with 3 layers also here observed the single crack only because of low textile ratio. In this study, textile ratio varied from 0.26% to 0.7876 only. It won't sufficient to generate multiple cracks. So we need to improve the textile ratios to observe the multiple crack pattern. But with increasing number of layers, crack width is decreased, and with with varying the mortar type, crack width also changed. These are the different crack widths observed. This analysis was conducted by the image A. Among all mixes, mortar with hybrid fibers showed the good performance. In TRC using M5 mix, crack pattern varied from 1.65 mm to 1.22 mm. If we observe, crack width reduced from 37.58%, and for 2 layers it decreased to 26.06% compared to single layer. This reduction in crack width with increasing number of layers is observed because of textile crack bitching effect, and better stress transfer observed between the textile layer and mortar, and it will contribute to uniform stress distribution in the composite. This is the variation of the crack width with different mortars compared to non-fibrous mortar. Composite with fibrous mortar showed improved crack behavior. Among glass and basalt fibers, composite with glass fibers showed low crack width because of this will depend on the crack bitching ability of the fibers used. Compared to basalt, ARE is low tensile strength and low stiff also. It contributed to pull-out mechanism in the microstructure level, so it contributed to low crack widths. And compared to mono fibers, hybrid fibers improved crack behavior. It showed 37.44 reduction. At 3 layers, if we compare at 3 layers, it showed 37.44% reduction related to non-fibrous mortar, because composite with low crack width is required to enhance the durability of the durability of the retrofitted structures. These are the conclusions from this study. We studied the effect of textile ratio and mortar type on the crack behavior at composite with unidirectional fabric, that is with 5 mm grid spacing. Increasing textile reinforcement ratio reduced the crack width in all type of mortars due to improved crack bitching ability of the mortar between fabric and the matrix. Mortars with short fibers, mono and hybrid fibers showed small crack widths compared to non-fibrous mortar because of textile matrix bonding. And composite with AR glass and basalt monofibers performed better than plain, while composite with hybrid fibrous mortar exhibit low crack widths compared to monofibrous mortars. And crack width of composite with hybrid mortar reduced by 40.22 and 54.43%, 37.44% for 1, 2, 3 layers of fabric respectively compared to composite with non-fibrous mortar. And among all mixes, hybrid composite with 2 layer showed better crack behavior. It showed more crack width reduction compared to all other mixes, because with increasing number of layers, its load carrying capacity is increased, but strength utilization coefficient of composite is decreased because of bonding issues. As per literature, we need to maintain minimum 4 mm thickness between the layers. If thickness is reduced, it won't develop good bond. So here in our study for hybrid mortar, composite with 2 layers give the good performance. So it is required to optimize the textile reinforcement ratio and hybrid fiber doses, because if we go with more dosages, it won't disperse properly in the matrix, and it will cause again agglomeration problem. So better distribution is required and optimum ratio is required to give better bond between the fabric and mortar. So from this study, better crack control observed with hybrid fibrous motor at 2 layers. Thank you.
It was a good, it was a good presentation, Bhagyashree. Any questions?
I have two questions. You mentioned that. Oh, sorry. You mentioned, I have two questions.
Sir.
You mentioned that if you retrofit the structure,
Sir.
it would cost something like 37 billion or something like that. And if you make a new one, it will be 69 billion.
Sir.
Which means that for retrofitting and improving the structure, repairing it, it costs 70% of the new structure, as per the figures that you have given.
Sir.
According to me, this 70% is too high. The recognized international norms are that you should retrofit a structure if it can be done in about 30% of the new structure. I don't know where he's got his figure from, but whatever I know, it's up to 30% is agreeable. But 70% is rather high. So I don't know what your feelings are about that.
It's from report from the AC report, sir. They mention retrofitting cost is less compared to new construction.
No, it is less, but it's 70% of the cost
Okay.
for a structure which has already been there for some time.
Just look into it once again.
Okay, sir.
Okay, just look into
Okay.
it.
Second question.
Sir.
These basalt textile fibers,
Sir.
is it being manufactured in India? I mean, I know the raw material must be coming from somewhere or the other.
And it is imported from China, sir. Here local vendors there, we collected from them only. Here they are not manufacturing in India. They are imported from China only.
Okay. Thank you.
See, this costing between the new construction and the rehabilitation costing, actually there is no to my knowledge, there is no any literature published. It all goes on case-to-case basis. First is feasibility. When a work come to us, a project come to us, first we do is a feasibility study. What to do with the existing structure, at what age it is, we have certain checklist for it. Then we go for whether if it is the rehabilitation cost is exorbitantly high and the residual life of the structure is already attained, the design life is attained, then we will go for a call of demolishing and reconstruction. There also now, last 5-10 years in this profession, we are talking about life extension. That I think in these papers nobody has published. Life extension of a structure is a new technique. Like 100 years human being, but still he has a potential to live and do something for this nation or for that family, then we are doing a transplantation, things like that. Or if he is useless, we are just giving his organs, harvesting the organs. So like that for a non-living structure also, this pattern of thinking, like we are not engineers now. When we come into this profession of repair, rehabilitation, retrofitting, forget about you are an engineer. You are more like a doctor, and that is a non-living structure is a patient. That relation should be there. Then cost will come secondary. First is how to survive that structure is the priority. So this is how we do as a practicing engineers day in and day out. 70%, 30%, those are not the benchmarks nor the parameters which decides to retrofit a structure. Thank you very much.
Any questions?
Just a doubt only,
sir.
You use the term textile reinforced ratio.
Sir.
and then you said the ballast fiber. Just tell me something about what ratio? What do you mean by this textile reinforced ratio? And then what is this ballast fiber? Ballast fiber. These two things. Ballast fiber. So just tell something. What specification would you adopt?
Shiva అయిపోయిందా? ఓకే టాటా అయిపోయిందా? ఓకే సర్కార్.
Now, what should be the optimum ratio? 30%, 40%, 50%? What should be the optimum ratio? Ratio.
Sir, we'll cut short the question session. We are lacking behind. I think hereafter the next participants will be getting only 6 minutes time. I think you have to present your presentation within the time. Okay? Yeah. Thank you, Bhagyashri. Yeah, good presentation. Next we have Singh, Mr. Singh. He is going to present on statistical analysis of compressive strength of ultra high performance concrete. Mr. Singh, kindly maintain the time.
Change the PPT. PPT. Yeah. Good evening, everyone. Today I am going to present the work we have done at National Council for Cement and Building Materials on the statistical analysis of compressive strength and evaluation of mechanical properties of ultra high performance concrete. This work was taken majorly to take the revision of Indian standard IS 456-2000, which basically deals with the normal grades of concrete. So aim was to develop the indigenous experimental data on various properties, particularly the compressive strength, modulus of elasticity, stress strain characteristics, flexural strength, and split tensile strength. So I will skip the content of presentation because we have a limited time. Also, already I have explained the background that the aim was to do the comprehensive revision, particularly for high strength and ultra high strength concrete based on our indigenous materials. So as we know that for a high strength and ultra high performance concrete, the selection of material is very, very important, and we have to select a wide range of materials. So apart from the normal cement, there are different kind of cementitious materials, particularly the materials varying across the various sizes, particularly silica fume, nanosilica, ultra-fine fly ash, ultra-fine GGBS, etc. And also the selection of aggregate is important, because as we move from the high strength to ultra high strength concrete, these coarse aggregates are generally not used, and basically we are using the aggregate 4.75 mm down. So basically we are dealing with the fine aggregate, particularly the fine quartz, ground quartz, like that. And to optimize this, we need to have different methods. So in our study, we have used the modified Anderson and Anderson model, which is one of the widely used model for optimizing the ultra high performance concrete. To take this study, we have covered a wide range of compressive strength ranging from 24 MPa to 150 MPa. So this study covers all possible grades of concrete, a normal strength concrete, high strength concrete, ultra high strength concrete, and this is a mixed design. You can go through the paper. Now, whenever we talk about the high and ultra high strength concrete, the mixing is very, very critical. A normal conventional planetary mixers generally don't work. So we have to do a proper development of the mixing method. And apart from that, the speed at which the mixers are rotated is critical. So we have developed this mixer at our institute at NCCBM, which operates at 3 different speeds, particularly the slow speed of 125 RPM, then we go up to 250 RPM, and then we go up to 350 RPM. So this is very, very important in order to get a homogeneous mix, and we have to avoid the ball formation in the mix. Now coming to the, particularly on the statistical characteristics part, we have in this paper shown only the 2 grades, particularly the normal strength and the ultra high strength concrete. This is the optimized mix. And for this, we have selected the 3 different curing regimes. The first one is the water curing, the second one is the steam curing, and third one is the autoclave curing. And when we talk about this, there is a lot of variation if we talk about the ratio of water curing to steam curing, or for steam curing to autoclave curing, there is a lot of variation. And the consistency in the production of consistent compressive strength is a challenge. What we feel that autoclave curing gives the consistent result as well as the higher result. So this kind of material is more suited to a precast applications. However, when we talk about this autoclave curing, we have to deal with the different kinds of phase formations, particularly when we go beyond 200 degrees Celsius. Particularly in autoclave, we have a different kind of CHS gel formation, particularly tovermorite is formed. If you go beyond that, in the range of 400 degrees Celsius, then different form of CHS gel, which is you can say a escavite. And if you don't do a proper optimization of pressure and temperature in autoclave, then there will be a lot of variation in strength, and it can have a negative impact. So generally, a 200 to 215 degrees Celsius is optimized in autoclave apart from 2.1 MPa pressure. Second thing, the ratio of calcium to silica is also important. So that also we have to optimize when we talk about these types of concrete. This is the complete statistical analysis of that particular mixes, normal strength and ultra high strength concrete. Here we have done the complete analysis covering the mean, median, mode. Then we have done the normal distribution, log normal distribution. We have checked the skewness, kurtosis, and apart from that, the most important, the chi-square test. This chi-square test is a test which is done to understand the goodness of it, that whatever the value we are attaining, how much it is deviating from the expected value. So this complete analysis was done, and what we can see that the standard deviation for this ultra high strength concrete is around 9. In some cases, it is more than 9. For normal strength concrete, if you talk about M25, M30, M40, the value is in the range of 4 to 5. But as we go from normal to high to ultra high, this sigma is going to increase. The challenge is in the consistency of the mix. So this sigma, which indicates the 10, this will help in the further revision of our Indian standard on mixed design, IS 10262, and the next grade after M100 cannot be M110. It has to be either 120, next can be 150, next can be 180. So this sigma will keep on increasing as the strength of concrete will increase. Then the most important thing, whenever we talk about the structural design, the stress strain behavior, we have the code which is used by this Indian Road Congress IRC 112, where we have used the high strength concrete stress block parameters. This is based on the indigenous experimental study in a strain controlled machine, where we have developed a complete stress strain curve with a strain range of M20 to M140. And what we see that as the strength is increasing, the strain at the peak stress is increasing and ultimate strain is decreasing, which indicates the stress block parameters will change. The value K1, K2, which we use in our structural design, is going to change. So this data we have submitted already to Indian Standard 456 for revision, and it has been already accepted by the committee. Then the second test was the development of the empirical equations for the flexural tensile strength and the split tensile strength. Now in our code, we have one equation 0.7 under root FCK. The challenge was that whether this equation will be valid when we shift from normal to high, high to ultra high. So what we did, we have done the testing on more than 300 samples across a concrete mixed design range of M20 to M150, and we have developed the equation. We have compared our data with the different equations available in literature, codes, and we have recommended the value of 0.6 ACECON to the power 0.5, which will be a universal equation which will hold good for a compressive strength of M25 to M150. However, present IS 456 is only revised up to M100. The next parameter is the flexural strength of concrete. Here also we have done the similar exercise. Again, more than 200 samples were tested, and we have developed the equation. Earlier equation was 0.7 under root FCK, but when we talk about the high strength concrete where we use silica film or nanosilica or some new materials like graphene, the flexural tensile strength improves. So ultimately, to cover the whole range, this equation gets slightly improved and the value becomes 0.8 FCK to the power 0.5. The third and most critical is the modulus of elasticity. So all of you till now is using 5000 under root FCK from last 20 years. So this equation also has been revised now. Now when we talk about the high strength concrete, this modulus of elasticity does not follow the value of power function 0.5, and this value shifts toward the power function 0.3. So if you talk about a compressive strength range of 15 to 150 MPa, the equation is 10,000 FCK to the power 0.3, which is exactly similar to the equation given by EN standard EN 1192. Now coming to the conclusions. So what we have found that when we go from normal to high, the standard deviation values are changing. The recommended value for a high strength concrete is 8, and for a ultra high strength concrete is 10. Various kinds of challenges exist in ultra high performance concrete production, particularly when it comes to mixing, selection of materials, what kind of faces are forming, what is its packing density. All those things needs to be properly optimized. Then based on these studies, 3 different set of equations were developed. The equation for flexural tensile strength, split tensile strength, modulus of elasticity, and which I am not able to show due to the paucity of time, the strain stress block parameters, particularly the strain at peak stress, ultimate strain, and what will be the changes in the neutral axis depth, how the reinforced concrete design will change once this high and ultra high strength concrete will be introduced. So thank you.
Yeah, it was a very good and energetic presentation, Mr. Singh. One question, please.
Sir, one quick question, sir. Why you are mixing the very high strength concrete with the normal standard concrete? Generally, we treat that for up to M40, one sustained behavior will exist, and beyond M40, we have another sustained behavior. In the event of clubbing the wide range of compressive strength, in my opinion, it's better to have a sustained behavior or the constitutive relationship, what you are giving for the modulus of rupture or the modulus of elasticity. For up to standard concrete, one value, one equation. Beyond M40 to M100 or higher than that, it's better to have one more equation.
Sir, coming to your question, as we go on moving from normal to high, high to ultra high, the values follow a particular pattern because it's a constitutive relationship which depends upon the strength and the microstructure of the concrete. If we separate the different equations, it will not be a good thing because there is not much variation. For example, if you talk a normal strength concrete, there the value of flexure strength is generally 0.75, 0.77. If we talk about the high strength concrete, it is 0.83. So to have a uniform equation which can cater the complete range is the way forward, and same has been adopted in every international codes, be it EN standard, ACI standard, Japanese standards, because if we do for each and every grade, then it will also make engineers confused. So it's better to give a one equation which better suits and proper factor of safety we have taken in this. Whatever value we have got, we have decreased by 10%, so that none of the grades, 95% of the values should be higher than what equation we have given here.
Yeah, Mr. Singh, I have one question.
Yeah.
You have mentioned that you have used Anderson and Anderson model, packing model,
Yeah.
for your mixed design. Are there any other packing models other than this model?
Yeah, ma'am. There are various models. There is the ideal curve method. There is a Fuller-Thompson model. So many models are available. However, this model has been reported to give a better result because it deals with the particle size, particularly the D max, D min, what is the distribution modulus. So all those models can be used, but out of that, what we found, this model was giving a better result. But those models can also be used, which exist in the literature.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, our next presentee is Sarkar B. The topic of his presentation is coal bottom ash as a partial replacement of river sand to produce sustainable concrete of various grades.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Bijon Kumar Sarkar, and here I am going to present my presentation on coal bottom ash as a partial replacement of river sand to produce sustainable concrete of various grade. Here my content is first introduction, then materials and method, then result and discussions, conclusion and references. So basically the thermal power plants have dealing with the bottom ash to dispose or to use of those bottom ash. Basically thermal power plant produces fly ash and bottom ash. Fly ash is majorly used in construction and cement industry, though the bottom ash is still treated as a waste, and we need to use those bottom ash to produce some value-added product. So bottom ash and nearly 35 million tons of bottom ash are stored in ponds, occupying large areas of land adjacent to power plants, posing ecological risks and land use challenges. Singh and Siddiqui has stated
I think
that.
you can come to your work.
Okay. So we have used the materials like for cement OPC 53 grade, then sand, bottom ash, 20 mm and 10 mm aggregate and admixture. Now, properties of cement and bottom ash has been evaluated by the XRF analysis, where we can get that coal bottom ash, whatever we are getting from the thermal power plant is ASTM class F type ash. And here is the compound and the composition has been given. And we have seen that the SiO2, Al2O3 and Fe2O3 has almost 94.85%. And similarly, we have go for the ACM images. We can see that the particle of bottom ash is porous and angular, and we go for the EDAX spectroscopy and getting that the silica and alumina presence is very high. And here is the particle size distribution curve for a blended of 50:50 ratio river sand and a bottom ash, and we get it's almost in the zone 2, though there is a very finer material in the below portion, which can be act as a pore refinement in the concrete. And here is the mixed proportion. We are trying to get a concrete of M25 to M40 with normal concrete and bottom ash concrete, and we see the strength parameters and the microstructures. Here the mixing and proportion of specimen, we have mixed it for first coarse aggregate, fine aggregate, then cement, and we mix it for a 30 minutes as a dry mix. Then we add the water, then the admixture, and the color of the mix is likely to be blackish. Okay, partial replacement with coal bottom ash reduces workability. We have observed that reduction is due to high water absorption from the porous structure of coal bottom ash, angular and rough particles increasing internal friction. However, CBA concrete shows reduced bleeding. Okay, here is the result and discussion. We have seen that the initial strain due to the addition of bottom ash is lower, but with the increasing of curing edges, due to the pozzolanic reaction and the pore refinement properties, the bottom ash concrete has achieved more strength in the later edges than the normal concrete, and our aim was to achieve that strength using the optimum cement content that has been mentioned as per IS 456, and we have achieved it, and we see that at 90 days the strength is much more prominent and higher. Here is the same images of bottom ash concrete and normal concrete. In normal concrete, the ettringite formation as loosely CSH gel was found, but in bottom ash concrete, the concrete was so densified and the CSH gel was compacted, and we found that there is a secondary reaction which can improve the CSH gel. Here is the IRAX spectroscopy analysis of the normal concrete and bottom ash concrete. We have seen that in normal concrete, the silica and alumina, if there is a presence, but it's very little. But in case of the bottom ash concrete, the presence of silica and alumina is very much, as well as there is a presence of calcium, and the presence of silica and alumina in bottom ash concrete represents that the pozzolanic reaction will be definitely there to enhance the strength. And XRD analysis also shows there is a major phase of quartz in the both cases, but in case of the normal concrete, there is a calcium hydroxide formation. In case of bottom ash concrete, it was very less, as if due to the pozzolanic reaction, the calcium hydroxide has been eaten up by the silica or alumina. Here is the results that has been found from the microstructure. Normal concrete exhibits voids, uneven CSH gel, and portlandite and ettringite. Bottom ash concrete forms a denser and uniformly distributed calcium silica hydrate gel. XRD and IRAX confirm high silica and alumina presence in bottom ash concrete. Quartz and CSH speaks in both mixes. Absence of calcium hydroxide in bottom ash concrete. Here is the conclusion: 50% bottom ash replacement provides required concrete strength, making it a viable sand substitution. Workability decreases due to the high water absorption and angular particles. Pozzolanic activity improves long-term strength, and lower density results in lighter concrete. Denser CSH gel formed with higher silica alumina and absence of calcium hydroxide supports sustainability by reducing waste, conserving sand, cutting CO2, and enable an eco-friendly concrete, enables industrial waste use, lowers cost and CO2 by reducing cement, and conserves sand. As the future scope of study, you can study for rheology, self-compacting concrete, then the lifespan of bottom ash concrete, etc. And thank you. There is the references, and thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am.
I'm sorry that I cannot take any questions now. Any questions, if at all you wanted to ask, you can take off the time. Okay? Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah. Yeah, our next presentee is Singh P. He's going to present on the topic Terrain Tailored Mixed Design for 3D Printable Concrete in Extreme High Altitude Environment. Yeah, who is Singh? Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. Today I'll be presenting on Terrain Tailored Mixed Design for 3D printable concrete in extreme high altitude environment. So this work is co-authored by Spandana, Shubham Raj, and guided by Professor KVL Subramaniam sir. So these are the contents of my presentation. So motivation of this problem is to design a mix which is suitable for very high altitude environment. So for, as we know, the limitation, advantages of 3D concrete printing is we can construct the structures remotely, and the construction is very rapid. Also, labor requirement is very less. So in high altitude environments, anyway, the efficiency of labor and every machine and all, everything reduces because of low oxygen. As we go high in the altitude, the efficiency decreases, and oxygen level is very less. So that's why we call it as high altitude, low oxygen. And also the drying condition, like very low humidity and very high wind, as well as extreme UV radiations. So the limitations of printable mixes are like whichever mix is printable here will not be printable in other places. Also, whichever mix is printable in summer will not be printable in winter. So we have to change the mix according to weather, temperature, humidity, everything. So also if the mix is printable here, we can't transport to the extreme environments like very high altitude of 14,000 feet. So what we did is we made a mix design using locally available sand. So for that we used 3 types of sand. River sand, which was available from that river, from Leh. Hill sand, which was readily available in the hills of the Ladakh. Also the crushed hill stones, the stones which were crushed in local. So the objective was to assess the printability, interlayer bond strength and durability of the printed assemblies. For this we used the aggregate to binder ratio of 1:1 and coarse aggregate of 6 mm of 0.5 to binder and water to cement ratio of 0.32. So these are the aggregate characteristics, the PSD and specific gravity, water absorption and other packing density, everything mentioned in the table, the maximum packing density. So the mix was printed using a silicon gun extrusion method. This was a preliminary study which was done before actually printing at the site. So 3 mixes was printed and checked the extrusion stability. As we can see, river sand, hill sand and crushed stone. The best extrusion stability was observed in crushed hill stones. So also we tested the interlayer bond strength using split tensile test. 20 mm cubes were tested in split tensile configuration. Here also crushed sand showed very high bond strength compared to river sand and hill sand. And also we did a salt ponding method for testing chloride ingress in the printed assemblies. So as the chloride ingress is low, means the transport properties are very good in that. Like it's resisting the chloride ions. So here is the comparison. So the crushed sand showed highest bond strength, low chloride ingress, and strength and durability correlation is shown in this graph. So it showed higher bond strength as well as lower chloride ingress. So that was very suitable for our printed assemblies. Later the on-site full-scale printing was conducted and it was done at 12,000 feet height. So this was the team Prabal. I would like to thank Simpliforge Creations and Indian Army to help us to achieve this milestone.
Yeah, good presentation. Really, it was an innovative concrete, right? New generation concrete too. Yeah, our next presentee is S. Vijay Kumar. S. Vijay Kumar, is he here? I once again call S. Vijay Kumar. Yeah, absent. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, our next presentee is Demain T. Yeah. So he's going to present on multi-parameter qualification protocol for ordinary Portland cement, integrating PSD, FTIR and TGA for predictive performance.
Hello all, myself Dr. Tom Damian. I along with Dr. Kriti, Dr. Arjunan, are going to present this topic. We are from MYK Laticrete. As MS Dhoni is also there, he is our brand ambassador, and we produce tile adhesives, tile grouts, screeds, plaster, and other dry mix mortars, along with liquid products such as epoxy-based adhesives, grouts, etc. So today's topic is multi-parameter analytical protocol development for OPC. So for a customer, there is a fundamental question: which is the best brand? For tile adhesives, the market data shows that MYK Laticrete is top performer. While coming to our raw materials, we ourselves is a customer for raw materials such as cement. Now the question is, which is the best cement? This map shows our plants across India. So we need to ensure the consistent supply of locally available cement across this plant to ensure the quality production. So for that, we need to ensure its availability. So basically, in this presentation, I will be discussing about OPC. So what is the problem with OPC? Its composition is almost fixed. Though its composition is fixed, there is variability in terms of C3S content, gypsum type, and the calcite content, LOE, etc. So this may affect the performance. For concrete, it may not affect that much. It is insensitive and the effect is minimal. While coming to dry mix mortars, the effect is significant and it can affect the performance. For example, if you consider dry mix mortars such as tile adhesive, the open time requirement is 30 to 40 minutes and slip is less than 0.5 mm, while ensuring the one-day strength is greater than 0.5 MPa. That means mutually competing demands. In addition to that, a 28-day shear and tensile adhesive strength demand of 1 MPa, greater than 1 MPa. Have you noticed a fundamental thing here? For compressive strength, we used to deal with the higher strength values. What about here? The absolute value is low, less than 2 MPa. So what will happen ultimately? The percentage variation would be high. So that means this is challenging. In order to ensure that, what we can do is wait for 28-day strength results and assess the value and determine whether it can be accepted or rejected. But we don't have time for that. We need to ensure the consistent production 24/7. So we need to go for some accelerated test. Even accelerated tests will require time in terms of days. So we have a better solution, that is analytical approach. Even with the 28-day strength, that may not tell much about the hydration kinetics or the microstructure. So with the help of analytical tools, we will be able to ensure a timely determination of the quality. The scope of the study is that we are considering OPC binder, 10 OPC cements across India, and we are focusing on compressive strength. And this compressive strength was determined with a water cement ratio of 0.48 and cement to sand ratio of 1:2.8. Now coming to the analytical tools that we have used, we have an analytical lab. In this presentation, we would be discussing the results from thermogravimetric analysis, which gives details such as LOI, calcite content, portlandite content, etc. And the particle size analyzer, which deals about fineness, specific surface area, and the FTER, which gives information of the functional group. So coming to the compressive strength result, so here I am presenting 7-day, 14-day, and 28-day compressive strength for 10 cements. So you can see that while going to that side, towards the right side, the top performing cements are there. While coming to here, towards the left side, the C1, C2 is reflecting a early plateauing, while C3, C4 has delayed strength gain. So that means, though all of these are OPC brands, the strength is varying from 26 to 36. That has a significant effect on the tile adhesive strength. Now explain the microstructure, first with the FTER. Through FTER, a quantitative analysis is not done, while it gives some information of the qualitative bicep. For C4 and C7, we can see that there is a peak corresponding to crystalline gypsum, while C1 and C3, there is higher amorphous gypsum content. This higher amorphous gypsum content ensures early strength gain. We can also see the C3S related brands, which is strongest in C5, C8 and C10, and that explains the higher strength. And carbonate peaks that we will see from TGA is confirmed through FTER at the corresponding peaks. Being set TGA, we can go to the TGA results. From TGA, we can see the LOI result that is being correlated to 28-day strength. So all the 10 cements and its LOI is plotted corresponding to the 28-day compressive strength. So we can see that the relation is not linear. While at low LOI, the cement may be performing worse. At higher LOI also, definitely the cement perform worse. The optimum LOI comes somewhere in between. That will add to the protocol. Now coming to the correlation between particle size distribution and strength, 7-day strength and 14-day strength. Obviously, as specific surface area increases, the strength also increases. Similarly, that is reflected in the 14-day strength. Now coming to the D50 versus 7-day strength, as the cement is becoming more coarse, the strength is reducing. That you can see in 14-day and 7-day strength. While coming to the D90, we cannot always say that the coarser particle will give lowest 28-day strength. Sometimes it can ensure some sustained hydration. That's why a linear regression is not followed there. The curve is somewhat cubical. So in some cases, D90 ensures a sustained hydration. Sometimes we can conclude that the coarser particle will lead to reduced strength. Now coming to a predictive framework, all these graphs show that basically a simple test will not conclude the performance. We need to bring together all the tests and then only we can conclude the performance. That too through a multi-parameter protocol. So if you see the particle size distribution, more the fineness, more would be the strength, and packing density ensures that it has better 28-day strength. Coming to the TGA result, we need to have a moderate LOI so that the strength is ensured. It should not be neither more, it should not be neither low. So it can be concluded like this. The screening guidelines is this. When the LOI is less than 2.5%, the calcite content less than 1.2%, D50 less than 20 micron, and specific surface area greater than 450 meters square per kilogram. If such a cement is there, we can accept the cement to produce better quality tile adhesive. So the conclusion is as follows. So why OPC varies? Because of the composition differences, though low, across the cement brands. The clinker content in terms of C3S, the gypsum type, whether it is crystalline or amorphous, and the PSD, particularly D50 and specific surface area. And this is mainly affecting the tile adhesive. The effect on concrete would be minimal. And the problem with the conventional testing is that the time required for that, waiting for 28 days is too much for a plant production. And also, it may not give details about the microstructural investigation. So we proposed a tri-modal framework that is connecting the FTER, PSD and TGA to accept and reject the cement based on the microstructural characteristics. So thank you.
Any question? One question from the audience. Like Ma, you have mentioned na, regarding the performance of the cement, right? What about the hydrated compounds?
Hydrated compounds.
Yeah,
Uh,
you didn't focus on the hydrated compounds of the cement, is it not?
Basically, hydrated compounds can be assessed from the HRD, but
how it varies, like for the normal and for the performance-based cement?
Basically, without going to HRD, we were able to make a framework from this test itself, because basically our idea was to accept or reject the cement. So if we have HRD based results also, then our regression will become more strong. That means HRD in terms of quantified HRD result. We will be able to connect how much etringate, particularly after hydration or before hydration, how much is the alate content, how much is the belate content, or how it is affecting the strength. Such a model can also be made, and this framework can become further strong.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Right, we have our last presentee, Kannan Rajkumar, PR, Kannan Rajkumar. Is he here? Mr. Kannan Rajkumar? Yeah. So he's going to present on the topic, behavior of ambient cured fly ash slag blend geopolymer pre-stressed railway sleepers, a study on strength, ecological and cost analysis.
Very good evening. So today I'm the last presenter. I don't take much time also. I assure you to Professor Radhika ma'am. So today I'm going to present on the topic behavior of geopolymer concrete in very simple terms for a railway sleepers. So I'm not here to compare one technology over the other technology. So just to have the performance of a concrete with cement and a concrete without cement. So this is my team members without whom this would have been possible. So we all know that conventional concrete will have cement, sand, aggregates, SCMs and superplastaces. Whereas in geopolymer concrete, you go only fly ash, slag along with sodium hydroxide, sodium silicate to activate the binders. So along with M sand and coarse aggregate. So normally we don't use any superplastaces in geopolymer concrete because plastaces work only with cement based concrete. So we all, I just want to skip this slide. So global warming, we all know 8% of the total cement industry contributes to the overall global warming. So all people are working towards the net zero towards 2070. So now, what is geopolymer concrete? It was just coined by the Joseph Davidos in 1978. It is nothing but a polymer where primarily works on fly ash as well as metakaolin with silicates. That is all geopolymer. Apart from fly ash, we use GGBS, normally called alkali activated binders. So, I just skip. Now these materials what we use for geopolymerization. One is fly ash and slag. When we use GGBS, since it has got more CO content, we don't need to go for any steam curing. Only ambient curing itself is enough for the concrete purpose. And we have sodium hydroxide, sodium silicate solution. So what we use is sodium hydroxide is 18 molarity and sodium silicate, the molar ratio is 2.0, SiO2 to Na2O. If you more than 2, normally it is neutral, and less than 2, it is alkaline nature. So we all know the process. We normally what we use is sodium hydroxide 18 molarity. We use a lye, and with lye we add water. So there will be a lot of heat will be generated, and then after we used to allow to cool. Then we add sodium silicate. So minimum 1 day. Then we get equilibrium species which can be used directly for the concreting. So what we use is sodium hydroxide lye with 49% concentration. So the molarity was 18.7. And sodium silicate, the molar ratio was 2. So we can have a molarity of 3.5, 5, 7.5. And the molarity is going to be high and slag content is going to be more. The strength of concrete will be little. We can achieve 60 or 70 MPa. So this is a potential geopolymer concrete. What is happening? So normally what we use is what is fly ash and GGBS. So many research are going on metakaolin, silica fume, other type of mineral curses. And then the activate alkylators, normally we use sodium as an alkyl activator. If you use potassium, the strength will be more and the cost will also be a little higher. So, some of field trials what we did in geopolymer concrete. The first one is we have gone for railway sleepers. So for railway sleepers, we use the code IRST 39-2020, which is followed by the Indian Railways. So this is the cross-section of pre-stressed railway sleeper. So where you will have approximately 14 tendons. So each tendon of diameter 3 mm, ultimate tensile strength of wire is 1800 megapascal, and then the initial load per wire is 29 kilonewton. So this is the mixed composition what we use. We got for two compositions. The first one is GPC5, which is having 60% fly ash and 40% slag, and the second one is 50% fly ash, 50% slag. As we discussed earlier, when the slag is higher, quantity is going to be more, the strength will also go up, and slump will also be very less. And then on a conventional OPC mix, as given by the Indian Railways, the cement of under 440 kg per meter cube, along with coarse aggregate M-sand. So this is embodied energy. So as we all know that embodied energy in OPC is very high when compared to the geopolymer concrete. So since the M-sand and coarse aggregate, the embodied energy is going to be same. Only there's changes only in the production of waste materials such as fly ash and GGBS. So actually this is the photograph picture. So this is what the video shows how the concrete is be poured into the molds. Actually the slump of this concrete is 0. As what we mentioned, OPCC based concrete, the slump is almost 0. Since we use a bottom vibrator, the packing density problem is absolutely nullified. So as per the IRS standards, for 1 day strength, it should be 35 MPa to reduce the tendon. This is almost a finished railway sleeper. So as per curing condition, as per the Indian railway standards for OPC based concrete, 1 day in steam curing, we should get more than 40 MPa, and remaining 14 days in water curing. But whereas GPC, we have tried ambient curing and steam curing, but steam curing did not have much effect because we are using much of GGBS, the ambient curing itself is sufficient. So after 24 hours in ambient curing, we were able to achieve 42 MPa, this is more than 40 MPa to release the tendons. For steam curing also, we got almost 52 MPa. But as per the Indian Railways, 15 days it should be more than 60 MPa. But whereas in GPC, 5 and 6, 7 days itself we are able to achieve 70 MPa. Therefore, we no need to wait for next 14 days. So this is the composition of concrete. So one is axial A1 is the ambient curing, SC is steam curing. So we can see different grades what is happening. So at 7 days itself we were able to achieve 71 MPa, whereas in cement-based concrete 65 MPa at the end of 14 days. So this is how the testing is happening. So loading as per IRS T30, center top, center bottom, and rail seat bottom. So this is the center top test setup. We will have two supports at bottom, apply load exactly on the railway track. So it's 1766 mm. So at center top up to 68 kilonewton, I should not have any visible crack. And in case of center bottom, at the, in between the sleepers, in between the support conditions and the range of 180 mm, I should not have any crack at the bottom of the railway sleeper. The last one is the actual live condition in a rail seat bottom. So the mountain resistance up to 280 kilonewton, I should not have any crack below the loading condition. And up to 535 kilonewton, the specimen should not come into two pieces. So this is the possibility of crack where it can happen. The center top, the crack can happen in the center of the sleeper at the top, a center bottom, center portion at the bottom, as well as the rail seat bottom exactly below the loading. So as per the compare both OPCC and GPC, there is no visible crack in all the cases. So this is how the railway sleepers look like with cracks. The first one is under this ultimate load. Second is ultimate load. The first one is in the service load condition. Service load condition, we should not have any crack. Ultimate load condition, it should not break into two pieces. This is a different cracking patterns. So we have done many geopolymer buildings in SRM. So So it's actually a small video how we done the construction. Just 2 minutes, ma'am. The area of the building is 1,000 square feet, approximately 125 square meter. Slump of the concrete is 125 mm. The grade of concrete is 30 MPa. If a staircase 125 slump is not difficult, so that we use slump of 50 mm. These are some of the buildings what we are constructed. So, Cashew Tech, Raichur, we have done paver blocks, toilet blocks, Chhattisgarh, in SRM, concreting. Thank you. So, we here produce concrete with different recipes. So, if a customer wants to have 30 MPa to 70 MPa, if you want to have 1 day, I can give a recipe. 7 days, I can give a recipe. 5 days, we give a different recipe based on paver blocks or for any type of concrete. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, good work, Mister. Like, any questions from?
Sir? Actually, it is purely geopolymer concrete. I think so. IS 15748 recommends, sir. It is not based on cement. It is based only on the geopolymer. It is purely based on R&D purpose, sir.
Hello, sir. So, you said you are adding 40 to 50% of GGBS.
Yes, sir.
So, did you observe any shrinkage? Because this high volume of GGBS will definitely lead to shrinkage.
Yes, but actually what we did in the building construction, slack was only 20%.
Okay.
But railway sleepers alone, we add 50%. When we have a strength of 60 MPa or 50 MPa, then we can go for higher slack. If you have higher slack, there will be shrinkage will be there.
So, did you observe shrinkage and shrinkage?
But railway sleepers, it was in a very closed construction, inside a factory. Therefore, we didn't observe any shrinkage. And that too, on that day it was raining. Okay. So that we didn't
so
have any
you got
shrinkage.
lucky basically.
Yes, we didn't get any shrinkage.
Yeah, so
but we expected some shrinkage crack, but it didn't happen.
I expect a lot of shrinkage because you are
yes.
huge.
Yes, when you go for a slab, you will have shrinkage.
Yes. My second doubt is you are saying you are using 18 molar of NaOH.
Yes, sir.
18 molarity of NaOH.
Yes,
Right?
yes, sir.
So you are claiming it is geopolymer, but I suspect
It's actually alkyl acted binder.
yeah, because at this high molarity, this silica will never polymerize. It will be in Q0 or Q1 form.
Little slow.
I'm saying at this high molarity, your silica will never polymerize. It will either in Q0, Q1 like that coordination. It will never be Q3 or Q4. So I doubt that this can be a geopolymer. And later, if have you tested this in like the durability aspects?
Yes, sir. RCPT was less than 1000, but the different mixes. Sir. For railway sleepers, RCP less than 750.
And what is the like difference in strength when you test in dry condition and in wet condition? This I think you need to see.
I can what dry condition, wet condition?
See, the problem with this high molarity is sometimes when it dries, your strength will be very high because of drying of sodium silicate,
Okay.
not the gel or not the polymers. So the moment you subject it to water immersion or you immerse in water, this gel sodium silicate
Yes.
will start dissolving.
Yes, it come up. You're right. But we are facing a problem. But actually, whatever we have discovered or invented, whatever trial basis, my concrete should not be immersed in water for 2 to 3 days. Okay. It should not be. My polymerization should get completed.
Yes, I think even after 28 days when you immerse, there will be substantial loss in strength.
Substantial loss because we will have the leachate also.
Yes.
Problem will be there. Normally, this concrete water we develop, very difficult to work in the cold conditions. Okay, now we are working on one
Definitely, cold conditions it will be very difficult because we can see at 18 molarity and this cohesive concrete will not even, you will not be able to put trowel inside it.
Yes, yes.
So this is a good start, but I think we need to further develop it.
We are working further on that one part also.
Okay, thank you.
I think the sessions have been ended. Let me summarize today's technical session papers. So today in total we had 9 paper presentations. All the authors have presented well in time, and the question answer session also was well, but anyway due to the time scarcity at the end we were unable to take up more questions. So in case any doubts you have, you can just interact with the authors. You have tomorrow, you have day after tomorrow also, you can interact with them. And I conclude this session and over to the organizers.
Thank you, Professor Radhika. Please be seated. We request you to please come over to the stage. Yes, it has been a very taxing day, but I am sure that it has been informative as well. To do the honors on behalf of the Indian Concrete Institute, on to Professor Radhika ma'am, please come on to the stage. May I request one of our very senior members whom we reckon as the mentor of Indian Concrete Institute, Dr. Shishil Bansalji, to please come over, sir. Please do the honors on behalf of Indian Concrete Institute to Professor Radhika ma'am for chairing this session so very well. Sorry that as the density packing we were talking of, even the papers were packed in this particular, this one. So, yes, sir, please, sir. Let's all give her a big hand. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Radhika. Thank you, Shishil Bansal, sir, for the generosity, sir. Thank you so much. So we conclude. Do we have ACC Adani team here? Okay, we do not have that. So we will commence tomorrow's program, preferably at 9:30. We would like to start it a bit early. Please be here at 9:30, and then we look forward to an equally engaging, sessions tomorrow. Thank you all. Good night. Please drive home safe, and see you tomorrow again at 9:30 a.m. at this venue. Thank you so much. Take care. Yes, yes. I agree, sir. Agreed. I fully agree with it. In fact, as we changed, it was all so dynamic. We'll try to do that. Thank you.